Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 13, Detention with Dolores.
Man, dark corridors, almost an understatement.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. This is like the dark rooms, the dark detention of writing scars into the back of your hand.
Yes. And kind of notably, is it not the case that there are only 2 lasting scars on old Harry James P?
Yeah, there's the scar on his forehead, the one that shaped like a lightning bolt. Maybe you've heard of it.
It's medium grade eye contact.
Medium grade eye contact. Exactly.
I ran right into that.
Don't
let that follow me forever.
And then this one, which is just the words, I must not tell lies, which you could arguably is more than one scar if you count each individual letter, you know.
It's true. But it's really, I just got a new tattoo over the weekend, so I tend to think of it as like one piece.
One piece. It's one piece.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There it is.
But yeah, so it's kind of like, wow, Umbridge is in rarefied air there with Lord Voldemort himself.
Right.
Which is saying something for somebody who isn't even officially a supporter of Lord Voldemort.
At least not like in the way that the Death Eaters are.
At least not in the way that the Death Eaters are. She is definitely evil, and she is definitely all about the regime when it comes time for like the Muggle-born registration and all that type of stuff. But
like what she is going to do to the school is like a smaller version of what Voldemort is going to do to the Ministry.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It's a very good point.
Where she will also be.
Yeah. It is very frustrating that she doesn't get fired when Fudge does.
It is like a huge sticking point for Harry that it is unbelievable that Scrimgeour just lets her stay on.
It is unbelievable. And if you're Scrimgeour, it's sort of like you have got to look at this because there's no way. I am sorry that he enjoys working with her.
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't think anybody would enjoy working with her.
I know.
You know,
all you can really say is that probably like Fudge gets fired at the end of this book. That's when Scrimgeour takes over.
Yep.
And Scrimgeour, he steps into office and like Umbridge just returns to work there. And he's just sort of like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like he doesn't really know what happened.
Right. But like when Harry is going to like talk with him, I feel like all of the exchanges go, it's like both sides are so unflinching in their negotiations. Like Harry is sort of like the Dumbledore's man through and through. And Harry's issue is like, you've got Stan Shunpike locked up and you're still employing Dolores Umbridge. Right. And to me, I'm like, if I'm Scrimgeour, it's like, let the night bus guy go and fire Umbridge. Like if those are your terms, like,
right. That's the cost of Harry Potter.
Right.
Pretty easy.
Like this is an accommodatable situation.
I think he even says I think in the movie he says to Umbridge, like, sorry, Professor, I must not tell lies. But I think in the book, he tells Scrimgeour that he must not tell lies.
Oh,
right?
Is that right?
He says, I still haven't forgotten. I must not tell lies or something.
And he holds up his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. To which Scrimgeour should be like, wait a second, I don't understand what's going on here. Can you give me...
that felt like you just committed a sick burn that I did not understand.
Right. Is there other people listening right now? Did they get it? It's like, yeah, we know we got it for what it's worth. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's sort of like, it's like, yeah, look, so you know the person that you employ in your government, she showed up and she put scars in the back of our hands through like torture detention. It seems like Scrimgeour would be like, are you serious? Like, right. I will let her go right now.
Yeah.
Like what? That is completely unacceptable.
Nobody told me.
Right, exactly. It's like plead ignorance there. You know, just get rid of her.
Yeah, that's also like if I'm Harry, I feel like it's like it almost not to just like throw Dumbledore under the bus, but it kind of feels like Dumbledore should have been like, hey, listen, that woman not so great, Rufus.
Yeah, Rufus. You're okay if I call you Roof, right?
Right. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Raise the Rufus.
Do you think that was like his campaign?
That was it. Yeah, he's like, who's taking over after Fudge? You know, it's gonna be me. Raise the Rufus.
Raise the roof. This Scrimgeour
to the top of the ministry.
Oh, man.
That's exactly what he was saying. Yeah, it feels like Dumbledore could have said something to the effect of like, that woman's evil, and if you're fighting Voldemort, I wouldn't keep her employed. She literally tortured my students.
Yes.
To that end, though, Dumbledore doesn't want Harry to trust the ministry or want him to help the ministry. So part of me feels like Dumbledore's like, I must have slipped my mind.
Right.
That is so my exact plan.
Right. Yeah. Harry's like, Dumbledore, you surely you told them what happened.
You talked to old Raise the Rufus, right?
Yes. And you were like, hey, priority numero uno, we get rid of Umbridge, right? And Dumbledore's like, yeah, I did that.
You know, but I slipped my mind.
On the way there in the car, I was thinking to myself, don't forget the Umbridge thing.
And Harry's like, you don't drive a car. And Dumbledore's like, see, we're already on a new topic.
But if I did, what should I get? Fort Anglia?
I think it was one of the forest still.
A little wild, but you know.
Yeah. Hey, remember when you crashed into the Whomping Willow? That was a big mistake. I almost suspended you, but I didn't.
I didn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And see, I love you.
Yeah. Not how Harry feels about Dumbledore in this chapter. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, no, for sure.
As for the chapter art, it depicts the scar itself and Harry doing the detention. What I would say is notable is just that it is depicted differently than how it is in the movies and how I always imagined it, which is that it appears on the back of the hand that holds the quill, not on the opposite hand. Right, because Harry is right-handed. And
this is his right hand.
This is his right hand. Yes.
So the hand. Okay, right. What you're saying is that you picture it appearing on the back of your left hand.
No.
Well, this is his right hand with the scar on his right hand.
Yes, I say it depicts it how I always imagined it. That the scar appears on the back of the hand that holds the quill.
Oh.
Yes.
But the movie does it
in the movie,
differently.
He's like writing and staring at his left hand and watching it appear.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, I guess that's fair. Yeah. I like now that we're saying it, I follow your meaning, although I think I also sort of thought that it did like the left hand thing, but it may just be like this is where the films have infiltrated my brain over enough time, and they've kind of like grown roots.
Right. Yeah. No goose. You got to rewrite that on the back of your brain.
I'll work on it.
Yeah.
Any special quills or?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have anything for that. I will say it's just like it. What's so sadistic about Umbridge's form of punishment here is that like it is still inflicting pain. Like it is literally causing pain. So in some ways it's like Cruciatus adjacent, which is like, the torture spell. But like the sadistic quality to it is that the Cruciatus is you putting pain on someone else. And this is forcing someone else to commit pain against themselves.
Right.
Like you're forcing the victim to do it to themselves.
You're forcing self-harm.
Yes, you're forcing self-harm, which is it's more twisted than the Cruciatus curse.
Yes, it's like Diet PG Saw.
Right. Yes.
Remember those movies?
I do remember those movies.
They're kind of hard to forget.
They are kind of hard to forget.
Yeah.
Yes. I only saw one of them.
Yeah. Well, they're all like that.
I kind of got the gist.
At no point in time does it get fluffier.
What surprises me about those movies, I saw one. I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, I get it. And some people were like, I saw one. I was like, I could watch that in 7 more times with varying degrees of torture. I need more versions of that in my life.
7 seasons in a
seven
movie.
seasons in a movie.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so all that aside, we have to kick off with our first sentence as per always. Would you like to do the honor?
I absolutely would. It says, dinner in the Great Hall that night was not a pleasant experience for Harry. And then the dragons arrived.
It's just this year is just not going well for him.
It is yet another bad to worse situation.
It is. It's so funny because I literally wrote so from bad to worse on like my like little note here, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've done that like 5 times already this book.
Yeah.
Like the first line of every chapter is just sort of like, like Dumbledore's abrupt departure took Harry completely by surprise, and then the dragons arrived.
Right.
Hold on, let's see if we can find another one and see if it's bad too. Okay. Harry gasped. He could not help himself. And then the dragons arrived.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Harry awoke at 5:30 the next morning and as abruptly and completely as if somebody had yelled in his ear. And then the dragons arrived. It's just like, yeah.
Because that's the nature of Harry's year. It is bad to worse at all times.
Right. Mrs. Weasley followed him upstairs looking grim. And then the dragons arrived. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you really, the front chunk of this book is quite relentless.
It is. Yeah. It is not, this chapter is not going to be any worse. It might be like the peak of the problem.
Why not let Harry have a successful relationship with Cho to at least have something good?
I know, right?
You know,
like even that goes sour. So like, and not that sour is probably the right word. Like it just never really gets off the ground.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And it's like the book needs something good.
This chapter, Ron gets on the Quidditch team.
We get that. Spoilers. Also.
Spoilers. Yeah, Ron's going to be the keeper. Oh man. So at the end of the last chapter, Harry had his big shouting match with Umbridge, and of course was assigned the detention. And that's kind of what we're picking up here, where the school is buzzing, where apparently the whispers have traveled through the school fast, even by Hogwarts standards. The funny thing was that none of the whispers seemed to mind him overhearing what they were saying about him. On the contrary, it was as though they were hoping he would get angry and start shouting again.
Yeah.
But it says so they could hear his story firsthand, and that is like the recurring theme that I don't feel like I always pick up on in this book. Is like going to Seamus in the dormitory. It's like he is mad at Harry, but he wants to give him, like, he does try to give him the chance to like tell him what happened. And
right.
Harry's just like, who cares? Like, that's hard for me to talk about. Believe me, it happened.
Right. You know? Yeah. And it's like, you can easily see both sides of that. Like if somebody goes through a traumatic incident and they don't want to talk about it, they have no obligation to do so.
Right.
Like out here in the real world. That's just, it's like, I don't want to talk about it. It's like, I hear you completely. I will press no further. Like, you know, and I think that most people will respect people's wishes when that shows up.
Yeah.
You know, but I like, you know, at least within like the context of the story and the fact that this also, it doesn't just involve Harry. Like it's not just a bad thing that happened to Harry and he doesn't want to like regale the story. It's like the bad thing that happened to Harry, unfortunately, has very real and serious consequences for everyone else too.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I think that there is like, what I would like to argue on Seamus's behalf is I think Seamus is sort of like, please help me understand. Okay. Like, you know, I know you pretty well. We've lived together for 4 years. Like, you know, can you tell me what happened? But then I do think there's also the flip side of that where it's like a lot of the students at school, this is just hot gossip. It's just sort of like, whoa, a really interesting thing happened. And I kind of want to know like the illicit details.
Right.
You know, and so it's like, and that's where you're sort of like, you can understand where Harry's coming from. And it's like, I don't want to just tell you for entertainment. I don't want to just give you like a fun story so you guys can talk about it amongst yourselves. Like, it's like he wants them to take it seriously.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even I was just, I was rewatching the Order of the Phoenix movie the other day, and at the first DA meeting, that's sort of how it starts. It's just like, look, I'm not just going to sit here and talk about, you know, I'm not here to tell you a story. You know, like if that's all this is, then I'm out of here.
Right.
You know, and it's like I thought, I was like, that was pretty good. That was a good way to start.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Because, and I mean, that's also like one of those things for Harry where he's like flattered at first because all these people show up, and then also it's like,
oh, I see
what happened.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. So Harry's just so like, he's got the tunnel vision for it's just like, I told you the truth. Like, the truth is so bad, you need to believe me like yesterday.
Right.
And they're all just like, but you haven't given us good reason yet. Like, it was just chaos, you know?
Right.
And like that's going to keep coming up in this chapter as well. But so people are muttering. They're saying, he says he saw Cedric Diggory murdered. He reckons he dueled with you-know-who. Come off it. Who's he think he's kidding? Perlees with an R.
Yeah. It's like Perlees. I said, who is saying this? A cat person?
I know.
Like, maybe Hermione's brewing some polyjuice again.
Yeah, right.
And also randomly getting like catty. Oh, it worked.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
You get it, like police.
Yeah, getting catty.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry. Okay, anyway, but yeah.
Yep.
What I don't get, said Harry in a shaking voice, laying down his knife and fork, is why they all believed the story 2 months ago when Dumbledore told them. And this is where Hermione comes in and she just sort of sees things for what it is in a way that almost everyone else doesn't. The thing is, Harry, I'm not sure they did, said Hermione grimly. Oh, let's get out of here. And then they get up and Ron says, sad because he didn't get to finish his apple pie.
But I'm eating.
Don't take me away from my food.
Come on, Hermione.
Right. But Harry's like, what do you mean you're not sure they believe Dumbledore? Look, you don't understand what it looked like after it happened. And I think this is good perspective.
Very good perspective.
For Hermione to provide Harry with.
Yes.
Because Harry obviously lived through something really, really radical, which means he doesn't necessarily have the luxury of looking at it rationally. And I think she's sort of like, look, this is what happened. You arrived back in the middle of the lawn, clutching Cedric's body. None of us saw what happened in the maze. We just had Dumbledore's word for it that you know who had come back and killed Cedric and fought you. And it's sort of like, do you understand how, like, we went to a festive event at the end of the school year. You show back up with this crazy tall tale. Cedric's dead, but like also it's pretty insane to think. Like, it's a dangerous activity we were doing.
Right. Like, it'd be like you went to, like, you know, to go watch the Super Bowl, and at the end, Voldemort came back.
Right.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, you know, she's regaling Harry with basically what it looked like from their perspective, and Harry's like, which is the truth? And Hermione's like, I know it is, Harry, so will you please stop biting my head off?
But that pretty much is like the sum of it all. It's just like, she's like, yeah, everything went crazy, and he's like, and we just had to believe, and just like, yeah, but that was the truth. So I see what the problem is. And he's like, right, exactly. He's like, who cares what happened? I know what happened.
Right.
You should believe me implicitly because,
yeah. And then I think she goes to point out more just human nature, but it's just that before the truth could sink in, everyone went home for the summer, where they spent 2 months reading about how you're a nutcase and Dumbledore's going senile. And this is just also true. It's like, you know, we can only like, when it comes to most major news, chances are you were not in the room to witness it.
Right.
Chances are most people were not in the room to witness it, which means the best thing we have is, you know, the people whose job it is to go out there in the world to collect facts and deliver them as stories, you know, to the rest of the world.
Exactly.
And, you know, so it's like you read the story, you want to trust your source, and it's sort of like, I think this is true, you know, because, you know, there are layers involved here. So chances are the reporting's correct. Right. And it's like, it's not completely ridiculous to understand how the general populace, if the Daily Prophet's saying what it's saying, for Harry not to come across as a conspiracy theorist or something, you know, just sort of like spouting lies. Right. You know,
I mean, just if you think about it in your real life, I mean, you know, they don't have like smartphones or anything, but if someone tells you like a crazy piece of news, probably the first thing you do is pull out your phone and be like, wait, what? And you like look up the story and see the finer details, because certainly who you're talking to probably doesn't have every quote memorized and every detail. They maybe just saw the headline or something, but then you can read through it and you're like, wow, okay, now I have the full picture. So you go, you know, Dumbledore tells you like Voldemort's back. Harry fought him, and you're like, what? And then you get to the newspaper, and they're like, Dumbledore's crazy.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And it's sort of like, oh.
Like, oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. That is nicer to believe.
Especially when the alternative is accepting Voldemort's return.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, you can see how it happens, but it's not like, and then why it's so frustrating for Harry, of course. Then let's see, the rain pounded on the window panes, of course. The weather continues to mimic Harry's mood because he's a weather savant, I guess. You know?
I know. Yeah. I was literally thinking about this because I'm rereading the new Harry Potter series on Audible that has like the full voice cast and everything.
I just finished the first book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. But I also noticed that like when Harry's going through all the turmoil of like waiting for his letter and they're going out to the hut on the rock, it's like absolutely like pounding rain, heavy howling winds, like, you know, there's breakers in the middle of the body of water that they're in, all that type of stuff. And then the following morning after Hagrid stays the night, like the storm has passed. Right. And it's like all nice and calm and everything.
Exactly.
And it kind of makes you wonder, it's like, is Harry controlling the weather? Like, you know, it's like, because this, and then like you go back to the train ride with the Dementors, and it's sort of like there's all this like darkness and uncertainty and Sirius Black and yeah. And then it's like, it's pounding rain, it's cold and whipping, and it's like, wow, how about that?
What do you know?
What do you know?
What do you know?
Right. Yeah. But then like Harry's right across the, you know, the Black Lake when he first gets to school. It's like the water is like dead still. Yeah, it's perfectly like calm. Yeah. It's like there's a starry night above, you know. It's like, see, because he's at peace. He's like so happy. He's in wonderment. Right. Yeah. Anyway, so that's just an aside.
Yep. In any case, they make their way back up to the Gryffindor common room where they utter the password, Mimbulus Mimbletonia, a.k.a. Harry Potter. and plop down on some chairs there.
That's right. Yep. And so this is where you have like a little bit of that exchange where it's like you have to have the Dumbledore's big plan question in the back of your mind, or really if it is his plan, or if he's just basically having to bend to the will of the Ministry. But how can Dumbledore let this happen? Hermione cried suddenly. How can he let that terrible woman teach us? And in our OWL year too. And then Harry chimes in with, well, we've never had great defense against the Dark Arch teasers, have we? And it's like, Harry, stop forgetting about Lupin.
Right.
Every time. Right.
Every time. Excuse me.
Right. All of Goblet of Fire, he's like going out of his way to like have illegal communication with Sirius Black and risking Sirius's life and all this potential danger. And it's like Lupin's just out there.
He's just out there, just having a good old, just being like, I wish I had someone to write me letters.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I bet he's just sitting in a chair like knitting.
Yeah, probably.
Classic Lupin stuff.
Right, yeah. Patching up his weather-worn robes.
That's exactly it.
Muggle style.
Muggle style, yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, you're right. This is a big, like, Dumbledore's big plan situation, because as I'm sure, like, you've heard us say many times, it's like there's no reason Umbridge should have been appointed the professor here, because Dumbledore runs a defense secret society. He can literally appoint anyone in the order to be the defense against the dark arts professor, but he doesn't.
Right.
And the way that educational decree is stated is if they cannot find a suitable candidate, the Ministry will appoint one. It's like I just don't believe that Dumbledore couldn't find a suitable candidate, because he clearly has such a pool of people to do it, which means he intentionally doesn't do it, which means he intends to allow the Ministry to appoint someone. And you'd have to ask yourself, why would he want to do that? And the reason is because he needs to show Harry that Harry cannot rely on others. He is alone in this journey against Voldemort. He cannot rely on the Ministry to come try and fight this war for him. And it then also makes you wonder if Dumbledore intends or suspects or wants some version of the DA to happen. Does he think specifically what happens is going to happen? I don't know. But does he think that by doing this, it will force Harry to form a kind of resistance? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's at the very least, he's allowed Harry to be exposed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione to be exposed very directly and live in, the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Right. Give him some ideas.
Some ideas.
So you might think well, why would he think it would be Harry specifically? It's that's part of the reason.
Wait, what do you mean?
Is he doing this to make Harry form a defense organization or whatever? And it's
right.
Well, who's to say it would be Harry? And it's well, Harry is the one that Dumbledore allowed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are the ones he allowed to stay at the headquarters of his own organization. That's
exactly it. And then I do think it's also very important to point out the fact that when it comes to, the battle at Hogwarts, it's you've basically got members of the Order of the Phoenix, some random members of just Hogwarts in general, the staff, that type of thing. And really, and honestly, Dumbledore's army, is the other major defense. And Dumbledore's army, I think, fares reasonably well, all things considered, in the battle, even compared to the Order of the Phoenix.
Right. So, I mean, I'm trying to think of who their losses end up being. They lose Fred, Colin, and Lavender. Yeah. I think that's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's then
and
you've
by all accounts, well, I said they lose Fred. By all accounts, Fred is just a member of the Order of the Phoenix at that point.
Good point.
Right.
Yeah. But he's also certainly also a member, of Dumbledore's army.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
But in that case, if they just lose Colin's not even. Is Colin? Yeah, Colin's a member. He's in.
He absolutely is. Yeah. I think him and Dennis both show up for the initial meeting.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What I was going to say though. Oh, the other thing that I do think is also kind of interesting about this, in regards to the nobody is there to help you conversation, is there's actually another one of my other favorite books is called Ender's Game.
Yes.
And this is a huge central piece of the responsibility that is placed on the main character Ender, which is that this, if you've never read the story before, it's basically these savant, hyper intelligent young children who at the age of 5, 6 are essentially sent off to space to learn how to prepare for war.
Right.
And Ender is he is like the ender of the war. Like that's the idea. It's like he is the one who's supposed to go in and win. And the way in which they are teaching him, it's like he's uniquely capable because he's so ridiculously smart, but he has deep compassion for others. And if he has too much compassion, it will make him a bad leader. So they constantly have to separate him from anywhere where he like finds himself at home. The teachers will literally manipulate the situation by going in and forcing him.
They will single him out on purpose over and over.
Right.
Yeah. Like the very first thing they do when he gets on the ship is they praise him really heavily and tell everyone else they're like, wow, good job, Ender. The rest of you need to step up or something like that. And it like immediately everyone in the rest of the class is like, oh God, this kid.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like he's made us all look bad in the first 12 seconds.
Right. Yep. It's right away.
It's right away. And it's like, it's so funny you brought up Ender's Game. I was also literally thinking about Ender's Game as we were talking about this. It's so Dumbledore if Dumbledore's big plan, that's like the theory for how Dumbledore's pulling the strings. If you read Ender's Game, it's not a theory. You know?
Right.
It's just what they're doing.
It's the plot.
It's the plot. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is very interesting.
Yeah.
And it's even funny because there's even times where they feel bad for Ender and they can't express it to Ender. They have to keep going.
Like, oh, too bad.
Yeah. So that's also Dumbledore though.
Mazer Rackham.
He feels that way too. Yeah. So anyway, as we move on though, let's see. We have kind of like an interesting little exchange between Ron and Hermione, which I think is kind of adorable because it's sort of like, what is Dumbledore playing at? Like letting Umbridge teach her. And Ron chimes in, and she's trying to get people to spy for her, said Ron darkly. Remember when she said she wanted us to come back and tell her if we hear anyone saying anything about you-know-who? And if you go back to page 223 is when you have like the little conversation between Ron and Hermione where Hermione refreshes Harry and Ron on what Dumbledore said at the end of your speech. And Ron is like, how do you remember stuff like that?
Yeah.
And she's like, I listen, Ron.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is Ron being like, I was listening, Hermione. Did you notice?
I know. He's like, he has listened to Hermione say this, and now he's listening to everything Umbridge said because he's like, you're right, I do need to be paying attention.
Right.
And so he is. And then Hermione, rather than being like, wow, good listening, she totally snaps at him.
I know. She's like, of course she's here to spy on us all. That's obvious.
Yeah. Why else would Fudge have wanted her to come? And it's like, that's not what Ron said either. He said that she wants the students to spy for her. And Hermione says, of course, she's here to spy. Like Umbridge is there to spy, obviously. But Ron has noticed that she wants the students to do it for her. Right? Okay, Hermione?
Right.
Okay, because Ron was listening.
Right. Ron actually has a small leg on Hermione in this particular situation.
Yes. And it's also like, why are you arguing with him when he's agreeing with you?
Also true. Don't start arguing again, said Harry wearily, which is really funny because I feel like they keep having to remind Harry to stop blowing a lid at them. And Harry keeps having to be like, can you guys stop arguing with each other?
Right. It is. Yeah, there is a bit of irony there for sure. Let's see. So they've got tremendous amounts of homework. They get it out to try. They have to write an essay on the properties of moonstones and which they never reveal to us, the audience, but I suspect because that was for the draft of peace that moonstones are they cause like calmness or something
potentially,
and I also suspect this is a Luna Lovegood reference as well.
Oh, could be like a little bit of like little bit of Luna in your concoction, and you might feel a little
right.
Yeah,
right. It's like because Luna is introduced, like there's two chapters, like a chapter that's Luna Lovegood, and there's a chapter that's Professor Umbridge, and it seems like they are there to like counterbalance each other.
Oh, I mean, and there's no doubt about it. Like we talked about this a little bit, but they are complete opposite ends of the character archetype spectrum, where Umbridge is 100% lawful evil and Luna is 100% like chaotic good.
Right.
So it's like you have like opposite corners of the map being represented by those two characters.
Yeah.
A little bit of a tilt. The other thing about moonstones, because I was like, I swear moonstones come up at some other time. This is just a little piece of trivia. They are also one of the gemstones found in Auntie Muriel's tiara.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right.
It doesn't. I don't know that actually has any like major symbolism, but it's moonstones and diamonds.
Moonstones and diamonds. Okay, so moonstones in the tiara, uses it for the wedding. Moonstones in the draft of peace. I mean, those both feel like happy things.
Yeah,
right?
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully,
yeah. I mean, hopefully the moonstone and the tiara, if it's anything like the diadem, which is supposed to like make you like more intelligent, hopefully by wearing the tiara is supposed to like lift spirits.
Yeah, something like that.
Which would be the perfect reason to wear it on your
wedding day, and for it to go into a potion like that. So
also that, yep.
That seems like it all tracks. Meanwhile, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan are in the corner doing some demonstrations with a knot of innocent-looking first years, doing some fainting fancies, I suppose. And this is like the skiving snack boxes are such a fun idea, except they like. The way you would take a fainting fancy is you would take it and then you would faint. And the idea is that you would eat one half and you'd have the problem. And then you take the other half and you'd wake up. Right. The problem is if you faint, how are you supposed to take the other half?
It definitely feels much, much, much more like a prank.
Yeah.
You know,
yes,
like this is definitely like having a bag of jelly beans, sneaking in a few Birdie Bots, every flavored beans, and being like, most of them are cherry. One of them is blood.
One of them is blood. Enjoy. One of you will find it. Who knows when?
Right. Don't grab a handful. It might just really taint the whole experience. But no, I do think this is funny because Hermione's obviously deeply upset with them, and of course, like testing in first years is probably a little on the gray area side of things. I think when you know how, and at this point, like what we haven't really been fully exposed to is just how talented the twins are in their brand of magic.
Yeah.
Like, so I do think they're probably operating with far more caution than anybody's going to give them credit for. Mm-hmm. But they are very good at what they do. I do think it's funny though, because Hermione's gonna be like, I don't care, it could be dangerous. But last year she was like completely okay with Ron getting stunned over and over and over and over again, in the name of Harry learning, like, you know,
preparing for the maze.
Exactly. Yeah. And she gives him such a hard time because Ron keeps like missing the cushions or whatever. Yeah. And she's like, try to aim better when you fall over. It's like, it's difficult when you're unconscious.
Yeah.
You know?
Why don't you try it? She's like, I think Harry's going to hide. He's pretty much got it.
He's pretty much got it. Yeah. I don't think we need any more work there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love the description. One by one, as though they're hit over the head with invisible mouths. The first years were slumping unconscious in their seats. Some slid right onto the floor. Others merely hung over the arms of their chairs, their tongues lolling out. And then it says, most of the people watching were laughing. And I mean, how could they not? These kids are doing great Cedric Diggory impressions, you know. Or taking what I like to call Diggory drops. You know?
Oh my gosh. Drops.
You know,
because you drop on the floor.
Because you drop on the floor, but it's also like a candy, you know, like a lemon drop.
No, I got you.
Right,
you.
Yeah.
That was pure gold.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, Cedric Diggory, the boy who didn't.
Oh no. The groans. I can hear the groans from around the world. There's at least one person somewhere who just did like a spit take.
Yeah.
You know.
I hope so. If that was you, please let us know.
Please let us know. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so I do like though that this line does feel just like very like sweet in general. I feel like it is sort of the other side of Fred and George. But let's see here. It says Harry was sure Fred and George had not warned them what the sweets were going to do. Feel all right, said George kindly to a small dark-haired girl lying on his feet. I think so, she said shakily. Excellent, said Fred happily.
It is not excellent.
Of course it is. They're alive, aren't they? Said Fred angrily.
Alive, pretty low bar.
Right. Yeah. You can't do this. What if you made one of them really ill? It's like, we're not going to make them ill. We've already tested them all on ourselves. It's just to see if everyone reacts the same, which is sort of like, it kind of means like you don't know if everybody's going to act the same.
Right. That's dodgy at best. Okay. Sure.
Yep.
And then she's like, it's like, if you don't stop, I'm going to what? Put us in detention.
Make us write lines.
Yeah. Which is like, it's funny that they're like being so sarcastic with her because like she could totally just do that.
She could. Absolutely.
Like she could. And then what would you do? You know?
Right. Yeah. But her response is, oh goodness gracious. She does go, she gets him. No, she said, her voice quivering with anger, but I will write to your mother. You wouldn't, said George, horrified, taking a step back from her. The inclusion of the words taking a step back from her, so essential here to really
so
paint the
essential.
scene. It's like George is like, no.
I know. I also, just before she says that, it says Hermione drew herself up to her full height. That's like also such like a Molly Weasley move, where it sounds like, I think it's described at one point where it's like that even though all of her sons were taller than her, like she towered over them.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Molly has the ability to be 7'6" when she needs to.
Exactly.
Yeah. No problem. Let's see here. It was clear that as far as they were concerned, Hermione's threat was way below the belt.
Way below the belt.
Yep. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ron over on the other end of the room is so low in his seat that his nose was roughly level with his knees.
I know. Can you just imagine Ron over there just like, oh my gosh, oh my God, don't bring me into this.
I don't. They're my brothers. I don't never let me live it down.
Oh, you brought mom in. Oh God. And Ron's like, I can't do that. That's just tattling at that point,
That's outside of the school castle walls.
Yeah,
like I don't even think jurisdiction goes there.
Right. Exactly. So
yeah. But okay, so here's the thing, because I feel like this next page has got like a lot of Ron Hermione subtext maybe going on with it. So Hermione is going to walk back and say, "Thank you for your support, Ron," said Hermione acidly. "You handled it fine by yourself," Ron mumbled. So it's like I think like that. Then, so let me pause right there before I finish my point. So as you scroll down the page, then what we're going to see is Hermione pull out her, needles and start making hats for the house elves. And Ron is going to say like, you're tricking them into picking up the bats and that type of thing. It's like, I think that there's almost a spectrum. So if you put Ron on one side and Hermione on the other side, it's like, so often, I think where my argument against their pairing comes from, it's like you can say opposites attract, but like their ideals feel pretty far apart most of the time.
Do you think so?
Well, I mean, that's like what I think the general argument here is, that like Hermione wants to like free all the house elves, without their consent or something.
Right.
And Ron's sort of like, I don't think you can do that. And then on the flip side, Hermione's like, threatening Fred and George with contacting Molly or whatever. And right. I think like you have a little bit of the sorting out the priorities situation where I feel like Ron needs to become more responsible, like kind of meet Hermione in the middle, and Hermione probably needs to ease up a little bit.
Right. I mean, it's like the Fred and George thing. It's like they're not like, they're definitely in like a morally gray area.
Sure.
But it's like Ron, I think Ron, well, for one, he just doesn't want to confront his brothers, for one. But at the same rate, I think Ron can look at it and be like, they're not like yes, no, they shouldn't, but like also they're not doing anything like actually harmful.
Right.
Like we know them, like they're not gonna do that,
Right.
Like it's not that they should be doing it, but they're not like actually hurting anyone, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what I'm trying to make the argument here though is that like in their journey towards each other, I feel like Ron's trying to, or they're trying to meet each other in the middle. And the moment when Hermione will finally kiss Ron in Deathly Hallows is when they're like preparing the castle, they're readying, all the battlements and everything. And Ron's like, we got to go get in touch with the house elves. And Hermione's like, what? You think we should get them fighting for us? And Ron's like, no, we need to get them to escape or something like that. However it ends up going. Hermione like drops all the basilisk's fangs and kisses him. And Harry's like, now is this the moment?
Yeah.
And Ron's like, well, if not now, then when, mate?
Yeah.
The point being though, that like when Hermione finally is sort of like, okay, I'm going to kiss him, it's because he's like putting the responsible measure first.
Right.
And it's like, I think that's almost like the journey that needs to happen there for this pairing to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what's missing though. It's like, I think that's why I'm always like, so like, I don't see it. It's that they seem too far apart.
Oh, okay.
I think that's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, especially when Luna's right there,
Well, yeah. And Harry.
Yeah. Right there. Like Harry and Hermione already pretty aligned.
Right.
Most of the time, right?
Most of the time, yeah.
Most of the time.
Right.
Yeah. I know. But then, yeah, you've got Hermione here trying to trick the house elves into setting themselves free when they might not want to. And it is an interesting thing because Hermione is like, well, of course they want to be free. But it's like Hermione's definitely has her heart in the right place in this situation here. Like she has their best interest at heart, but she's like taking it upon herself to tell them what is best for them rather than like asking them what they want.
Yeah, and it's like you you're exactly right. Like it's like she has asserted that she knows like what's best for them, and if she disrupts their life as they know it in a way that doesn't have like a plan forward or even like their own motivations in mind, then it's kind of like you might just leave them in like a sea of unknown.
Right.
You know, and it's like then they're going to be like misplaced. It's almost like you need to use like what she needs is almost like somebody like Dobby who she can work with and stand before the government and advocate for the rights of. And then Dobby is actively working to figure out like where and how other house elves can, you know, figure out society.
Right.
Although I don't know how to solve this problem. I mean, you know.
No, I don't know how to solve this problem either. But like if, you know, if for example, you thought like, you know what, cows shouldn't be domesticated. They should just be wild cows.
Oh,
you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, and you were like tricking cows out of their fences. It's not like setting the cows free is going to be good for them. You know?
Well, that's true.
Like,
yeah.
maybe not that they're not going to be good either way, but like that cow's no better off. You know?
Well, right. Like it's not going to go like wander off into the forest and frolic around forever and be happy that
and
it's
like
a free
become
cow.
a nice wild cow.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yes.
He's just going to die.
Yes, it is unfortunately already been domesticated.
Right.
In that particular capacity. This is like, yeah, anyway. So that's that. So
That's
Hermione
that.
has started her quest towards freeing all the house elves.
Right. Yes, she has. And then, you know, Ron, like at least like clears off the debris so they're not accidentally freeing themselves without, you know, meaning to. Let's see. Oh, and then Hermione leaves, so they can't do the homework. So Ron's like, well, I don't know what we're going to do now. Have you got a clue what you're supposed to do with moonstones? And I'm like, date them, Ron. Duh. Okay. Right.
Oh, Luna. Yeah.
Luna.
I got you. I got you. I was like, I see. Yeah, because Luna. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Luna stones.
Luna stones.
I
It
like
even
it.
sounds like lunar. Obviously, that's the point. Okay. Anyway. Luna stones.
It sounds like an Australian person saying lunar stones.
You want some Luna stones?
Luna stones.
Yeah.
we are like so just. I don't even know. Is today our A game? It might not be.
No, we're doing great, man.
Okay.
This is a tremendous episode.
All right.
Anyway, Harry and Ron are like, you know what? Without Hermione, we just can't even do it. So even though they definitely need to do their homework, they are out of there. They don't do it.
They don't do it. Yeah. It's knowing perfectly well that he would regret not finishing his homework tonight. When the morning came, he piled his books back into his bag. I'm going to bed too. And then this is another one of those Seamus moments. He passed Seamus on the way to the door. Let me try that again. He passed Seamus on the way to the door leading to the dormitories, but did not look at him. Harry had a fleeting impression that Seamus had opened his mouth to speak, but sped up and reached the soothing piece of the stone spiral staircase without having to endure any more provocation. And
the soothing piece of the stone spiral staircase.
Yeah. I could just be like a calming mantra.
Yeah.
The soothing piece of the stone spiral staircase. The soothing piece of the stone spiral staircase.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's gonna be like my new like one-off is I'm just gonna like try to say like soothing things in like a deep voice.
Okay, do it. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it'll probably take
Start
off.
working that in.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Okay.
The point is though, is I think that Seamus probably tried to open his mouth to have a more real conversation with Harry here. That's my take. I don't think that he was about to bait him.
No, I don't think he was either. I think he was about to be like, is what you said numbered as class real, Harry?
Right. Exactly. Yes. Seamus is like, it's like you can tell all of his good intentions are running into the wall that is his parents' belief.
Well, it's like because he wants to believe Harry, but right now he's more angry at him than anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
But either way, the following day, Hermione notes the hats have all gone. Seems the house elves do want their freedom after all, which is great for her to believe. But in the meantime, it's just Dobby, and he's taking all of them.
It is. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Also, this is just a fun little line for trivia's sake, but they may not count as clothes. They didn't look anything like hats to me, more like woolly bladders. So anyway.
Hermione did not speak to him all morning.
Yeah. I could see that.
More like woolly bladders. That's hilarious. Wouldn't that be funny if it's like that literally was the case? It was just like, this is just more trash, you know? Someone left their knitting supplies out.
Oh, right. It's like it literally doesn't magically qualify as clothes because of how poorly executed they are.
Right, yes.
That would be wild.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible.
Right.
Let's see. Then we get to Professor Flitwick, who says, in the meantime, we'll be working harder than ever to ensure that you all do justice to yourselves. So this is, if you go back to the last chapter where Harry had all of his worst teachers in a row, this is like when he's finally getting to like the better teachers here. But as far as I can tell, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout are the only teachers who do any teaching.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that contrast is built in on purpose. But yeah, I think that McGonagall's class in particular was the one that I had a bunch of notes on because there's two different layers of stark contrast going on here. Because she's going to start by saying, without serious, you cannot pass an OWL without serious application, practice, and study. So it's like, this is like the exact opposite of what
Snape says.
No, of what Umbridge said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So study certainly, I guess, is what Umbridge is asserting, but the application and practice are the opposite of like wands away.
Right.
You know, so there's that. But then on the other side, then we have, I see no reason why everyone in this class should not achieve an OWL in Transfiguration as long as they put in the work. Neville made a sad little, disbelieving noise. Yes, you too, Longbottom. And so that's the stark contrast to Snape, who's basically just like, I envy the day when I don't have to see most of your faces,
right?
You know, especially you, Longbottom,
right?
And so yeah, it's like this is clearly McGonagall just being like such a better instructor to young minds.
Yes, I mean, then she even follows it up saying, "There's nothing wrong with your work except lack of confidence," which is worth noting just because. Neville is about to get droves of confidence as the year plays out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's also another thing with Neville that I'm sure we'll bring up later as well, but he will end up breaking his wand in this book. And one of the things that we talk about with Ron's first wand is that it's a hand-me-down wand from Bill.
Yeah.
And it is like that exact terrible combination of like ash and unicorn hair or something, which is like the single worst hand-me-down wand you could have.
Right.
And on the same token, you've got a situation with Neville where it's like, I suspect his gran is trying to honor his father by granting Neville his father's wand, but it's almost like that wand is like the shadow under which Neville has to live. And so whether it is also ash and unicorn hair, I don't think is ever explicitly said, but it is something that like Neville needs to like overcome. Like he needs to become a wizard of his own, which he does do. Yeah. And then once he does, Neville's quite formidable.
Yes, he is. And he gets his new wand the following year, which is made out of cherry wood.
Yes.
Which we have a whole video about Neville's second wand and how it like represents like the Bushido code of the samurai or something.
Yes.
I forget all the exact details of that, but
but long story long, he will eventually use a sword to cut off the head of evil.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He uses a sword.
Right.
Yes. So check that out. Neville is a samurai. Great one. Great one.
It is a good one.
Yep. Let's see. Harry, despite being good at the summoning charms, is not as good at the vanishing spells they have to do. Only Hermione is able to do it. Surprise, surprise. You never hear about anyone doing good in class except Hermione.
It's true.
Yeah.
And she does earn 10 points for Gryffindor because of that. And then it's like, then we're going to head from Transfiguration out to Grubbly Plank's class for care of magical creatures.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's a good teacher too.
Oh, Grubbly Plank?
Yes.
Yes, she is indeed. She is indeed. Yep. Despite Harry and Ron's determination for her not to be.
Yes.
which I also think comes up rather amusingly. Yeah, so we make our way out to Grubbly Planks, where she is going to be teaching them about bowtruckles. And this is like a similar like little section of class here where Hermione is going to have a whole bunch of information and earn just a whole bunch of points for Gryffindor right out the back. The bowtruckles, unlike a lot of the other things that we end up learning about, don't seem like they ever, at least within the Harry Potter saga, have like a major payoff.
No, not really. I mean, of course, in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt has a bowtruckle. Pickett, that's like the little twig guy who lives in his pocket and can pick locks. Pick it.
Pick it.
Otherwise, all you really learn about them is that they live in like wand wood bearing trees, which I suppose is interesting to know that like there are certain trees that have like wand quality wood, as opposed to just like, it's not like any tree will do, or perhaps some are more suited than others.
Right. Yeah. And maybe there's even just a little bit of like a little mini lesson, just simply in the fact that it's like the wand bearing wood trees are the habitat of the bowtruckles, and therefore if you were to take something from the tree, you should at least grant them the gesture of providing them like with a meal in exchange for taking from their tree, which is just maybe basic common manners or respect, something that feels like is otherwise missing from lots of arenas in the wizarding world.
Right. Yeah.
So
there's that. But let's see. We also get sorry.
Oh, it's okay. One of the lines I really love from the Jim Dale delivery is talking about the dangerous nature of their fingers. That is the bowtruckles, because they're quite sharp. It says, if angered, they will gouge out human eyes with their fingers, which, as you can see, are very sharp and not at all desirable near the eyeballs.
You don't say.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, kind of how you don't really ever want anything too sharp near your eyeball in general, I would say.
Right.
Yeah, and I like that their lesson here is they have to draw a sketch of it. So it's like also sort of art lesson, you know?
I like that.
Yeah.
I wondered about that actually as I was reading this piece of the chapter. I was like, should more classes, because so many textbooks have diagrams of things that you're learning about. And it's almost like the diagram is one thing, but like would interacting with it help you like that much more? Like say you're studying like ants, like an ant hill or an ant colony or something like that. Like if there was like a little like ant colony and you could go up and it's like, draw a picture, like look as carefully as possible, capture as many details as you can about the ants. And it's like, oh yeah, they do have those like little antenna on there. Okay, that's kind of interesting. And okay, how many legs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 legs. It's like, okay, it's like the 6 legs. That defines the fact that this is an insect, because insects have 6 legs. The antenna, that is how they like determine their surroundings. Like,
right.
The way in which they move, it's like, it's almost like once you've drawn it, it gives you like a better reason to remember it.
Yeah. Maybe we should draw more things.
Maybe we should.
Right. Well, start doing it.
Right. That's that.
Okay.
The other thing that I feel like is always a big commonality with charismatical creatures lessons is Malfoy just always seems to have just absolute free reign over taunting the Gryffindors.
I know. No one ever stops him.
And it's like the frequency at which Harry will say anything in response and always gets caught in the process by McGonagall or Snape or someone else. It's just like, come on, some other teacher rein in Draco.
Like Draco is like the art of taunting is like he is good at it.
He is good at it.
He knows. Like he's like the taunt isn't even. It's like he's not really saying anything in particular. Like, I mean, he's saying mean things about Hagrid usually, but it's like it doesn't even matter. The point isn't to say mean things about Hagrid. The point is to get Harry to react.
Exactly. Yeah. He's just poking a bear.
Yeah.
Or in this case, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Getting ready to explode.
That's it.
As usual.
But yes, it was maybe the great stupid oaf's got himself badly injured.
Yeah. Maybe you will if you don't shut up, said Harry.
Man, that was out of his mouth, so he's not going to get caught with that one.
Right.
But then this is like one of those things where it is pretty frustrating, especially if you're Harry. Maybe he's been messing with stuff that's too big for him, if you get my drift. And this is like a really good button to push, and it's not even clear whether or not Draco knows how effective it could be. Because what this is demonstrating is like Harry's just immediately like, did Malfoy know something? Like his father was, after all, a Death Eater. What if he had information about Hagrid's fate that had not yet reached the Order's ears? And it's like, this sucks, because this is almost like Draco is more well-informed about Harry's own friend than Harry is.
I mean, and it's like, it says, did Malfoy know something? The answer is yes, he does know exactly what's up.
Yes.
And it's like, you can see then the contrast between like Harry's experience at Hogwarts so far and how his year's going versus Malfoy's, because Harry's constant like source of frustration is lack of accessible information.
Right.
Like he doesn't get to know what the Order's doing. No one will tell him where Hagrid is. But Draco, on the other hand, he has a free line of information at his fingertips whenever. And it's like Harry is actually the one who needs the information to like make informed decisions, but it's going to be his constant lack of information that's going to make him go do crazy things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then here's Draco, and it's just like, yeah, I know what Hagrid's doing. He's off trying to convince giants to join Dumbledore, but it's not going to work because the Death Eaters are going to get them instead. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. But you could just see how that would cause Harry's blood to boil.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So Harry goes and tries to, confer with Ron and Hermione about like, oh, what do you think that means? And they're all just like trying to placate him and say, no, Dumbledore would know if something happened to Hagrid. Don't worry. It's just Malfoy. It's playing into his hands to look worried. It tells him we don't know exactly what's going on. It's like, yeah, like clearly you don't know what's going on, It's like, so we got to ignore you, or we've got to ignore him. Harry, here, hold the bow truckle for a moment just so I can draw his face. And it's like, you can see also why Harry is frustrated here because like to him, this is like breaking news that like, oh my gosh, there's like, what is like, someone knows what Hagrid's up to.
Right.
Like we could figure it out. And Hermione cares more about like the lesson that's happening in front of her.
Right. Right. Yep. And I almost even wonder if on some level that's where like little stick figure like creatures being the thing that they're studying that day is almost like it, like just by the very nature of what they are small. And so like for Harry, it's like, this is a small problem in comparison to our big friend who is in danger.
Right.
And big by means of like half giant.
Right.
So it's like they are very opposite one another. Bowtruckles and Rubeus Hagrid.
Yes. Very, very different creatures all around.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, then Malfoy continues and he's just sort of like, even if that overgrown moron does show back up, he'll probably be sent packing straight away. Ouch. Harry had gripped the bowtruckle so hard that it almost snapped it, and it had taken great retaliatory swipe at his hand with its sharp fingers, leaving 2 long, deep cuts there.
Yeah, that's a little bit of foreshadowing for the rest of the chapter right there.
It is.
Yeah.
Harry's hands don't fare well.
Bad chapter for Harry's hands.
That's it.
Maybe the worst.
Maybe literally the worst. Well, there was the one with Lockhart with the bones.
Well, he did lose all the bones in the one arm.
Yeah. There was that. So I guess it all, it's like potato.
Potato. Who's really the worst defense against the dark arts teacher, right? It's Umbridge.
Yeah. It always is. Mm-hmm. Always will be. Let's see here. So then the bowtruckle sets off at a full sprint towards the forest. This is like one of those weird little things. This is like a detail in books where it's sort of like, I'm like, oh no, now we're short of bowtruckle.
I know, like what?
Yeah, it's like I'm almost surprised like Grubbo Plank doesn't like give him like detention.
Yeah, right. It's like, excuse me,
Potter, you just lost me one of my bowtruckles.
I know. Do you think like Hermione tried to run it down but couldn't keep up?
Yes.
Oh, good. I couldn't catch him, Harry. Now I'm gonna draw it. Gotta start over. Get a new one.
Can't catch an 8-inch stick man.
Yeah.
That's great.
Man. Oh boy. Anyway, Hermione reminds him that, don't go picking a row with Malfoy. Don't forget he's a prefect now. He can make life difficult for you. That is super duper true. And he is going to be more than a prefect by the end of the year because he'll be on the Inquisitorial squad and he'll immediately make life really terrible for them. And then sure enough, when they actually do get into a row next year when they're dueling, the consequences for Harry are quite bad when he uses Sectum Sempra on him.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Because it nearly kills him.
It does nearly kill him. Yeah.
And fortunately, the person who ends up appearing on the scene is Snape, who invented the spell and is therefore able to actually fix it.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, then I do like this line from Harry because he's just getting very frustrated and he's kind of snapping at Hermione again and all that type of stuff. And he does finally just say, I just wish Hagrid would hurry up and get back. That's all, said Harry in a low voice. And I think it's true. I think like for Harry, Hagrid is just sort of this like, pylon of like reliability for him at Hogwarts. It's somewhere where he can go escape. He can leave the castle. He can go to Hagrid's hut. They can have tea together and just gossip and talk and do whatever.
Right.
He's just a kind, smiling face who wants to see him.
Right. Just a giant, safe place to be.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so Harry's got like, don't say that Grubbly Plank woman's a better teacher, he added threateningly. And of course, Hermione responds, I wasn't going to, said Hermione, calmly.
I literally did the same thing. Yeah, it says, I wasn't going to, said Hermione calmly, and I wrote screamed.
Yeah. We all know what it meant. Yeah.
Because she'll never be as good as Hagrid, said Harry firmly, fully aware of the fact that he just experienced an exemplary care of magical creatures lesson and was thoroughly annoyed about it.
Such a great sentence, you know?
It is indeed. It is indeed. Yep. Let's see here. So then we're making our way, back towards school, and we run into Luna, who is going to be like,
yay!
I believe he who must not be named is back, and I believe you fought him and escaped from him.
Heck yeah, Luna.
That's right. And Harry's like, right. Luna was sitting with what looked to be a pair of orange radishes for earrings.
Yeah.
So this is sort of like, oh, great. Okay, I've got someone on my side, but I wish it was anyone else.
Do you think? Okay, I also want to point out that when they run into him, it says, hi, but when and it says, Luna Lovegood emerged, trailing behind the rest of the class, a smudge of earth on her nose. Did you know?
Yeah. You got a little dirt on your nose.
Did you know? Yeah.
Did you know?
It's right there.
Yeah.
I wish Ron had pointed it out. That'd have been great.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
Oh, that would be so good. Okay.
bad.
That would
Too bad.
be, you know what? HBO people, if you just want to throw in like one non-canon line in that scene right there, Ron could just be like, you have a bit of dirt there. Did you know?
Yeah.
And it would be like, oh.
Yeah.
We would all stand and cheer and clap.
We'd be like, yeah, you did it.
You did the thing. You listened to us. We make all these recommendations, and I'm sure I'm going to forget all of them. And then like someday, like the show will be coming out, and I'm like, oh, that was a good idea.
Yeah. Like, hey, they did a thing.
They did the thing.
I don't think that happened in the book. Huh? Weird.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
What a choice.
What a choice. It's like what Hermione says to Ron on the train when they first meet, you know?
Right. Yeah. Oh, so clever.
Yeah.
And then somebody would be like, you guys said that.
You
said
guys
that.
suggested it. Yeah.
There you go. And then Luna chimes in though when she's like, you can laugh, because I think people are laughing at Luna, but Luna thinks they're laughing at what she said.
Right. They're laughing at her earrings.
That's right.
Yeah.
And she says, but people used to believe there were no such things as blibbering humdingers or the crumpled-horn snorkack.
Yeah.
Of which there are no such thing. But I also think it's funny that she brings up the blibbering humdinger, because that is the thing that Luna will eventually point out in the flaw in the plan to give Harry a distraction to leave all the attention of the Great Hall.
Yeah.
She like looks out the window and she's like, ooh, look, a blibbering humdinger.
And everyone's like, what? Where?
No way. Y'all believe Luna now. She's like a lieutenant.
Exactly. Lieutenant Luna.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
It's alliterative. That's how you know it's good.
Exactly. But yeah, that she says that, but like everyone, like they're laughing in her earrings. Then Hermione's going to snap back and be like, well, they were right, weren't they? There aren't such thing as blibbering humdingers and crumpled-horn snorkax. And I'm like, guys, you just came from like a herbology class where like there are screaming like plant mandrake babies. There's like floating plums. Like you study magical plants all the time. And the weird thing is that she has radish earrings. Like you just came from a class where you're studying like stick people, and you learned about unicorns, and like you had blast-ended scroots last year, an animal that didn't exist until last year. And the thing you're laughing at is crumpled-horn snorkax and blibbering humdingers. Like, who's to say they don't exist?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It is such senseless like mockery in a world where the fantastic is real.
I know. And that's the thing. Yeah. Is that like, I drew like a little diagram on one of my pages for the like Ron and Hermione middle ground situation. So it's sort of like, they need to meet in the middle. And you have a line here where Hermione's going to say, oh, for heaven's sake, Harry, you could do better than her.
How dare you?
Which, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, jealous much?
Third of all, exactly what I...
Yeah. Third of all, I think that Luna and Hermione similarly like have a middle ground that they need to find, like in terms of how they both interact. Because part of me almost even thinks like by the time Luna's like, look, a blibbering humdinger, like I almost think like at that point Luna is like, yeah, I get it. That's not probably real. Like,
right.
She's just trying to distract people. She's using it like as a ploy. But I think that's where like Luna could probably stand a little bit to like inch more towards the middle, and Hermione could also probably stand to inch a little bit more towards the middle.
Indeed. Yeah. And of course, like Hermione is going to exist in the other corner of our little like character development sheet there, where you've got lawful evil and chaotic good on opposite corners. If you just move up from into a third corner, you would then have like lawful good, which is very Hermione.
Very Hermione, indeed.
Yeah.
So Hermione is like got the lawfulness, which actually technically is paired with Umbridge, but she is the complete opposite and good version of that affiliation.
Right. Exactly. And then of course, if you want to go to chaotic evil, then you've got like Bellatrix down there.
Oh yeah. Just sort of like a literal loose cannon.
Right.
Like, you don't know where it's gonna shoot.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, then you're gonna have Ernie Macmillan step forward.
Oh, yay.
So I feel like a lot of what we have going on here is just like early DA development.
Yep.
Like as much as we spent a lot of like the first couple of chapters back at Hogwarts getting like the argument with Seamus and like Hermione saying like, oh yes, Lavender's a little unsure as well. It's like now you've got Luna coming forth being like, I do believe you. And it's sort of like, okay, well, it's like, it's Luna, which is, it's hard to know how to feel about that. But now we have Ernie, who is, a prefect from Hufflepuff, basically being like, I want you to know, Potter, that it's not just weirdos who support you. I personally believe you 100%. My family have always stood firm behind Dumbledore, and so do I.
Yeah, well, good. I mean, good for Ernie. Great voice, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I like this is like a good turnaround for Ernie, because back in Chamber of Secrets, he was the one sort of like smearing Harry after the dueling club and being like, I've told Justin he needs to stay in the common room or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But in this particular case, it seems like it does actually, despite the fact that Ernie can be a little bit pompous, Harry did appreciate the vote of confidence from somebody who is not wearing radishes in their ears. Again, just really doesn't seem that weird.
Yeah. Doesn't seem that weird. Also, if we want to go back up to where Luna was, where Hermione's complaining about her, she says, Ginny's told me all about her. Apparently, she'll only believe in things as long as there's no proof at all. And it's like, what an odd thing to mock her for when that's exactly what Harry's battling right now. It's like, he doesn't have proof that Voldemort's back.
Oh,
like,
you're so right.
Cedric's dead.
Right.
So there's that. But like, he doesn't have proof that Voldemort's back. He just needs people to believe him based on that.
Right.
And it's like, that's exactly what Luna does.
You're so right. Oh, that's such a good catch. And it feels like a much more prominent line now that you point it out, because because it's like Hermione trusts Harry, and therefore she's like on his side of things. But this almost would suggest that if Hermione was not close with Harry, that she would be right in there with the fold pretty much with everybody else.
Right, because there's no proof.
Because there's no proof.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other half of that is that sentence, I feel like, is a little like oxymoronic. It's like, she'll only believe in things if there's no proof at all. But it's like, on the flip side of that, if there's proof, you're not really believing in it. You're just accepting it. Belief is like trusting without proof.
Yeah, belief, right? I think comes with, and I think the exact key word there is trust.
Right.
It's like, and that's what's missing from the equation. And so in this particular instance, I think really what's going on is that like, it's not like that Luna only believes in things where there's no proof. She believes in things that her father tells her is real, and she has a close relationship with her father, and she trusts him.
Right.
So it's like, Xenophilius might be a little, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but like Luna is like, she just looks up to him, and it's like, that's not an uncommon thing to do.
Right.
So.
Right. And it's not, I'm not even sure it's like a necessary, like a confirmed, like it. I mean, I think they do believe like Crumplehorn Snorkax are real and Bilbring Humdingers or whatever, but it's like their attitude is not like we believe they're real. It's like, we don't have reason to believe they're not.
Right. Right. Yes. And probably on some level too, because they'll end up selling the Quibbler article somewhere, and with all the money that they get from that, they go on like a Crumplehorn Snorkax finding mission.
Right. Yes.
So like even that, like as like a father to a daughter, it's sort of like one of those things where it's sort of like, you give me the opportunity to just like go on an adventure with my daughter. It's like, yes, I want to do that.
Yes. And then the ultimate big irony with all of it is that like, despite the Crumplehorn Snorkax, like, probably not being real, is that their belief in it is such that Xenophilius buys the Erumpent horn under the belief that it is the Crumplehorn Snorkax horn.
Right.
And so that misguided belief is the very thing that Harry, Ron, and Hermione end up using to escape the Love Goods.
Right.
Like later
You're right.
on.
You're absolutely right.
You know?
Yeah.
That's how they get away.
So it ends up working out in the end.
Right. Exactly.
Yes, yeah. Believe in the things that seem unbelievable every once in a while, and maybe you'll get something out of that.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Man,
Yay, Luna.
I'm so glad you brought up that line because I don't think I caught the full meaning of it, but you're absolutely correct. That's very good.
Yeah. So just more, and that's just, continues to paint Luna as this like opposite driving force. And you're going to get a lot less of Luna than you get of Umbridge in this book.
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of Umbridge, and Luna will pop up here and there, but it's like whenever she pops up, you only like a few of her little bright spots here and there. And like even when she shows up with the Quibbler, like she's like the avenue Hermione uses to get Rita's like story published, but it's like a massive blow.
Oh yeah.
Against the regime.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so then as we scoot forward a little bit, it says as Harry was starving, and he had his first detention with Umbridge at 5 o'clock. He headed straight for dinner without dropping off his bag at Gryffindor Tower, so he could
5 o'clock, people.
5 o'clock, 5 so that he could bolt something down before facing whatever it was she had in store with him. He had barely reached the engine hall, however, when he heard a loud and angry voice. "Oi, Potter!"
Oi!
"What now?" he muttered, turning to face Angelina Johnson, who looked as though she was in a towering temper. "I'll tell you what now," she said. "How come you've landed yourself in detention for 5 o'clock on Friday?" "What?" said Harry. "Oh, what? Oh, yeah, keep a tryouts." Now he remembers, snarled Angelina. "Didn't I tell you I wanted to do a tryout with the whole team and find someone that fitted in with everyone? Didn't I tell you I booked the Quidditch pitch specifically?"
And now you've decided you're not going to be there? It's like, no, that is not what I decided.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Right. "I didn't decide not to be there. I got detention from that Umbridge woman just because I told the truth about you-know-who."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, Angelina's like, "Look, I don't care. Tell her who's a figment of your imagination if you like. Just make sure you're out there. It's not about truth and lies, Harry. It's about Quidditch."
It's about truth.
It's about truth.
Yeah.
McGonagall and Angelina, like they're not quite getting it.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's about
not.
keeping your head down. It's about winning at Quidditch.
Right. No. Wrong.
Harry's like, there's one thing it's about, and one thing only.
Winning against Voldemort.
Against Voldemort. Yeah.
That's so funny. But I do like the line here that I think we better check with Puddlemere United whether Oliver Wood's been killed during a training session because she seems to be channeling his spirit, which it does sound exactly like Oliver Wood here.
It does.
Because we talked a lot about like Oliver Wood and how like aggressive he is as like a Quidditch captain at times, where he's just sort of like bypassing all the other like very important things.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing a little bit more of that.
Yep. Yes, we are. It being the captain goes. It messes with your brain.
It does. It does.
A lot of responsibility.
Right.
Yeah. But then, they say, what do you reckon are the odds of Umbridge letting you off on Friday? Definitely less than 0. That's a fact. You got that right. It says, better try though, hadn't I? I'll offer to do 2 more detentions or something. I don't know. He swallowed a mouthful of potato because, of course, Gryffindors love potatoes. I know, like, you guys think we were just making this up and like joke about it. It's in the book so much.
It is in the book so much. This is like one of those things I think is so funny because I feel like people are like, you guys get really fixated on the potato thing. It's like, that's because it's there.
It's there. Okay.
I literally wrote,
I don't know what to tell you.
He swallowed a mouthful of potato. I just wrote classic.
Classic Harry. Because it is.
Because it is.
Yep.
Oh man. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. But yeah, so then they're going through like all the crazy amounts of homework that they have going on. You've got to do vanishing spells, counter charms for Flitwick, the Bowtruckle drawing, dream diary for Trelawney, and then Ron moans for some reason and looked up at the ceiling. And it looks like it's going to rain. And Hermione's like, what's that got to do with our homework? And it's like, nothing, said Ron. And it's like, once again, it's like he wants to practice for Quidditch tryouts.
Yeah.
And once again, he's doing this thing where it's just sort of like, like it's going to rain.
Yeah.
And it's like, and no one will push the subject.
No one will push it at all. I know. And it's also like, what a snippy response from Hermione here too. It's just sort of like, because adding it's going to rain, like the most classic joke in all of like movies and cartoons ever is, at least things can't get any worse. It's raining.
It's raining.
Right. And it's raining is just like, we've got we've got to finish 3 reports by the end of the week. We've got to send 9 emails, develop 5 products, and it's raining. And it's raining.
It's
raining.
Yeah.
Does the rain have anything to do with the work you have to do? No, but it is raining, and that's like I can't even look forward to going outside.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. As simple as that. As simple as that.
Right. Like it's just like that. That's such a common complaint.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, then we're going to jump forward again because at 5 to 5, Harry bade the other 2 goodbye and set out for Umbridge's office on the 3rd floor, which is interesting. The 3rd floor corridor, you think?
3rd floor corridor in the Fluffy's old stomping grounds.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that'd be so funny.
That would be funny if they're like, if Dumbledore was sort of like, yeah, I'm going to put you in an office with a trap door.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll fall in it.
Maybe you will.
Maybe the venomous, or not venomous tacula. What is the other plant that's down there?
The Devil's Snare.
The Devil's Snare. Yeah, maybe the Devil's Snare's still there.
Maybe it's there. Interestingly, it's because Harry gets in there and says he had known this office under 3 of its previous occupants, and those are going to be Lockhart, Lupin, and Moody.
Yeah.
So is it possible that that it is like there and Quirrell's office was not?
Well, it's so funny you bring that up because I was like, oh, it's true. I guess he never really goes to Quirrell's office, which is, I guess, like a fine explanation. Like he just, he was, he had to do detention with Lockhart, which we know because he's like signing. That's like what he's doing when he hears the basilisk in the pipes. Lupin, he's just friends with. So he goes and he also does the Patronus lessons in there. And then Moody, same thing. He goes and has like a couple like one-on-one conversations with him about how to get past the dragon.
Right.
And then ultimately also when he transforms back into Barty Crouch Jr. But you're right. Like it is almost like, what if the 3rd floor corridor that where Fluffy is like they were using it because it was sort of like, well, this used to be the DADA classroom,
Right.
What better spot to protect something?
Exactly.
Specifically the dark arts trying to break in.
I know. And it's like you'd think because Quirrell spends a lot of that year like trying to orchestrate situations where he can go like investigate the Fluffy chamber.
Right.
Like that's why he lets the troll in so we can go try and get past Fluffy.
Right.
Right. Like that's a huge event he has to wrangle because like the 3rd floor corridor is like a no-go spot. But if his classroom is on the 3rd floor, like it wouldn't be that hard for him to be like passing by. So I don't think Quirrell's classroom was in the typical DADA classroom.
How about that?
I think so. Even if it's not being taught in the Fluffy chamber, which would just be great. And I hope that's the case.
Right.
But even if it's not, I think Quirrell's classroom could not have been on the 3rd floor because then it wouldn't have been that hard for him to constantly be checking in on this situation with Fluffy.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. So just new headcanon that doesn't impact anything. Why not? Let's take it.
Because Dumbledore is even like, keep an eye on Quirrell, won't you? It's like Dumbledore knows. He's like, yeah, I'm going to put your office way far away.
But we're going to fix that.
We're going to fix that.
It used to be exactly where it shouldn't be. So now it's over here instead. Yeah. Anyway, so we're getting a description of just the absolutely just awful, space in her decor style. The surfaces had all been draped in lacy covers and cloths. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each residing on its own doily. And on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a large technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck.
Technicolored. What a muggle word.
What a muggle word. It's even capitalized.
It is.
Like as a brand.
It's a brand. Yeah. Like coming to you live in Technicolor,
Kitten plates.
Ugh.
Yeah. Miserable. Absolutely miserable.
It is. And do you think the thing is, it's that like in like on their own or anything, like doilies wouldn't be such like a bad thing.
No.
Potpourris, not such a bad thing.
Right.
But it's like all of this together in this thing is because of possibly that paragraph has become like the most like uncomfortable, cringy thing ever.
Yeah, right. It's a rather potent paragraph.
It is.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. It definitely paints a scene for us that none of us want anything to do with.
Nothing.
So all those people in the world who had their collections of Technicolored kitten plates were sort of like, well, that's the end of that.
Well, no, hey, wait a minute.
It's like don't rope me in with her.
Feel a little singled out.
Oh man. Good evening, Mr. Potter.
Oh, it is not going to be a good evening.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Harry says evening. And I'm surprised that she doesn't make him say, no, that won't do.
I know. I'm kind of surprised at that too.
Yeah. But yeah, so he sits down and he says, Professor Umbridge, before I wanted to ask you a favor. Her bulging eyes narrowed. I drew a picture.
Yeah. It's a good picture.
Thanks. Yeah, bulging eyes.
Bulging eyes.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and I was supposed to be at tryouts for the new keeper at 5 o'clock on Friday, and I was wondering whether I could detention that night and do it another night instead.
Yeah. I feel like you did not think out the strategy very much. I definitely wouldn't have mentioned at all why you wanted to miss it.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Choose something else. Don't be like thing I want to do versus thing I don't want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, know who you're dealing with, Harry. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Read the room.
Read the room.
Oh no, said Umbridge, smiling so wildly that she looked as though she just swallowed a particularly juicy fly. Oh no. This is your punishment for spreading evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, Mr. Potter.
Evil?
Evil.
I mean, like, there could be, you could believe that they're like attention seeking or whatever, but like, I don't know what he has said that is evil.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yep. No, you'll come here at 5 o'clock tomorrow and the next day and on Friday too. And you'll do your detentions as planned. I think it is rather a good thing that you are missing something you really want to do. It ought to reinforce the lesson I am trying to teach you.
I hate her.
I do. I know.
That's literally, that's all I wrote. I just wrote, I hate her.
Yeah. The worst. It's just like, Harry felt blood surge to his head and start thumping a thumping noise in his ears. So he told evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, did he? And it's like, sure enough, this is exactly what McGonagall was talking about. It's like, she's baiting him.
Yeah, absolutely.
She is trying to get him to blow up.
Right. But it's like, it's a win-win because either he blows up and that's what she wants, or he remains calm and it appears her lesson has worked.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So she's kind of got him in a little bit of checkmate here. So she even says, there, said Umbridge sweetly, we're getting better at controlling our temper now, aren't we? It's like, hey.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that.
Yeah. Doing lines. And she's like, not with that quill. You were going to use a rather special one of mine. Here you are. And the description that we get is a long, thin, black quill with an unusually sharp point.
This is so illegal. Like, there's no way it's not.
It super is.
It's super.
It's basically like handing him a scalpel and just literally asking him to cut into himself.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Because and she says, I want you to write, I must not tell lies. And Harry's like, how many times? As long as it takes for the message to sink in.
Nasty pun.
Nasty pun indeed. Yeah. Off you go. And then it gets worse. You haven't given me any ink, he said. Oh, you won't need ink. There's that like merest suggestion of a laugh in her voice.
That sentence right there, it's like, because she's taking pleasure in the pain of others.
Right. And like what we were talking about is that this whole scene starts at 5 p.m. and it's going to go on for so long.
Until after midnight is how long he's going to be doing this. That is over 7 hours.
Yes.
That is bananas.
It's bananas. It's like you were talking about, like for her even, just for her just to sit in the room and do whatever the heck it is she's doing while he's doing this is almost a full-blown work day.
A full work day of just sitting there for the sole enjoyment of watching a teenager scratch his hand.
Right. Yep.
I mean, 7 hours.
7 hours. Yeah. And so Harry goes, he starts writing, he lets out a gasp of pain. At the same time, the words that appeared on the back of Harry's right hand cut into his own skin as though traced there by a scalpel. So there's
there
the
you
line.
go. Yep.
Harry looked around at Umbridge. She was watching him, her wide toad-like smile stretched. Wow. Let me try that again. She was watching him, her wide toad-like mouth stretched in a smile. Yes.
And he's like, nothing. He's like, so now the war begins. The private battle of wills. That is Harry refusing to flinch as he cuts himself over and over and over.
Yeah.
With his own blood. And
so finally it says, come here, she said, after what seemed hours. And it's like, it's funny that it even says what seemed hours because it is hours.
Yeah.
So it was, we're going to see on the very next page. Harry extended it. He repressed a shudder as she touched him with her thick, stubby fingers on which she wore a number of ugly old rings.
Right. It's probably worth noting, too, that she touches him here and it does not burn his scar.
Yes, I think that's the really big thing. So we needed, because that's going to happen later, and Harry's going to be like, whoa, like, what's going on? Like, is it possible that like there's like Voldemort magic going on here? And there's not. It just happens to be a coincidence that the next time they make contact, Harry does feel something in his scar. So this moment is here so that you can know in the next moment that actually, even though Harry believes that could be true, and even though we would like to believe that's true, it's actually not.
Right. But Umbridge is not happy with how the evening is going. She says, "Tut, I don't seem to have made much of an impression yet," which is crazy because even if you consider what he's being punished for, it is apparently telling one lie in class. Right. Which was the truth. But like in her mind, him telling one lie in class is enough for him to be scarred for the rest of his life.
Right. Like he's going to spend like at least over the course of the next 3 days, 21 hours doing this.
Yeah.
You know, if that 7-hour time ends up holding.
Right.
You know, it's like, it's almost one full day of time.
Of doing this.
Yeah.
It is an insane amount of punishment.
It is. But this is where we keep getting that 7-hour thing from, because it says, Harry left her office without a word. The school was quite deserted. It was surely past midnight.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's like.
So he could now be caught for being out of bed and get more detention.
Yeah, exactly. And then Harry's about to go on to have what has to be the worst day of his life.
Yeah.
He had not had time to practice vanishing spells, had not written a single dream in his dream diary, and had not finished the drawing of the Potruckle, nor he had written his essays. He skipped breakfast the next morning to scribble down a couple of made-up dreams for divination, their first lesson, and was surprised to find a disheveled Ron keeping him company. And he's sort of like, how come you didn't do it last night? And Ron, who had been fast asleep when Harry got back to the dormitory, muttered something about doing other stuff. And that other stuff is obviously Quidditch stuff.
So apparently, even out in the rain, Ron was like, not going to stop me. I'm going to go practice Quidditch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. So then we get the question from Ron, who's going to say, how was the tension with Umbridge anyway? And Harry hesitates for a fraction of a second and said, lines. And Ron's like, oh, that's not too bad then. And Harry's like, nope.
The absolute irony here is that what Harry actually had to do was say, I must not tell lies, and carve it into the back of his hand, and he just lied about it. Yeah. So he immediately did not hear the lesson, which also in some way I kind of love. I kind of love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty good.
But yeah, so then Ron asks like, hey, I forgot, did she let you off for Friday? And Harry's like, no. And Ron's like, oh. And it's like, that's too bad, because I'm sure Ron, who's trying out, would love for his best friend to be a vote of confidence for
absolutely
his making the team.
Yeah. But yet again, no one bites on Ron's. It's like, why do you care if I go to tryouts?
It's like, yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks, I guess. You know, I don't want to be in detention either. But
didn't you ask for a new broom? What was up with that? Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it says it was another bad day for Harry. And it's like, it is.
You don't
it
say.
So is.
Yeah.
He had to give up his lunch hour to complete the picture of the Potruckle. So now he's been up for 7 hours after his 5 o'clock dinner the day before, woke up, skipped breakfast so he could do homework. Now he's skipping lunch. This is all not including the fact that he's losing lots of blood.
And apparently all he had yesterday was a potato. Okay.
Right. A potato. Yeah.
Yeah. A potato. Now he's missed 2 meals, lost, who knows how much blood, and been hurting himself and didn't do any of his homework.
Right. Yep. But yeah, so then as we scoot forward a little bit more, it says, at least it's only lines, said Hermione consolingly. As Harry sat back onto the bench and looked down at a steak and kidney pie. So at least he found some food. That's good.
Exactly.
We need that. Yeah, we need the calories. It's not as if it's his dreadful punishment, really. Harry opened his mouth and closed it again and nodded. He was not really sure why he was not telling Ron and Hermione exactly what was happening in Umbridge's room. He only knew that he did not want to see their looks of horror. That would make the whole thing seem worse and therefore more difficult to face.
Okay, 2 things. 1, it's not as if it's a dreadful punishment. Look, even if you weren't scratching the back of your hand with every pen stroke, just sitting in place for 7 hours is cruel and unusual punishment.
It really is. This is exactly like solitary confinement. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you're just in a room by yourself. It's like, how bad could that be? And it's like real bad.
Real bad.
Like
Umbridge is also in that room.
True.
Yeah.
True. But I mean, like if you were like in prison, if you get put in solitary, it's like, it's a really bad place to go.
Yes.
Like being completely alone for like potentially days on end is like a dangerous situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then, also the entire, like, why doesn't he tell Ron and Hermione what's going on? It is like, it is tricky because it does feel like he would like that might help. Like maybe they could help him, but like ultimately he will tell them and they're both going to be like, tell somebody. And his answer is just going to be like, no, I told you. What are you talking about? I did tell someone.
I told you.
I told you. Problem solved. Right.
Yeah.
But even so, it says he felt dimly that this was between himself and Umbridge, a private battle of wills, and he was not going to give her the satisfaction of hearing that he had complained about it. But like the irony is that the victory will only come with the unity of like Dumbledore's army.
Right.
Like later on, like it is not a battle you're going to win on your own.
Right. You're exactly right. Like it's not a private battle of wills. It's like you need to summon an army to fight the monster.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Which is what he'll do.
Yeah.
Like, just not yet. But you're right. And this is continuing that thing that we were saying before as well with like the Ender's Game situation where it's like in this way, Harry is sort of like singularly by himself shouldering the responsibility.
Right. Yes. But then we get back to Ron and his Quidditch tryouts, and Ron's complaining about the homework, and Hermione's like, why didn't you do anything last night? And he's like, I fancy to walk. And Harry's maybe finally starting to cotton on to Ron's like lying about something too.
Right.
What it could be, who knows?
Right. Yeah, I know. But so then we have a little page break here with 3 little stars, and then it says, the second detention was just as bad as the previous one.
If not worse, because now you're already cut.
Now you're already good. Yeah, the burn is worse. The skin on the back of Harry's hand became irritated more quickly now, red and inflamed. Harry thought it was unlikely to keep healing as effectively for long. Soon the cut would remain etched in his hand, and Umbridge would perhaps be satisfied.
Wishful thinking, Harry. Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Either way, he let no motive point escape him. However, from the moment of entering the room to the moment of his dismissal, again past midnight, which is so we're saying 7 hours, but it's past midnight. So it's more than 7 hours.
Right. Yeah.
That means in 2 days, he has spent a minimum of 14 hours, but probably closer to like 15 at this point.
Right.
Like it's so much. That's more than half a day.
Yeah. It's too much.
Even at 14, it's more than half a day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And then his homework situation, however, was getting desperate. And when he returned to Gryffindor common room, he did not, though as exhausted as he was, go to bed, but opened his books and began Snape's Moonstone essay. It was 2:30 by the time he had finished it, and he had known that he had done a poor job.
Yeah, I bet. But he's like, well, I guess I have to because otherwise I'll be in detention with Snape.
Right.
So yeah, it's not getting there. Then he goes to Thursday, passed in a complete haze of tiredness. Not surprised by that.
Right.
I can't believe he's able to focus on anything at all. Let's see. His third detention passed in the same way. This one doesn't last for 7 hours. It's only 2 hours, I think, because that's when his hand is finally not healing anymore. And she says, that ought to serve as a reminder, oughtn't it? You may leave for tonight. So to me, the only reason she lets him leave is because she has also now been sitting there for 17 hours. And it's like, this is getting really exhausting on my end. This is boring.
So I need to go. I need to be able to go and like watch, some Netflix.
Yeah.
Back in my room.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I need a little like me time.
Right.
Yeah.
It turns out I've been sitting in this chair for a long time.
Right. Yes. A nice big bowl of flies.
Like, you know what? For all the homework every other teacher is doing, she's not deciding any homework. What's she even grading? What is she doing?
What is she doing?
I have no idea.
Maybe she's making doilies.
Maybe.
They seem complex.
It seems like something you could do with magic. Whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But then Harry does ask the all too important question, do I still have to come back tomorrow? Said Harry, picking up a school bag with his left hand rather than his smarting right. Oh, yes, said Professor Umbridge, smiling widely as before. Yes, I think we can etch the message a little deeper with another evening's work.
Yes. We want to, we can scar you more tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So then Harry is just basically walking back to Gryffindor Tower, and he's just thinking to himself, he's like, she's evil. She's an evil, twisted, mad old Ron.
Yeah. But he's starting to get it, Maybe it's like, it's so hard to read it when it's like, the full scope of Umbridge and how terrible she is. But Harry's just coming into this kind of like, man, like, okay, she said some bad things, but it's taken him 3 days of this to be like, I think she's a little worse than regular.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is the thing with people sometimes too. It's like, I mean, maybe this could just be like my own naivete, but like I tend to just see good in people. And so I think that like it takes several waves crashing on me before I'm like, man, I think I don't like you.
Right.
And it's like, I'm like, it must be me. I must be being judgmental right now. And then it's like, no, this might be a you thing.
Right.
So yeah, you're right though. You could see where it's like Harry doesn't have the full scope. We do.
Yeah.
Especially because, he's a 15-year-old to boot. It's just another professor. Like,
right. Yeah.
Like whatever.
How people treat students.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, he runs into Ron, who was lurking behind a statue of Lachlan the Lanky, which goodness, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it, but don't ask us. Trivia.
Yeah. Lachlan the Lanky.
Man, the only way I can think you could remember that is that like Ron himself is
also
quite
lanky.
Lanky, yeah. But let's see here. So he gave a great leap of surprise when he saw Harry and attempted to hide his new clean sweep 11 behind his back. What are you doing? Nothing. What are you doing? Harry frowned at him. Come on, you can tell me. What are you hiding here for? I'm hiding from Fred and George, if you must know, said Ron. They just went past with a bunch of first years. I bet they're testing stuff on them again. I mean, they can't do it in the common room now can they? Not with Hermione there.
I love how Hermione's the only prefect who cares.
I know. And then Harry's like, but what have you got your broom for? You haven't been flying, have you? Harry asks. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but don't laugh, all right? I thought I'd try out for Gryffindor Creeper. Now I've got a decent broom. Now, go on, laugh.
Oh, Ron has such low self-esteem here.
Right.
Like I hate that for him. And Harry, of course, is like, this is the best news I've heard all year.
Oh my gosh. And this is such a good Harry and Ron friendship page.
It is. It's a great response by Harry. So I'm not laughing. That's brilliant. It'd be really cool if you got to the team. I've never seen you play keeper. Are you good? Like you can it is easy to imagine a world where Harry feels like, wait, this is sort of Quidditch is sort of my thing.
Oh, like, yes. Right. Like maybe this is Ron stepping on his toes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But that's not the case at all.
No.
It is like this. When I read this pretty good, it reminds me so much of when Cap pulls the hammer, and like there's a world where you think like Thor's going to be upset, but he's not. He's not. He's like, I knew it.
Yes. I know.
He's so happy for him.
It is one of my favorite moments in all of media. Like hard stop. And it's not even the hammer pull. It's Thor's reaction.
It's Thor's reaction. That's what makes it so magical.
Right. Yes. Because it's in that, it's like what you need in that moment. Like they're about to lose to Thanos.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of like, it's like, no. But not.
But no.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because friendship will triumph.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, then Ron kind of goes on to explain a little bit more about like how he's basically played keeper in the past. Charlie, Fred, and George always made me keep for them when they were training during the holidays. So you could actually see where this is. I mean, these are three pretty good Quidditch players. They're all Gryffindor players. Charlie was Quidditch captain. So, if he's keeping for the likes of these guys, he probably is quite good.
Yeah. Although it seems like they're beaters and a chase or in a seeker. So, I mean, I guess they're, what do they need a keeper for,
Well, everybody likes to go shoot hoops.
Everyone likes to go shoot hoops. Exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just fun. Let's see here though. But yeah, so Ron's been trying to bewitch Quaffles rather to fly at him, which sounds like it would be quite tricky. And actually, like this feels like a Fred and George brand of magic, where it's like he might accidentally get really good at a specific spell because he's trying to accomplish a different thing entirely,
right,
than just pure academia.
Yeah,
it's like okay, because that's how I learn things. Right. Is that like I want to accomplish a thing, so I have to learn all the skills I have to learn in order to get to that thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Ron is like, and it's also nice to see that Ron's able to just go out and do magic to accomplish something, because you rarely get to see Ron just sort of like succeed at magic.
Also true. Yep. But then you got this moment where Harry's sort of like, I wish I was going to be there. And they set off towards the common room together, and Ron's like, yeah, so do Harry. what's on the back of your hand? And this I think is further really good Harry and Ron friendship moment. But because Harry, who just scratched his nose with his right free hand, tried to hide it, but had as much success as Ron with his clean sweep. It's just a cut. It's nothing. But Ron had grabbed Harry's forearm and pulled the back of Harry's hand up level with his eyes. There was a pause during which he stared at the words carved into his skin. Then he released Harry, looking sick. I thought you said she was giving you lines.
Oh, like he gets it at once, too.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Yep. And he is immediately so angry.
Properly disgusted.
That old hag, he said in a revolted whisper.
Yeah, she's sick. Go to McGonagall. Say something.
No, said Harry at once. I'm not giving her the satisfaction of knowing she's got to me.
Yeah, your reasoning is just god awful, Harry.
Yes,
you've got her right now.
Right. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone could be fired over this.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it. Like, or you've already, like, if you go talk to McGonagall or Dumbledore right now, like, you've got it.
Right. Because I think there's the scene in Dumbledore's office where they I can't remember if they shove Cho Chang or something.
No, it is Marietta because.
Oh, you're right. It is Marietta.
Kingsley hits her with like a confundus spell or like makes her forget or whatever.
And Umbridge goes and shakes her.
Yeah, and goes to shake her. And Dumbledore immediately raises himself to his full height. And Harry's like, oh.
Yeah, it's like one of those situations where it's like Dumbledore is so kind, he's so calm, he's so polite, he's so passive, all is well. And it's like, you touch one of my students and I will kill you.
Yes, but even one of his students who's actively making everything so much worse.
Yes. Right. Even someone who is active opposition to his own goals, he's like, no.
He's like, no.
You are not harming this child.
I know. And this is a Marietta Edgecombe. This is Harry the Chosen One Potter.
That's right. Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah. But I love Ron's response here because Harry is basically saying I'm not giving her the satisfaction of knowing that she's got to me, and Ron's like, you are missing the point. Got to you? That doesn't matter. You cannot let her get away with this.
Yeah.
Tell Dumbledore. And Harry's like, no, why not? He's got enough on his mind. Yeah. He was not going to go to Dumbledore for help when Dumbledore had not spoken to him since last June.
So dumb.
So dumb,
Harry.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Too bad.
Yeah. The following day, the homework problem is mountainous now. The prospect of yet another detention with Umbridge is on the horizon. But Harry has a minor bit of resistance he can do here. With luck, he might be able to see some of Ron's tryouts from the window. Rather feeble rays of light, it was true, but Harry was grateful for anything that might lighten his present darkness.
Hey.
There you go.
Quite poetic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. So he arrives there 5 o'clock again for what he hoped was the final time, but it won't be, to go do his detention. And I like that he does manage to move the desk just enough to see the tryouts a little bit.
I do love this too. And actually, this is another point where I can bring up my fun little Cormac McLaggen theory.
Yeah.
Because this is obviously the keeper tryouts that Cormac is not at.
Right.
Because next year, Ron is going to have to do the unthinkable and try out for the Quidditch team again.
Even though Harry's the captain.
And in the process of doing so, Harry is going to have to watch Ron go up against Cormac McLaggen, who, let's face it, is just a good athlete.
Right.
Is just a good build for the position of keeper. I think Harry even says that he could block all 3 goalposts without even moving.
Yeah.
Because he's just such a specimen.
A wide person. Yeah.
However, the reason that we know that McLaggen is not at tryouts is because he ate a bowl of doxy eggs on a bet, or a pound, I think is actually what he says. And he lands himself in the hospital wing. So that is where Cormac is right now in real time. And who has doxy eggs but Fred and George, who stole them from number 12 Grimmauld Place after de-doxifying the curtains.
Exactly.
So
he's not there to contend with Ron this time, nor will he be able to do it next year. Well, he'll be there next year, but Hermione will step up and, save Ron next time. Even though, the fact that Harry makes Ron try out is bananas to me. As if, like Angelina didn't make Harry try out.
Exactly.
They didn't hold secret tryouts, did they?
Right. But I'm pretty sure this is that's where Katie Bell is sort of oh, you can't use all the same people. That's what got Wood in trouble or something. Yeah.
But they won.
I know.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The Cormac thing, I think, is basically just an invention so that Ron can be jealous of Hermione.
It's exactly what it is. And he can end up with Lavender for a few months and,
Right. Yes. It fits all the plot points the way that we need them to. But either which way, I do think it's interesting because Ron's whole thing is that he's very afraid that Fred and George are going to laugh at him for wanting to try out for the Quidditch team. And instead, they're actually going to considerable lengths to prevent him from being on the Quidditch team.
Or to prevent Cormac
from being on the Quidditch team. I'm so sorry. I said that wrong. You're right.
Yeah, to help Ron get on the Quidditch team because they must know that Cormac is good.
Yeah, well, Cormac's going to land in. I think I got this wrong when we were on tour. Cormac is going to land in year 6 right now, while Fred and George are in year 7. So they would have at least crossed paths with Cormac for 6 years.
Yeah. 6, 7. What? I felt like it was in the air there.
It was. You're right. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Harry is now like he's just acting like his whole hand is bleeding now as he writes the lines. It's like staining the paper and all that. I mean, it sounds like a pretty gruesome kind of scene. Like I can kind of imagine it, like just blood dripping everywhere down the back of your hand.
For sure. Yep, absolutely. It's definitely a bloody affair to say the least there. And this is where we're going to end up having the moment where let's see here.
Yeah, she's going to touch him again.
Yes. And then that's where we're going to have the pain, not across the back of his hand, but across the scar on his forehead. And at the same time, he had the most peculiar sensation somewhere around his midriff.
Yeah. This is a really completely random sentence because we know that it is not actually Umbridge causing the pain in his scar. It is more to do with Voldemort. But what joy Voldemort is experiencing right now is unclear. And what the sensation around his midriff is.
I mean, all I can think is that Voldemort's out there just eating a huge plate of like super spicy wings. You think so? And he's just euphoric about it. He's like now Wormtail, I gotta tell you, now these are some good wings.
What are these, Dragonfire wings?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow.
He's just loving it. Voldemort loves hot wings. Everyone knows it.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe that should be our newest product for the mercantile is like snake spit. Like wing sauce.
Yeah, snake spit wing sauce. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Tommy R's
snake spit.
Yeah. The man loves snakes and a good barbecue.
Yeah, he sure does. He does. You don't know that about Voldemort. But,
right. Yep.
Oh
man. Anyway, no. I think the actual explanation that has to be going on here is that possibly like Harry doesn't only feel the scar hurt when Voldemort is angry. He can also feel it if he's very happy. So I think that there's like a possibility that what's going on here is it Sturgis Podmore who gets caught?
Yeah, it is Sturgis Podmore who gets caught trying to break through the Department of Mysteries. I'm not sure if that's going to happen in the next chapter. I guess that's what it could be.
It is the next chapter. Yeah, Sturgis Podmore, 38 of number 2 Laburnum Gardens, has appeared in front of the Wizengamot, charged with trespass and attempted robbery of the Ministry of Magic on the 31st of August. Oh, 30. Okay. Yeah. Nope, 31st of August. 31st of August.
Wait.
So that would be before Harry went to school.
That would be, that couldn't be like right now.
Nope, never mind. I'm wrong. Anyway, what I was trying to say though is that like something happened in the war that Voldemort's euphoric about, and that that feeling he's feeling is Voldemort's happiness, which is otherwise probably just an unpleasant feeling as far as Harry's concerned.
The sensation around his midriff is so vexing, though.
It is. It's an odd line to include.
It is.
Yeah, we could get away without it, no problem.
Right. Yeah. Because we're not going to get an explanation that I'm aware of.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We're going to keep our eyes open because that's a curious one.
It's the snake spit.
It's the snake spit. It's the hot sauce, people.
That's it.
You say it, man. Tomorrow we're going to be consuming some pretty terrible hot sauce.
We are indeed. Yeah. In case anybody's unfamiliar, over on the Super Carlin Brothers channel, every year for American Thanksgiving, we do the Goblet of Fire quiz, which involves basically eating a ridiculously spicy hot wing for every question that we get wrong.
Yeah.
And I want to say that the sauce we have this year is like 1.5 million Scoville units.
It is. If you ever watch the show Hot Ones on YouTube, and if you don't, I don't believe you. It is that at the end of it, they always have like the last dab.
Yep.
Right. So last year, that's what we did. We had the last dab sauce. This is like the last dab explosive version or something.
The last dab.
The last dabber. Yeah.
The last dab. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's going to be very hot. But
it is going to be, yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough.
Maybe Harry somewhere will feel an unusual feeling somewhere around his midriff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Weird one. Because I just feels like we should be able to figure out what it is.
It does feel like we should be able to figure out what it is. There needs to be a canonical, important event that just happened that we hear about in the next chapter.
It does, yes.
Okay.
We need to be like, wait, what was that?
What was that?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be on the hunt.
We will. Okay. Anyway, then she's like, yes, it hurts, doesn't it? She said softly. That's not a good Umbridge voice. Yes, it hurts, doesn't it? She said softly.
That gave me the spine shivers.
Yeah. And then Harry, of course, now has to like reconcile. Like, wait, is she talking about my scar on my forehead or on my hand? Like, is Voldemort like a part of her? Is that why she's so evil? And he's like, don't, stay calm. Doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. But it's like, runs up, got to go tell, trying to go tell Ron and Hermione. But instead he runs into like a celebration where Ron has made the team and he's slopping butterbeer down his front from his goblet. Yeah, Harry, I did it. I'm keeper. Which, yay, amazing.
Yeah, he's excited about it now.
Yes. Yeah, for now. Yeah, it's crazy because Ron has been like practicing so much. He gets on the team and he's immediately going to be like, oh my God, I'm terrible.
Yeah, his self-doubt is going to creep in hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he hands Harry a butterbeer. He says, I can't believe it. Where's Hermione gone? And it's like part of him is like, wait, where is she? She should be happy for me. We should be celebrating together.
Right. But yeah, then we find her. She's sleeping, right? Yeah, she's dozing off.
Yes.
Her drink tipping precariously in her hand.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a kind of adorable line from Ron, who's like, well, she was pleased when I told her.
No, she's proud of you, Ron. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Not to worry at all.
Meanwhile, George is like, let her sleep because then we can do experiments in the common room. It's fine.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Then they're like, come here, Ron. Let's see if all of his old robes fit you, called Katie Bell.
Hand me down robes?
Red hair? Yeah. You must be a Weasley. Yeah. Oh, man.
Anyway, Angelina works in an apology. Sorry I was being short with you earlier, Potter. Stressful, this managing lark. Yeah, good apology. Kind of sets up for next year when Harry is going to have to be the captain himself.
Right. Yep. Then she also gives a little bit of insight as to how it went down for real, though. She's like, look, I know he's your best mate, but he's not fabulous. I think with a bit of training, he'll be all right, though. He comes from a family of good Quidditch players. I'm banking on him turning it out to a bit more talent than he showed today, to be honest. And then we get some of what is just absolutely very difficult trivia. Vicky Frobisher and Jeffrey Hooper both flew better this evening, but Hooper's a real whiner. He's always moaning about something or another, and Vicky's involved in all sorts of societies. She admitted herself that if training clashed with her charm club, she'd put charms first. Anyway, we're having a practice session tomorrow at 2 o'clock tomorrow, just to make sure you're there this time. And
boy, Vicky has got some odd priorities, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
Although, to Angelina's credit, it to me sounds like it might not have mattered if Cormac was there, because she doesn't take Jeffrey Hooper based on him being a real whiner and not fitting in well with the team.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what we're going to ultimately see with Cormac. It's like, even though he is like physically a strong athlete and pretty good at defending the hoops, he is not easy to get along with and is going to ultimately bring the whole team down.
Exactly. So anyway, yeah, she tells him just, do me a favor, help Ron as much as you can, okay? Because he's going to need it. And, Harry runs. It kind of feels like, to me, it feels like maybe, Angelina, you're the one who has to help Ron because you're the captain, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But then Harry goes to talk to Hermione. Good about Ron, isn't it? Which is like nice little, she is proud of him.
Right.
But then she says she was up until 1 o'clock making more hats. They're disappearing like mad. And this is it seems like such an interesting, like a innocent sentence, if you will. But the flip side of it is that Harry has been forced for the past week to stay up until 1 a.m, like not of his own accord, but as punishment to carve scars into the back of his hand. Whereas on the other hand, Hermione is just self-imposing a pointless task upon herself to stay up late.
Right.
Like Hermione's tired. She's like, I'm so tired. I stayed up late doing something I don't have to do something that doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and I guess to be fair, like, you know, the house elf rights do matter.
They do matter.
But like,
yeah.
But like, yeah, like the way that she
isn't having an effect.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's like she is leaving out all these hats and only Dobby is there collecting them.
Right.
So, and even that, it's like she's being so like kind of misled as well, like thinking it's working really well, which even that is like one of those things where it's like, well, Hermione, you're probably almost done.
I know. How many house elves do you think are here?
Right. Like if you've already freed like 15, you know, it's
right.
Like, yeah, you're doing good work. But unfortunately that's not actually what's going on. But anyway, so then Harry does interject with her and he's like, great, listen, Hermione, I was just at Dumbledore's office and she touched my arm. And this is a good Hermione moment because she like immediately sort of like shifts gears from her own priorities and like listens very closely. And when Harry's finished talking, she's like, you're worried that you know who's controlling her, like he controlled Quirrell? And Harry's like, well, it's a possibility, isn't it? And she's like, well, I suppose so, but I don't think he can be possessing her the way that he possessed Quirrell. And she's like, goes on to explain, like, he's properly alive now, isn't he? Like, he's got his own body. He wouldn't need to share somebody else's. And that's all very helpful insight for Hermione, I think, to help, you know, she's got that clear vision.
Right.
Like, it's like, that's a good thing for like Harry to be reminded of in this moment.
Yes.
Like, chances are he's not in the castle. So there's that.
Right. On the flip side, though, she tells him this, and yet Voldemort is going to try and possess Harry later on at the Ministry.
Also true.
Yeah, and it's not going to work. And then Harry's also going to be concerned that Voldemort possessed him at Christmas as Nagini in some weird chain of, like, he thinks Voldemort's power was teleporting him out of Hogwarts and turning him into a snake and attacking Mr. Weasley kind of way.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense at all, but Harry is nonetheless concerned about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true. Yeah. So maybe that advice doesn't necessarily fully sink in because it does end up being a thing.
Yeah.
More often as we go forward.
Yeah.
Let's see here. But last year, your scar hurt when nobody was touching you, and didn't Dumbledore say it had to do with you know who and what he was feeling at the time? I mean, maybe this hasn't got anything to do with Umbridge at all. Maybe it's just coincidence that it happened while you were with her. And it's like, that's like one of those things where it's like, you can't help but feel when you're reading it that it's like, you realize that's unlikely, right? Like, what are the odds?
That, yeah, just by sheer coincidence, this insanely evil person touched me and it flared up the other evil mark on my body.
Right.
Like, she almost touched me for 1 second. Like, what are the odds?
Right.
And yet, that is what happened.
That is what happened.
Yes.
Yep.
It was coincidence.
Right. Yeah. And then she gives the same advice as Ron. Like, she's horrible, yes, but Harry, I think you want to tell Dumbledore that your scar hurt. And
not his scar hurt, not that.
Yeah, right.
Not about the hand.
Right. Yes, I know. Does she know about the hand?
I don't know.
I don't think she does.
I don't
At
think
least
she
it hasn't
does
come
yet.
up yet.
No.
No specific reaction to it. But yeah, Harry's just continuing to be like, I'm not bothering him with this. It's been hurting on and off all summer. It's just a bit worse tonight. That's all. So it's like he's like already talking himself out. So it's not that bad. Yeah, I can deal with it. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just drumming. I'm getting crazy. Remember at the beginning of Prisoner when I wrote to you and Sirius and Ron and not Lupin about how my scar hurt? It's like that.
It's like that. Yeah.
No, not a prisoner.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Goblet. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. Anyway, so.
And that's actually Harry's. I just forgot this was going to be, we turned the page. That's exactly Harry's plan this time. I was like, I'm going to write to Sirius. Right. Yeah.
Harry, you can't put something like that in a letter, said Hermione, looking alarmed. And it's just like, this is just like those, like a walls closing in moment. It's like, oh my gosh, I just spent the whole week. I'm sleep deprived. I've barely had time to eat. I have so much work to do. I have fresh scars carved into the back of my hand. Like, this woman has it out for me. I missed Quidditch, one of the few things I love. Hagrid is not here. I'm absolutely freaking out. Like, I can't talk to Dumbledore for these reasons. McGonagall told me to keep my head down. Like, you know, and now what I want to do is write to Sirius, and you're telling me not to do it.
Right.
It's just like, oh my gosh. Like, I can feel the claustrophobia myself. Like, I'm just like, you're in a box, Harry. Like, you are enclosed.
I know. It's like, I am trying to talk to somebody about it. All right. Like, let me do that.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, it does feel like you could probably code this well enough to get it to Sirius that it won't matter. Like, he's got like a code name he goes by, you know, they're not going to know. You don't address it Sirius Black, you know, even if you just say, my scar hurt last night when the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor touched my hand, you know?
Yeah.
even that, like, what is someone going to read and be like, this is unacceptable?
Well, I mean, they would read it and it is unacceptable.
It is unacceptable.
Right.
Yes.
But not on Harry's part.
But not on Harry's part. I mean, like, I suppose if Umbridge intercepts this letter, she's going to be like, no, I'm not letting anyone read this.
Right.
But like, it's not going to like get Sirius in trouble. She'd probably think he meant the scars on his hand, not on his forehead.
Right.
And I mean, and even if they think he's writing it on his forehead, like, so what? Like, about his forehead, like, that's the same lie they already think he's telling.
Exactly.
You know? And it's just a one other I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems easy enough to conceal.
Ender's Game problem. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right. So he agrees, like, I'm going to bed. Tell Ron for me, will you? And then Hermione is sort of like, listen, you can help me if you like. It's quite fun. This is making hats and stuff like that. I can do patterns, baubles, and all sorts of things now. Harry looked into her face, which was shining with glee, and tried to look as though he was vaguely tempted by this offer. No, I don't think I will. Thanks. Not tomorrow. I've got loads of homework to do. And he trips off to the boys' stairs, leaving her looking slightly disappointed behind him.
Oh, Hermione wants to stay up late knitting with Harry.
I drew a picture.
Oh, is she wearing a knit sweater?
She's wearing an SPEW sweater. And she's got little like needles in one hand.
Exactly.
Like yeah. So
it's good. Good Hermione moment. It's like, listen, Harry, if you wanted to stay up late tomorrow, I know you haven't slept all week, but if you like wanted to stay up late knitting with me, that'd be like really fun.
It'd be like so much fun, right?
It'd be like so much fun.
It's way better than going to Madame Puttyfoot's.
And he's like, no. No, I don't think I've got homework.
Homework. I have homework.
He's not even lying. He genuinely does.
He does have homework and Quidditch. Yeah. So he's got a big day ahead of him. But all that being said, it does bring us to the end of chapter 13. Boy, howdy. I'm looking at our clock and I think we're about to tick over 2 hours.
We are, because we haven't gotten to the review yet.
We haven't. So Jay, before we close out today's episode, do you have a review for us?
I sure do. Today's review comes from Best Show in the World, although I think they might have filled it out backwards. Because then the beginning of it says one Gryffindor. So I think it's from one Gryffindor, and the review is Best Show in the World.
Hey. Well, thank you, one Gryffindor.
There you go. They say, hey, brother, love the podcast, and I love the Mimbulus Mimbletonia is Harry theory. But I wonder if there is a 5 new people every year. I think, I mean, it's like, okay, I'll read it. Wonder if there's 5 new people every year, how do they know that it is a complete divide, or do they have the hat programmed to sort only 5 people into each house? And if not, do they already know their house? And I don't think 25 new people is enough. So I think this is a question about, does the sorting hat have an inclination, like, is it determined to be equal amongst houses?
It's a good question, for sure. And the school populace thing is always one of those that feels like, I don't even know if the right word is like incongruous, but like it feels like broken a little bit, because I think what it really boils down to, for the purposes of using like a book as a medium, is like, you need to have Harry in his dormitory, and we need to know the people that are in his dormitory, because otherwise it's sort of like the other boys went to bed, and it's like, what other boys? Who are they? Like, it begs the question,
right?
You know, and like that becomes like its own like literary like loss,
right,
along the way. And so like I think it's kind of like, because even when you go to the Quidditch matches, it sounds like there's like a giant roar when Harry catches, like a deafening roar when Harry catches the snitch or whatever, and it's like, do you know how loud those students would have to be for it to be a deafening roar in a space that big?
Oh, I know, especially when it's not like the stands aren't like ground to top. There's tons of open air.
Exactly.
You know, and it's like apparently like 280 students total. Like, you know, you'd have to be, you know, there'd have to be a lot more people there. Also, for what it's worth, like this review says 25 people. The assumed average is about like 40-ish.
Yeah.
Because they're like, at least the way it works out in Harry's year is that there's like 10 new students in, for like easy math's sake, it seems like there's about 10 new students in each house, 5 boys, 5 girls.
Right.
And that's at least how it breaks down for Gryffindor.
That's at least, well, and we think, do we ever hear about the other unnamed Gryffindor girls in Harry's year? So like, that being said, we only know of 3 by name, which is gonna be Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati.
Yeah.
So it is entirely possible, for example, that there are 8 like Ravenclaw girls or something like that,
right.
And the other thing too is that like, gender divides in this particular way. I mean, 50-50 roughly speaking is probably about in like, the working average.
Of the human existence. I mean, it's like, I think there's not like a determined, there will always be 40 new students. In fact, it seems like the incoming student population during Harry's time at Hogwarts is lower than usual.
Yeah.
Due in large part to the fact that all of the students would have been born during the time of Voldemort.
Right.
Meaning that a lot of people were killed. And so a lot of people, there were less available wizards and witches to produce children.
Yeah, and I think not only killed, but also like if you're living during these times, it probably wouldn't even be that uncommon to make the choice to just not have children in the name of like what's going on.
Right.
Like if you have to hide quickly, it's going to be very difficult to do that if you also have like a small child in tow.
Right.
So it's possible that like if you were to even go back a period of time, we would see a much, much, much bigger version of the school, a much more populated version of the school. And I also think that because it's magical, there's probably like a room of requirement situation going on where the Great Hall, the benches, the tables, the dormitories, like they will all expand internally accordingly to the demand. So if 7 boys got sorted into Gryffindor in Harry's year, I think 2 more beds would just materialize and the walls would just spread out and there would be enough room for 7.
Right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like if there were 10 Gryffindor boys in Harry's year, the dorm would accommodate that because magic.
Like, yeah.
But I don't think the sorting hat is like determined for the sorting to be equal. It's not like, well, you could be in Ravenclaw, but Hufflepuff's only got like 1 student, so Hufflepuff.
Right. Right.
It's not like that at all. Like I think in general, it averages out such that about 50% of them are boys and girls, and about 25% of them will make their way into each house. But it would not surprise me at all if in the long history of Hogwarts, there have been years where there were like
underrepresentation.
There was underrepresentation. Like everyone remembers the great sorting of 1950 where only a single student made it into Gryffindor,
right.
Or whatever.
Almost certainly something like that would have to have happened.
Or like a large majority ends up in one house where it's just like, yeah, there were 50 kids that year and weirdly we had like 30 new Ravenclaws.
Right. Or I mean, you'd have to imagine that if there was ever going to be 30, I would guess like Hufflepuff because it's like the if you don't fit into like a specific basket, it's everyone else.
Right. Yeah. You'd almost expect the Hufflepuff house to be bigger.
Right. And that would even be kind of like a cool depiction type thing. Again, if you're talking to like, HBO executives or whatever, whoever's picturing it. But like for there to be more Hufflepuffs or something would almost be like accurate. Like,
right.
That would be just like a neat little like quiet Easter egg where it's sort of like it's like, why are there more Hufflepuffs? Like, think about it.
Right. Yeah.
Because there are.
Because there's more Hufflepuffs. There's just more people are Hufflepuffs. And like, you're right. That would make sense. And then it's sort of like they're not specialty in anything, but what they have is numbers. Right. Which is what keeps them competitive in everything.
Right. Like a greater pool to work with. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other thing that could be kind of interesting as well that we don't really have firm information on, but it wouldn't surprise me if Slytherins during Harry's time weren't a greater percentage of the populace. Which actually I think tracks with some of the other information that we have because they've won the Quidditch Cup a number of times
6 years in a row,
as well as the House Cup.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They've won. That's what I thought you said. You're right. They've won the House Cup 6 years in a row before Harry gets there.
Right. And Gryffindor hasn't won. I think at the very least we know that Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup since Charlie left, and that Cedric would be the first person to bring glory to Hufflepuff House in some great measure of time.
Right.
Which would also suggest that Hufflepuff hasn't won recently.
Right.
And I believe we know, like when McGonagall recruits Harry to join the team, she's like, I could barely look Severus Snape in the face after we got defeated last year or something like that, which means that they lost to Slytherin. But I also think that there's a decent chance that Slytherin has been rather dominant in most categories for a while.
Right. Because their kids are from the families that were least affected by Voldemort's reign of terror.
Precisely.
So Voldemort goes away. All the rest of the wizarding world is recovering, but a lot of their families are still fine because they were sort of on the Voldemort side of things. They reintegrate into society and just continue on.
Right.
So their families are like the most like unharmed. And so they prosper in the following 6 years or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, I think there's a bunch of different ways to look at it. And I know that we bring up those numbers fairly often. And I think some of it's just because we just think it's interesting. And it's like the best we've ever been able to surmise given the information that we have. But it always just seems so unlikely that like, there would only be 3 Gryffindor girls, and it's like if you've got 5 boys and 5 girls and 10 and, extrapolate across the other houses. It's like, it would be interesting to even just go through and make a list of everyone we know in Harry's year in each of the houses. And just see what we tabulate to.
There's like a known list of like the first 40 or something.
There is the first 40. You're right. Yeah.
That which is like the Harry's year at Hogwarts, who were sorted that year. So that when the book was being written, like names could just be grabbed.
And kind of
speckled. Yeah, and like speckled in here and there. So I think we know a lot of them, even if we don't. Like the full list of Harry's class is available, even though we don't like necessarily get to know every single one of them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Well, anyway, great question from Gryffindor 1.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your question. And please, if you would like to have your own question answered here on the show, give us a review over wherever you listen to podcasts. We greatly appreciate it. And if you want to listen to us answer another question, maybe consider signing up for the Owlry over on Patreon, where we have a massive spreadsheet. That's the show we do after the show, where we read one of your questions from there and give it like another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and those honestly are so much fun because so often those things end up morphing. Like what you're going to witness is the first pass organic conversation, Jay and I reacting to like a piece of stimulus.
Right.
It's like what does this pose us with? And so this is like what theory crafting in the office looks like
a lot of the time.
All the time.
Yep.
So that's like the jumping off point. And many of those videos do go on to, or many of those questions go on to form new theories that go on the Super Carlin Brothers channel.
Yes, they do.
So it's a lot of fun. Be sure to check it out. Patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door.
Yes, but that's going to do it for this week. Sorry for the delay, but Ben, hope you're feeling much better.
I'm literally holding back a cough right now.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well then we're just going to go ahead and wrap. We have been talking for over 2 hours now. My goodness. Good to be back in the chairs. But thank you for listening. Make sure you tune in next week for Chapter 14, Percy and Padfoot, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 14, Percy and Padfoot.
Or as I like to call them, boo! And also, yay!
That is pretty much right. Pretty much right. Yeah, boo and also yay. Although both of them kind of end poorly.
They do. It's really not a good chapter for either Percy or Padfoot. And but I would go so far as to say that like Percy is like engaging with his inner Umbridge in this chapter to the point where I don't mean to resort to violence, but I would like to punch you in your stupid face.
The level to which like Percy has swallowed the propaganda and the Kool-Aid hook, line, and sinker is almost impressive.
It really is. Like it's as if there is no critical thinking module installed inside of his brain.
Right.
Like, which is crazy for someone who is so smart.
Right.
Because you're just like, how can this be? Like how you come from such like a family of good, kind people, like smart people, like layered people, you know, like, and how is it that you're sort of like sticking out like this sore thumb? And
right. Like all that makes sense to him is like trusting in the establishment and in the rules,
which is oddly like Dursley-ish.
I mean,
behavior.
it's very Dursley-ish. Yeah.
Right. Like, 'cause I want to say that there's even like an exchange with Uncle Vernon between Harry where like even within the confines of the wizarding world, he is like the one thing he's willing to grant any measure of legitimacy to is the wizarding government.
Right. The ministry.
And he's like, oh, of course, that's where like Uncle Vernon would put his eggs.
Right.
And sure enough, Percy is just going to do it in such a way. But it again kind of like harkens back to that potential belief that upon Percy's graduation from Hogwarts, there's this like decent possibility that, especially with his ambition to go and be woven into the fabric of the ministry in a way that his father has never been willing to. Like, if you zoom back a little bit and even look at Arthur's like respect that he receives from all of his colleagues within the ministry, it's like as much as the misuse of Muggle artifacts office is looked down upon, it is not because people disrespect Arthur.
Right.
And it's like almost the moment, and I think, when does it happen? I think it's next book that he gets like a massive promotion.
Yeah.
And is like actually put in charge of like tons of people. And so there's all that going on. So it's like you can look at the layers, you can look at the hierarchy of the ministry, you can recognize that misuse of Muggle artifacts is down that weird wonky hallway and the office is smaller than the broom cupboard across the way from it, whatever. But the people there, the real talented people, know to respect Arthur. So then when they have a son emerge, because he would have had Bill, who goes on to work for Gringotts, and Charlie, who goes off to work with dragons.
Right.
And now finally they've got like a top tier former prefect, head boy Weasley,
right,
entering the ministry ranks. And you can look at it like this is like the time for us to like fold in one of the good ones.
Right.
You know, because like even if you compare it to like the Malfoys don't work.
They don't work.
They're not like elected officials. They're not like, all they are is donors. And that is the way they can use their generational wealth to enforce what they want to do. But when you need real good Barty Crouch senior grade people
right
doing action.
And that's who he gets a job with, like right away.
Right away.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's like, is the Imperious Curse in play? Like, is this a situation where like he's being manipulated, but maybe not even by like Voldemort? This is more of like an Umbridge related regime, like the ordering of the Dementors to Little Whinging. It's like, that's not Voldemort who does that.
Right.
You know, that's the government.
I mean, I could still see it being, though, more like it. I mean, because it would track all the way back to like he works for Barty Crouch Sr. And when Barty Crouch Sr. stops showing up for the Triwizard Tournament, Percy starts showing up instead.
Right.
Right. But I want to say even in this chapter, they say that like Percy gave him like a perfect 10, right? On his...
Sure. Yes.
Whatever.
Yes, he does.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So even at that point, you could argue that Percy has already been Imperious because it's already the spell they're using on his boss, Barty Crouch Sr.
True.
And it's like, then they send him in, and what they want is for Harry to have a good head start going into the maze.
True.
And Percy gives him a 10.
Right.
Right.
That's a good point. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's in the second task, right?
It is the second task. Yeah. That's the moral fiber.
Yeah. Moral fiber. So Harry definitely is outside the time limit. Like he doesn't deserve a 10.
Right, like a 9
would be good. Right.
He didn't achieve one of the chief objectives.
Right.
You know, he just simply saves 2 people.
Right.
You know, because Fleur doesn't.
Yeah. But so to that end, you can see where they're like, okay, all right, we were sending Barty Crouch Sr. under the Imperious Curse. It wasn't working. He was fighting it. Instead, we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to send his assistant, this guy,
right,
who's not as good at fighting it.
Right. Yes. If anything, like he is somebody who is purpose built for the Imperious Curse. Like that. It goes back to like what I was saying before. It's almost like if Percy doesn't have like a critical thought, it's like you can be massively intelligent and not be able to put together like patterns in, you know, like in life, in people, you know, like the social dynamic of it all. And maybe that's like one of those where it's like he's just designed to succumb to this. Because then the other version of it is when he ultimately does come around. It's in Deathly Hallows, and like the twins are like, "What made you finally see reason, Percy?" And he's like, "Well, it's been coming on for a while, but it's really hard to get out of there, you know." And it's like the coming on for a while. It's like, what is that? Like, is that him breaking free?
Right. Yeah, maybe.
You know, because it seems like it, or is he just finally like, wait a minute,
I think I'm doing the wrong thing here.
You guys kind of stink.
I mean, it is so hard to say.
Not to throw around swears. You know,
like, sorry to drop a couple of stink bombs on you guys.
That's right. That's right.
Or dung bombs, as this chapter would call them.
Heyo.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dive into the chapter.
I know. I'm so sorry.
No.
Here we are.
We would have talked about that no matter what, because we're gonna spend a lot of time with Percy in this chapter, or at least via letter.
We sure are.
And I mean, it's like a long, lengthy letter that Percy decides to send to Ron. And it is just full of the most ridiculous, stupid things you've ever heard.
It really is.
Yeah.
It is like actively infuriating. Like as I was reading it yesterday, knowing that I was going to read that letter, it's like no amount of mental preparation could prepare me for. It's like it's still going to make me mad.
Oh my gosh! And then I would like get to the bottom of the page and be like, "Oh my god, there's more."
Shut up! Shut up!
Like, dude. All right. So first, let's talk about the chapter art, which is Sirius in the fireplace of the Gryffindor common room.
All I gotta say is that I think the Gryffindor common room mantle game is quite strong.
It's great.
I love it. The nice, big, picturesque G right there in the center. I also like the depiction of the way that the flu powder telephone call conversation type thing is shown.
Yes.
Because I really don't like it in the film where like Sirius's face is like weirdly like the coals of the fire.
I don't like that either. Yep, don't like it when he's in the embers. And I think they like fix it in order for this conversation, I want to say, where it's almost more like a hologram looking sort of situation.
Do we see it in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you do see it again eventually. Yeah, you must see it there because this is the only other time it happens. Because after that, he's gonna die. Yeah, so it has to happen in order.
Okay.
Because I would only know because I was just rewatching something for a scene. And I saw it and I was like, oh, they didn't do the embers thing again.
Oh,
but I still don't like the way they did it. I think they got better, but not perfect, because the idea is that your head is literally physically there.
Right.
It is not like you're not sending like a half echo of yourself through the fire. Your head is there.
Right. It's like whatever flu powder magic is at work. It's like you can sever your head in this way without actually like physically separating it from your body. It's just like your head is elsewhere, even though it's like not at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, I think it's good. I think this looks better.
Yes, I agree. Our first sentence reads as follows. Harry was the first to awake in his dormitory next morning, and then the dragons arrived.
Dude, I read this one and I was like, I think we've had this before, haven't we?
Have we?
Almost like this exact same first sentence. I'm trying to go back to... Maybe it was chapter 12, because I was like, this sounds so familiar.
Yeah,
it's like
Seamus dressed at top speed next morning and left the dormitory before Harry had even put on his socks.
Okay. So basically, we're awaking in the same space as we've awoken before. But in that case, Seamus was the one who's up and at him early. In this case, Harry is going to wake up early.
Well, even chapter 10 is Harry had a troubled night's sleep. So a lot of chapters begin with Harry waking up.
Right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there you go. So the thing that I think really stands out to me about this first page and a half or so, is that it almost feels like someone woke up and was like, I am going to get my descriptions of environments down exactly perfect today.
There was a noticeable increase in quality in descriptive language in this chapter.
Exactly.
Yes. I noticed it as well. I was like a new plateau was reached or something.
Exactly. Yes. It's like he lay for a moment watching dust swirl in the chink of sunlight falling through the gap in his four posters hangings and savored the thought that it was Saturday.
I know. I was like, that's quite an image.
Right. And then even the next paragraph starts with, judging by the sleepy silence and the freshly minted look of that beam of sunlight, it was just after daybreak.
The freshly minted look of that beam of... I literally wrote... lovely.
Right? Yeah. It's like, I'm like, what is going on with this particular chapter where like everything about it, like, and then if we get down to where he like is holding his pen over the parchment. If you ever look up very satisfying sounding words, there is the phrase cellar door, which like is, I think, like phonetically the most beautiful sounding pair of words, like side by side. And that was how I felt about this particular piece of written, story. Harry uncorked his ink bottle, dipped his quill into it, and then held it suspended an inch above the smooth yellowish surface of his parchment. And it's just like, it's just so, the uncorking of the ink bottle, like the yellowish surface. Like, it just sounds pleasant.
Do you know what? I think I might have a theory about what's happening here. We'll get to it in a second here.
Okay.
But first we'll go back to our freshly minted look of the beam of sunlight. The first week of term seemed to have dragged on forever, like one gigantic history of magic lesson. Okay, which I think is interesting. I circled that because I thought that was an interesting like description as well, because it's like, is this like a lesson in like history repeating itself or something?
Oh yeah, right. Yes, absolutely. Like you've almost got, because you could look at Harry's first week of class and you could say largely history of magic, boring as heck, divination, troubling, but then also potions, ridiculously challenging, and defense against the dark arts, flat out miserable.
Right, and then like essays in herbology and in transfiguration and like difficult charms work, and Hagrid's not there.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like the fact that like what he's choosing as like the punching bag for his basis of comparison here is history of magic is almost like, why that one? Like, it doesn't seem like it's been a boring week. It seems like it's been a trying week.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is that like it says the first week of term seemed to have dragged on forever, like one gigantic history of magic lesson. And like the point of history, the point of history of magic, and like when you learn history in school, is not just to like know where you came from, but also like you need to like learn history so you don't repeat history.
Exactly.
But it's like this first week is an example of like Harry living through a history of magic lesson in terms of like history is starting to repeat itself. Like Voldemort is gaining power, things are going bad.
Right.
Like Voldemort is gaining power, things are going bad.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. And this is like literally even Umbridge's installation at Hogwarts probably could ultimately go down as like a chapter in a history book, or at least a paragraph in a history book for like what is happening during this time period.
Yeah.
Like history will not remember Umbridge well.
Yeah. Yes. I agree with you. They will absolutely not. She is going to go down very poorly. And you can actually see her fate at Epic Universe.
You can.
Yeah, you can. Very fun. Let's see. So Harry remarks how this, even the description of the cleanliness of the common room. Harry settled himself down comfortably, unrolled his parchment while looking around the room. The detritus of crumpled up bits of parchment, old gobstones, empty ingredient jars, and candy wrappers that usually cover the common room at the end of each day was gone. It was just like, what a distinct description.
Right, exactly. It's like we're not regularly getting that kind of like visual, but like you can really imagine this whole like sun flooding through the kind of like ripply windows and the squashy armchair and the empty fireplace grate, that he's going to like, even that is going to be like, it'll say, he's getting ready to start writing his letter or whatever. And then it says, but after a minute or so, he found himself staring into the empty grate at a complete loss for what to say. And it's like,
okay, this is where my theory is.
Okay.
So even this, you can even see, I wrote it down before we talked about any of this.
I love it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Ready?
Lay it on me. Yep.
Okay. So I think, is it possible? This is my guess, is that whilst writing, I'm guessing that J.K. Rowling had writer's block at this moment. And this is, it says, but after a minute or so, he found himself staring into the empty grate at a complete loss for what to say. Because that it is that terrible feeling of like, I know where I want the story to go and what needs to get done, but I don't know how to say it. Like, I know what I need to say, but how do I say it? So what instead is happening is, while I figure out how to move forward, let me keep working on the 10 sentences I wrote before this.
I see.
And they get ramped up in quality of description, is what I'm guessing.
This is somebody who is spending not way too much time. Like, I'm not upset by any of these descriptors or the quality of the language being used.
No,
like,
me neither.
It's beautiful. Like, it really is. But it's beautiful in a way that stands out as soon as you start this page.
Right.
So I almost see exactly what you mean, where it's almost like, this is what the whole story would look like if you went through and revised and revised and revised and revised and revised.
Right.
Over and over and over again. It's like each revision is going to make it a percentage better. You're going to pick a slightly better word, a better descriptor. You're going to think of another thing to include in your list.
Right.
And all of that to say, this is Harry achieving a moment where he doesn't know what to say.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. There you go. That's my meta theory about what was happening in the writing of the page.
There you go. Yes. No, I absolutely see where you're coming from. It's like, this is like a little meta analysis of what's going on, but it's also then foreshadowing because he's staring at the empty grate and he's getting ready to write a letter, and the chapter is about a written letter.
Yes.
But it will also end with a conversation that happens in the grate.
Yeah. With the person he's writing to.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Yep.
Yes. And so he does eventually, and there's also foreshadowing for stuff that happens in this chapter and for later in the book when Umbridge will intercept Hedwig. He says, how is he supposed to tell Sirius everything that had happened over the past week and pose all the questions he was burning to ask without giving potential letter thieves lots of information he did not want them to have? And it's like just reminding you, they're like, letter thieves are a thing we have to worry about. And a lot of times it'll feel like, we're worried about things that aren't going to happen, but like this will happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and this is also kind of interesting as well, because one of the big things that is constantly going on with Harry, and like one of the like almost like integral pieces, like we made a video once upon a time, like, why are Disney parents always so dead? And it's in part because like then you get to see the characters have to make decisions for themselves, and they can't lean on their elders in a way that most people existing out in the world, when they run into trouble, can ask their parents. They can ask mentors. They can ask teachers, like whatever.
Yeah.
And there's almost always a reason why Harry can't go or won't go to McGonagall or to Dumbledore or to someone, or he will go to Hagrid, and Hagrid would be like, no, Snape's just a teacher, and it's like, okay, whatever. Like, he's expressing his concern to someone, and that person's basically like discounting that concern.
Yeah.
What I find interesting about this one in particular is that literally on the last page of the last chapter, Harry says to Hermione, I think I'll write to Sirius about it and see what he thinks. And Hermione will respond, Harry, you can't put something like that in a letter. Don't you remember what Moody told us to be careful what we put in writing? We just can't guarantee owls aren't being intercepted anymore. All right, I won't tell him. So it's like, if you're reading this in one continuous flow, you literally just heard Harry agree to not write Sirius a letter.
Right.
And then here he is on the next page writing Sirius a letter.
It. Yeah.
Yes. So it's like defying Hermione's advice is almost kind of like a surprising layer, because normally that interjection is so that Harry can't get advice from an elder, and yet here he is doing it anyway.
Harry is doing it. You're right. And then so the letter he ends up writing is well done, I think. I mean, it's kind of interesting that he even decides, it says like, Dear Snuffles, which it's like, do you even need to use, like, part of me is like, do you even need to use a code name? Just start it. Hope you're okay. You can tell Hedwig who it's for,
Right. Yes. Otherwise, Sirius receives it, and he's like, "Well, I must have received someone else's letter.
Am I supposed to think this is for me?
How would I know?" Yeah. You're right. But successfully using a code name, which is something that we usually can't say for the Order of the Phoenix, who is just absolutely lousy.
They are lousy at describing, hiding Buck Witherwings from anyone.
It should say Dear Sirius. I mean, I'm sorry, Snuffles.
Yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't show Sirius's name crossed out.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, then he's gonna go into but what I would actually describe as not very good code. Because he says, we've got a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Umbridge. She's nearly as nice as your mum. And that's the kind of thing where, like, if the person who is going to intercept the letter is Umbridge, she's going to know that Harry doesn't feel that way.
Well, yeah. Agreed.
So it's sort of like she's like, oh, Harry is talking about how nice I am after I gave him detention and carved words into the back of his hand for the first week of school.
Right.
Like,
I don't think he even thinks that Umbridge is the person who might intercept them, though. I think he's thinking more along the lines of like Voldemort.
I guess that's fair.
Or whatever.
That's fair. Right. Yeah, I guess it's true, because he's worried about like his scar hurting. That's really the big thing.
Right. Yeah. I'm writing because that thing I wrote to you about last summer happened again last night. This is a reference to the last book where he sends him a letter about his scar hurting when he saw Voldemort kill Frank Bryce.
Right.
Yep. And so he's just trying to harken back to exactly that same thing without saying what it was. Then he even includes, I was doing detention with Umbridge. So it's sort of like, oh, remember one sentence ago where I tried to make it sound like she was nice? She gave me detention.
I totally deserved detention, by the way. I mean, it's like, she's really nice. Like, she had to give me detention. Yeah. And then he closes out, we're all missing our biggest friend. We hope he'll be back soon. Please write back quickly. Best, Harry.
Yeah. And then I love what he sends it. He's like, yeah, Noah could crack this. He says, he did hope Sirius would pick up the hint about Hagrid, to which I was like, not that subtle. Not that subtle.
Not even at all. Yeah. We pretty much know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
You may as well have just said Hagrid.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Also, a student just wondering where their friend / teacher is just also doesn't feel that like a covert.
Right.
It's like one of those things where it's like Harry has a long-standing friendship with Hagrid. Wondering where he is a completely normal thing. Right. Almost using a code name suggests that it's like I know Hagrid was doing something important.
Right.
But being like, hey, where's my friend Hagrid?
Yeah, be like, do you have an idea what happened to Hagrid?
Exactly.
We have a new teacher.
Right. It's like, that's weird, right? That almost suggests Harry knows even less.
Right.
Than by using a code name.
Yeah, you're right. That does. But, oh well. Sirius is going to be at least impressed with the letter.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, he will. He will. He'll offer much kind praise over it.
Yes, and then here we get some more Sunlight description. Considering it was a very short letter, it had been taking a long time to write. Sunlight had crept halfway across the room while he had been working on it, and he can now hear distant sounds of movement up from the dormitories above. So I like that I think you're right. He got up extra early specifically because Hermione told him not to do it.
Oh,
and he's like, I need to do this before she's up or she's going to tell me not to do it.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. But apparently he's been writing this for a while and literally nobody else in all the Gryffindor house has gotten up.
They're just all having a lie-in.
They're just having a lie-in.
Oh, wow.
Boom. Yeah.
Yes, that works well. So anyway, then before anybody is able to make their way down to the common room, Harry does seal the parchment carefully and climbs to the portrait hole, headed for the owlery, where he promptly runs into Nearly Headless Nick, who is like, I would not go that way if I were you.
I know. Then I guess it's like Peeves is going to plan a joke with the bust of Paracelsus halfway down the corridor, in which he's going to knock the bust of Paracelsus upon somebody.
Yes.
I don't know why this is included in here. It's not like Harry's detour takes him anywhere that like matters, or it's just sort of like a little bit of like, this is just how the castle is.
I think that this is going to be set up because later Nearly Headless Nick is going to actually knock over the vanishing cabinet that will come up next year.
I see.
And it's another instance where like the explanation is that it's Peeves who does it, but that's what causes the distraction to get Harry time alone.
You're right.
So I think that's
right.
That's why I've got that. But Paracelsus, a little bit of trivia there, which I would never get that if you asked me that question. But I did look it up, and just for the sake of it, he is Paracelsus, real person, 16th century physician and alchemist.
Oh,
so anyway.
An alchemist. A sorcerer's stone chaser.
A little bit.
Well, what do you know? That's interesting.
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Okay. Let's see. It's interesting that there's other celebrated alchemists. As I always wonder on the back of the chocolate frog card where it says like his work in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel, and it's like the point of the field of alchemy is literally to develop the Sorcerer's Stone. So what else did they do? Because he was alive for like 500 years before he met Dumbledore.
Right. I know. Yeah. It's a very good question. I want to say there's like some deep reading somewhere that says that alchemy used to be taught at Hogwarts. It is no longer like an offered lesson. But also then like, I just know that like in the realm of like other fantasy writing, like, I mean, Name of the Wind, for example, the alchemy is like a lesson you might learn at the university, and they do all sorts of crazy stuff by mixing almost like physics, magic, and potions into like a similar.
Yeah. Distinctly not chemistry in that.
Not chemistry.
Not chemistry.
Yes.
Yes. But you're right. I mean, maybe it's just like too similar to potions or something,
right?
I guess, or like, but what makes it feel less like that's the case is the fact that Nicholas Flamel himself is involved in the story.
Also true.
Who was like a real person and sought the Philosopher's Stone as the real world point of alchemy.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Externally. Yeah. But yeah, Nicholas Flamel was in fact a real life human being on planet Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Harry makes his way up to the Owlery. He is his spirits rose. He walked past the window after showing a brilliantly blue sky. He would be on the Quidditch pitch later. Whatever. More so much sky description.
Right.
Here in this chapter.
Yep.
Mrs. Norris sees him, of course, and this is going to be like it looks like Harry is, I love the description. She had the unmistakable air of a cat that was off to report to her boss, yet Harry cannot see why. He was perfectly entitled to walk up to the Owlery on a Saturday morning. Basically what's happening is that Umbridge is specifically spying on Harry already and has informed Filch that Harry Potter specifically is going to place a large order of dung bombs. Be on the lookout for him. Tell me immediately. Intercept any letter he's sending. I need to read it.
And this is even kind of like interesting as well because it maybe gives like Filch just like a grain more credence for like the way that he behaves in this particular book, because as you guys know that like we believe that Filch is just like a poltergeist. So if Peeves is the manifestation of rule breaking, then Filch is the manifestation of rule following, and like Percy is the kind of person who would have like fueled a Filch-like character, because if Fred and George are more like aligned with Peeves, then I feel like Percy was much more aligned with Filch.
Right.
But this idea that like Filch has been given this assignment by a Hogwarts professor and a specific thing that Harry is supposed to be doing, which might otherwise be considered like foul play. It's not at all why Umbridge is actually after Harry.
Right.
Like, she's given Filch a reason to spy on Harry.
And steal his mail.
Right. Under some false pretense, basically. It's like, that's not actually what Harry's up to.
Right.
But she wants to know what Harry's up to, and so she's got Filch doing her dirty work.
Exactly. He doesn't even know it yet. Later on, he'll just straight up volunteer for it. But here we go. I mentioned this again. Our glasses of the window. the glasses of the... I'm going to read this right. Thick silvery beams of sunlight crisscrossed the circular room in which hundreds of owls rested on rafters. Look at that. Thick, silvery beams. Thick is not how you describe light often.
Not often. But then I also got the straw-covered floor crunched a little as he stepped across tiny animal bones. And so then I wrote in owl ship. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. That's right. Then Harry summons Hedwig down. Get down here. I've got a letter for you. To which I added, please.
Exactly.
Come on, Harry.
He is being way too bossy with Hedwig in this whole book. Yeah, you know. But I do feel like he has a slightly more gentle conversation. He says, "Right, I know this has Snuffles on the outside," he told her, giving her the letter to clasp in her beak without knowing exactly why, whispering, "But it's for serious, okay?"
Okay, so there's the code name breakdown again.
Right, yeah. So hopefully nobody's listening on.
Yeah,
you know, and
right,
also
exactly.
It's Hedwig. I think she knows.
I literally wrote that. She knows.
Yeah, right. It's like she's not damn, okay?
Yeah, right. Come on, Harry. Give Hedwig any amount of credit, won't you?
Right. And then he does say safe flight then. So we got that.
Safe flight.
Yeah.
Said Harry. There he is. Yep. And this one will be safe. It will get to her. Let's see. Then it says what clearly... man, I am just stumbling today.
That's okay, man. We're working through it. Day before Thanksgiving.
I know. Oh, so the next thing that's going to happen is Harry is going to catch another glimpse of the Thestral. And then he saw it, a great reptilian winged horse, just like the ones pulling the Hogwarts carriages, with leathery black wings, spread like a pterodactyl's, rose up out of the tree like a grotesque giant bird. So Harry is, of course, going to be like, what was that? And he's going to kind of get stuck on it for a second. And, of course, something needed to unsettle him right now because he's about to run into Cho.
Right.
But to me, this is probably a little bit good for Harry to see, because now it's not in a weird setting. This is confirmation that okay, no one was messing with me. Those horses were real. There they are.
Right.
Unexpected and unprompted.
I know. Yeah. And so this is, I mean, I don't know what what the official objective here, other than like kind of throwing Harry off the center before a conversation with Cho is concerned, or just to kind of keep the Thestrals in the back of your mind, because it is this thing that kind of like needs to like almost like, I wonder if you're a first time reader, if at like some point you're like almost like supposed to be questioning Harry's like sanity as the story is like unfolding. Like,
sure.
Like, is he really seeing these things, or is it just like the darkness of like everything that happened last year sort of like manifesting before him?
Yeah. I suppose we haven't been introduced to it or anything, but like there could be like are the horses like the Grimm kind of situation?
Oh yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like,
Absolutely.
are these like bad omens or whatever?
Well, and people do seem to associate them as bad omens, but that's like even Hagrid's sort of like, oh, it's just because of the death thing,
right?
You know,
it's actually very similar to the Grimm or the black dog he keeps seeing, where it's just like he keeps seeing it and he does see it and people think it's a bad thing, but actually it was a good thing. It was serious. And it's like, oh yeah, these horses, they're pretty creepy looking, but they're actually pretty useful.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. I do actually really love this as well. It says, it soared in a great circle, then plunged once more into the trees. This like in a weird way almost makes me think of like birds over water.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought too.
Yeah. It's just cool to imagine using the forest as like your hunting.
Your ocean, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like plunging into the depths of like the foliage and everything as if it was the water. Anyway, I just think that's just cool imagery.
Yeah. Yes. Very good.
But so anyway, then the owlery door opened behind him. Harry leapt in shock and turned around quickly and saw Cho Chang holding a letter and a parcel in her hand.
Hot Lips Chang.
Good save. Good save. And Harry, great opening line, is going to say, hi. And but you know, Cho, without missing a single beat, is going to respond, oh, hi.
Wow. Young love.
I know. It's just like, these are the moments. This is what we live for. And then we get another little piece of trivia, because it is, why was Cho at the owlery the morning that Harry sends the letter to Sirius? And it is because she had only just remembered that morning that it's her mom's birthday.
Forgetful is what I'm seeing here, Harry.
Right. Although ironically, she does have a letter and a parcel, which means that she bought her mother a gift already. So she forgot she bought a gift for her mother and then
forgot like, oh, I didn't send it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I'll give her that.
Right,
okay.
Right,
okay.
yeah.
She did remember. She got a gift.
She got there indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Harry's sort of like, right. And then he goes, nice day, gesturing out the window. And I love Jim Dale's delivery of his own internal embarrassment. Yeah. He goes, the weather. He was talking about the weather.
He's like, no, what did you do? Even Harry knows. He's like, Neville's not here, Ron's not here, this is my chance, and I'm talking about the weather.
Right.
Fortunately, Cho saves him. She's like, yeah, good Quidditch conditions. Haven't been out all week, have you? Which I'm surprised she hasn't, because like the Gryffindor team has been out there doing stuff.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it is surprising, especially because she's not even in OWL year. She's a year ahead of him.
She's a year ahead, you know? Why is it, you know, who is Roger Davies is the captain, isn't he? I'm like, it feels like Cho should be like under captainship consideration.
It does feel that way.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. Although this is also interesting because there's like so much text filling up this like half page, but what Harry has said so far is, hi, right, nice day, no. Like if you tabulate all of Harry's half of the conversation, that's all he said so far.
Right. Yeah. He has not gotten in like a real, like legitimate, juicy sentence.
Right. Whereas like Cho has said, oh, hi, I didn't think anyone would be up here this early. I only remembered 5 minutes ago. It's my mom's birthday. And then Harry says, right. And then she goes, he says, nice day, referring to the weather, and has some little inner monologue there. And then Cho goes, yeah, good Quidditch conditions. I haven't been all week. Have you?
Yeah, Cho's a better conversationalist than Harry.
By far. And it's not even close.
And it's really not. She's got way more words in so far. And then she even has enough interest to know that Gryffindor needs a new keeper. Hey, has Gryffindor got a new keeper yet? And then finally Harry has something he can say. Yeah. It's my friend Ron Weasley. Do you know him? Which immediately brings up the one person that like Cho doesn't like, apparently.
Right. The tornado hater. Said Cho rather coolly. Is he any good? And then Harry goes, yeah, I think so. I didn't see his tryout though. I was in detention. It's like,
yeah, actually, I don't know. I did something bad.
Right. It's like, Harry, you are barely in this, man. Like,
Barely.
She is literally throwing you nothing but softballs.
I'm starting, like, earlier you had the scapegoats with Neville and the Mimbulus and Ron and the tornadoes, but now I'm starting to think maybe it was you the whole time.
Exactly. You know? Exactly. Yeah, put the shovel down, buddy.
Put the shovel down.
But
fortunately, Cho was impressed by his detention.
Indeed, yes. And that's because she goes, that Umbridge woman's foul, she said in a low voice, putting you in detention just because you told the truth about how he died.
I mean, no one ever said Umbridge was one for jokes, you know?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, you know, if you wanted
no sense of humor,
Flitwick is your man.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
he would have got it.
He would have gotten it. Everyone heard about it. It was all over school. You were really brave standing up to her like that. So despite Harry's 6-word conversation so far, Cho has managed to compliment him on getting detention, tell him he's brave, ask him about Quidditch, take an interest in his friends. She's doing great on this one page she has to talk.
Yes. And Harry is still recovering from how distracted he was by the Thestral.
Hey, I would bring that up.
I know. Be like, hey, do you see this too? Because I'm seeing something weird.
Yeah. Like when we take the carriages up to the school, I'd love to ride back with you at the end of the school year, by the way, just saying. Do you see horses pulling the carriages?
Right. Tell me. You know, because my friends, they say they don't see them, but other people do. But like Luna,
and
Luna?
I swear I just saw one in the forest.
Right. Maybe we could stand here together and look at the forest together.
Would you like to admire the view with me? The sunlight is thick.
Thick with silvery light.
I know. Yeah. See, Harry, you could do better.
Exactly. And you know, you just needed us. That's all.
And you know what she would say? Oh, yeah, Hagrid taught us about them last year. For our OWL year.
Right. Yes. He introduced us to Tenebris.
Yeah, to Tenebris. My special favorite. That was after we stopped learning about the Scroots.
Right, exactly.
Oh, the Scroots. I had to fight them in the maze. Oh, that's where Cedric. Cedric.
I
know.
And all roads lead back to Cedric.
I know, don't they?
Or at least that's a challenge we've put upon our own shoulders.
It is.
Anyway, I also absolutely love this line. It says, for a moment, he considered accidentally on purpose showing her his cut hand as he helped her tie his parcel onto her owl.
And then I love this. You kind of lose it. Says, but the instant that this thrilling thought occurred,
nothing could be more thrilling.
Like Harry's like, I've got an idea. Hold on, let me. Whoops! Oh, look at my hand. Whoops!
Did you see that there? Yes.
Hey.
Cho's like, yeah, I like that Harry guy, but then I think he was like kind of like into close-up magic or something. And
like he knows we can do real magic, right?
Right. It's unnecessary.
Yeah,
we could just make things disappear.
Yeah.
But at that exact moment, Filch, you know, if we're talking about Neville and Ron both being mood killers, it's like, talk about a third person you want at your first date.
You know, Filch. Third wheeling for you.
Right. His name is almost Filth.
Yeah.
And they're standing on Owl Ship.
Right. They sure are, man. They sure are. Interestingly, though, this goes way better than when Neville and Ron interrupt him.
It's very true.
Yeah.
It's very true. Yep. And I like, it says that there's a restless shifting of wings from above, and a large brown owl snapped his beak in a menacing fashion. This is going to be at Mrs. Norris. To which I wrote in the note, I like that owl.
I like that owl.
I like that owl.
I like that owl.
So everybody keep an eye out for a large brown owl because I'm a big fan.
Big fan.
Big fan, yeah. Aha, said Filch, taking a flat-footed step towards Harry, his pouchy cheeks trembling with anger. I've had a tip-off that you are intending to place a massive order for dung bombs.
Also, is it illegal to order them? You know,
it seems like you can just buy them at Zonko's.
At Zonko's,
right.
Exactly.
Right.
Like it can't. I can see having them being a problem.
Sure,
that can be something you're not allowed to have. But ordering them doesn't seem like a problem. Who's to say you're going to have them sent to the school? Maybe you're having them sent home. You know,
as a gift for your mom.
Exactly.
It could be her birthday after all.
It could be. Yeah.
Oh, not for Harry, but too soon.
Not
too
for
soon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no.
Dead Lily jokes.
No,
not as
those
funny.
aren't as funny at all.
No, that just hurt. I feel bad about that for what it's worth. So let's just move on past it. Anyway, who told you I was ordering dung bombs? I have my sources. Now hand over whatever it is you're sending.
Feels like a pretty fair question. I mean, like, who said that, you know?
Right, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it was Umbridge.
Yeah, but then I love the response. Harry goes, I can't. It's gone. And Filch is like, gone? Gone, said Harry calmly.
I'm sorry. Gone!
Yeah,
said Harry calmly.
He shouted it. Sorry, headphone users.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Let's see
I
here.
did go a little aggressive there, but
That's okay. We'll turn it down in post.
Harry's feeling nervous with this whole Cho situation.
Yeah, and the Thestral out there swooping around the forest like a giant bird of prey. How do I know you haven't got it in your pocket? And then Harry's like, because... And it's like, this is like one of those where it's like, it could be as simple as like Harry just turning out his pockets, but alternatively, Cho chimes in. Yeah. I saw him send it.
Said Cho angrily.
Oh, yes. So let me try that again. I saw him send it.
Oh, God. I like, this is maybe Cho's best moment. Like in the whole series.
It really is.
Like look at her just standing straight up lying for Harry. She did not see him send it.
I know. I literally wrote, this is better than their real first date. Like,
yes.
This whole thing is better than when they go to Madame Puttyfoot's.
It is.
That is them trying too hard.
Do you know what this actually is super like?
What is it like?
It is very much like when Harry and Ron save Hermione from the troll. Wherein afterwards... Hermione lies to the teachers for them.
Oh.
And the end result, if I recall, is that there are some things you can't do without becoming friends, and defeating a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them.
Right.
Yes. And they are friends forever after that. So as far as I'm concerned, maybe Ginny did do some sabotage here, you know? We got some real best friend action happening on the page.
It does feel that way.
Right?
It does feel she's got his back.
She's got his back. She's lying for him. Doesn't even know.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go. There's a moment pause in which Filch glared at Cho, and Cho glared right back. And it's like, okay, going toe to toe. I love that.
Such a good moment for Cho.
Right? And then we get from Filch, if I get so much as a whiff of a dung bomb. And it's like, using the word whiff in relation to dung bomb is just sort of like, it stinks, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Mm-mm.
But that's how you would detect a dung bomb.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's just like I'm officially under the belief that the only person in the school with dung bombs is you, Harry Potter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which for Harry must be like, crap. It's like, I go to, no pun intended, but I go to school with a whole lot of kids who also have the ability to buy dung bombs. And it seems like they get set off in the castle with fair frequency.
Can't
so Harry's like,
notice no one checks the trunks when we get here.
Right.
Pretty easy to get them here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. And so Harry thanks Cho, getting in his maybe 9th word on this conversation.
Yes. Thanks, Harry said. No problem, said Cho, finally fixing the parcel of the barn owl's other leg, her face slightly pink. You weren't ordering dung bombs, were you?
Would she even care?
I know.
Is this like the line? She's like, you know what? I would hate to have defended you if you were, because I super don't like them.
That would be the kind of thing where it's like, who are you kind of like a prankster? You know, like who am I dealing with here? Tell me more about you.
Tell me more about you.
And instead, Harry's going to say no.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I wonder why you thought you were then, she said. She carried the owl to the window. Harry shrugged. He was quite as mystified about that as she was. It was like, I don't know, guys. It feels pretty obvious you were literally just talking about it.
Right. Yeah.
Figure it out faster.
Right. Yeah. It's like, who has it out for Harry right now?
I know. You literally just sent a letter you were afraid was going to be intercepted.
Right.
And now someone's here asking for your mail. Like, figure it out, man.
Yeah. Get there faster. But then again, Cho was going to say more words than Harry and say, I'm going this way. Well, I'll see you around, Harry. And Harry goes, yeah, see you.
Great conversationalist. The most of what he said at all was just, yeah, my friend Ron in this conversation.
Yeah.
That's about it. He doesn't ask her a single question.
Right. Harry, it's not all about you, okay? You know, maybe you need to get to know her better and like what she's going through.
Exactly. In fact, your inability to understand what she's going through is kind of what's going to sink this whole relationship.
Right. Yeah. But Hermione gets it.
She does. She gets it, man.
Classic.
You know, classic Hermione, understanding Cho and Harry and stuff. Really understanding Harry. You know,
it seems like she's paying like an awful lot of attention.
A lot of close attention to Harry.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, we'll move on. Let's see here. Harry says he had managed to get through an entire conversation with her and not embarrass himself once. It's like, well,
Oh, you just didn't say anything this time.
Yeah. And also, except for the whole dung bomb accusation, because it's like, because that's the coolest thing to be accused of.
I know.
Like in front of your crush.
I know.
It's like, I hear you're ordering dung bombs.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great.
Yeah, I think
couldn't have been something better.
Yeah, you're just lucky that Cho already likes you, or I don't think you would have come off great here.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. You were really brave standing up to her like that. She called him brave. She did not hate him for being alive. What a relief.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. Of course, she had preferred Cedric. He knew that.
But did she?
I know.
Is the other thing there. It's like, yeah. So I'm so sorry I cut you off. Though if you had only asked her to the ball before Cedric had, things may have turned out differently. She had seemed sincerely sorry that she had to refuse when Harry had asked her. And it's like, this is like one of those things where Harry is like so firm in his belief that Cho must have liked Cedric more because Cedric asked her first. Right. And it's like, that's not how it works.
It's not how it worked. Yeah. I mean, granted, she did seem to like him quite a bit after that.
Well, she did, but but still, it's like anyway, it doesn't matter.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, she seemed like she liked you, and then Cedric asked her, and then she was like, "Oh my god, this is so much fun! What a great guy!" But now she's like, now that I guess he's out of the picture,
right.
Whoops, I'm gonna go back to my other crush.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so then Harry is running into Ron and Hermione in what must be the most jarring exchange that they've had with him all year, because Harry walks up and is like, "Morning!" And they're like, "All right, who died and what happened to Harry?"
What happened to Harry? You're in a weirdly good mood.
Right, yeah. Ron is immediately like, "What are you looking so pleased about?"
Yeah.
And Harry's like,
Quidditch.
Quidditch later, of course.
Yeah. Also, I can't believe he doesn't just say, I can't believe he's not just like, just ran into Cho, Like they know you like her. Right?
Exactly. This is no secret. You could just be like, "Hey guys, best friends in the whole world who know about my secret crush. Guess who I just ran into and totally didn't make a fool of myself in front of?"
Yeah. Also, Filch accused me of sending dung bombs, and Hermione would be like, "I bet it was Umbridge," and you'd be one step closer.
One step closer.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, of course, the mention of Quidditch makes Ron like super nervous, which is it's so funny because Ron has been like trying to soft launch his Quidditch career the whole year. He finally gets on the team. They have a whole party celebrating that Ron got on the team, and now it's the first practice, and Ron's like, "I hate Quidditch. Why do I even want to play?"
I know. Yeah. So he's super nervous about it. And he's asking Harry if they'll go out a little bit early so that they can practice together. And then Hermione's immediately like, "Look, I don't think you should do that because you guys have a lot of homework that you have not been doing."
And she is going to be like a real stick in the mud about this.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's going to be like genuine, like actually mad at them for not doing their homework.
Yeah.
Not just like that feels like a bad call to me. Like to me, it's like, I could see you thinking it's a better idea, but to actually be mad they don't do it seems weird.
It does seem weird.
Yeah.
It does seem weird. Yeah. Yep. But then the Daily Prophet arrives and Hermione pushed a Cutt into its leather pouch, which I was like, hold on a second. I'm listening to the new like Audible, full cast version of Sorcerer's Stone. And Hagrid advises Harry to pay 5 Cunnuts.
Wow.
In the hut on the rock for the Daily Prophet, which makes me think the Daily Prophet's like, man, like, we need to sell more copies. So maybe we need to like lower prices.
We got to lower prices.
Yeah. And it's going to come back up on the next page as well. So basically my tinfoil hat theory, Daily Prophet, almost bankrupt.
Wow. Not doing so good now that they're, under ministry control.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
It's like the public can tell. They don't know what they can tell, but they can tell.
They're like, I'm not paying 5 whole Cunnuts for this anymore. You're going to have to lower if you're doing full page ads for Madam Malkins on the very next page.
We want less ads and we want more down the center journalism.
Yeah. Is that so much to ask for?
That's so much to ask for.
Right.
Also, actually, you know what? This is not in defense. I was going to say down the center journalism, and I was like, it's not like the Prophet was always doing that. Rita Skeeter was terrible. But then I'm like, do you know what? They don't have Rita Skeeter anymore. They don't have like their number one journalist.
You're right.
So maybe people aren't buying it as much.
Oh my gosh. Rita Skeeter's sitting there like, all right.
I mean, I told you.
Yeah, rest in pieces, Daily Prophet.
Yeah. Well, it's not even her call. It's Hermione who's like not letting her write.
No, I know. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. But I mean, it must feel good if you're really scared to be like, oh wow, they're like without me, they can't hold up.
Well, prices are down. What do you know?
What do you know? Yeah, people must not be buying. But yeah, so then we get a little bit of a description as to what they are actually reporting on. Hermione says just some guff about the bass player of the Weird Sisters getting married. Mm-hmm. This is Donegan Tremlett.
Donegan Tremlett. I know. I read that name and I was like, please, no one ask me about Donegan Tremlett.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a detail to just try to log away for the rest of your life.
Also, another tremendous sentence here. She opened the paper and just here behind it. This is it. Harry devoted himself to another helping of eggs and bacon. Devoted himself to it.
Right.
I was like, well, I literally wrote, now that's a sentence.
It is. I mean, it is Thanksgiving week here, in real time as we're recording. So I'm about to devote myself to eating some turkey and mashed potatoes.
Same.
Yeah. I like to make the turkey, mashed potato, gravy roll sandwiches. Mm-hmm. That's the ticket for me.
That's the ticket, man. Yeah. No doubt.
Anyway, not the point of this moment. Let's see. Wait a moment, said Hermione suddenly. Oh no, Sirius. And then we have a little bit of an article. It says the Ministry of Magic received a tip off from a reliable source that Sirius Black, a notorious mass murderer, blah blah blah, is currently hiding in London.
Yeah, this is just like, and they're going to take this so seriously, and it's like, I mean, haha, pun not intended, but it's like Sirius when they ask him about it, he's like, they're always guessing or whatever,
right?
And it's like they don't like give him any credence. They don't like believe him because they're so concerned that Malfoy saw him on the platform or whatever.
Right.
But it's like, guys, if you recall, the person in charge of hunting for Sirius is in the Order of the Phoenix, and his name is Kingsley Shacklebolt. Okay?
You've seen his office with your own two bespectacled eyes.
You know him. He came over for meatballs.
Meatballs.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And also, he's in Grimmauld Place, so he literally cannot be found. Okay.
Super good.
You don't even need to worry about it.
As long as Dumbledore is fine, we're fine.
Exactly.
And you know what? Sirius will die before that. So
yeah, it's really gonna be fine.
It'll be okay. Anyway, but yeah, so then we get a little bit more description of it. And I think Hermione is gonna chime in like, well, he just won't be able to leave the house again. That's all. And it's like, well, he pretty much was already not leaving the house at all. That's
exactly it.
That's kind of been the problem.
Did we think the Death Eaters don't know any other members of the Order of the Phoenix? Why is it so much worse for Sirius to be seen out than them? Because he's like a wanted criminal, I guess.
I mean, I think that's it. Yeah. It's like, and I think that's kind of like the big plot line that just sort of has to like be maintained is there. We have because Peter got away, we haven't been able to prove Sirius's innocence. And so it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, you can't ever let go of what was supposed to be the hunt for the notorious mass murderer, even though there have been no other attacks that could be linked to Sirius.
You know what Dumbledore should actually do, or what Sirius could actually do?
What?
Is go out, be seen very publicly, and just be like, Voldemort has returned.
Oh, yeah. Right. Because then it would be sort of like, oh, crap. One of his most devoted servants is saying it.
Exactly.
Yeah. That would work.
Yeah. Everyone would be like, oh, no. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I made the Malcolm's joke, but that's because Harry looked down glumly at the bit of the prophet that had been torn off. Most of the page was devoted to an advertisement for Madame Malkin's Robe for All Occasions, which was apparently having a sale.
Well, see, they're having to sell bigger ad space now because the prices of subscriptions have gone down.
You get it.
Yeah.
You get it exactly. Because the little piece of article that is at the bottom of this page actually otherwise feels like it would be of like important interest because it says, trespass at the Ministry. Sturgis Podmore, 38. Trivia, if you can remember how old Sturgis Podmore is. Of number 2, Laburnum Gardens, Clapham. I am certain that the Brits listening right now are like, you guys suck so bad.
I am also certain that it is not within some form of journalistic integrity to give people's home addresses.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Has appeared in front of the Wizengamot, charged with trespass and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on 31st August. Podmore was arrested by the Ministry of Magic watch wizard Eric Munch.
There's Eric Munch, who we brought up earlier in the book. He was the guy doing the crossword or looking at the Daily Prophet when Harry got checked in to go to his hearing.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, thank you, Eric. There he is, Eric Munch. He came back. See, we told you would. And then just note that it was the 31st of August when this happens. It was actually the day before they went back to school. So it was not Sturgis getting caught that made Voldemort have a surge of emotion when Umbridge touched him.
Right. Yes, that was one of the things that was kind of like, oh, could that be it? Because we're about to hear about that particular thing. But,
right, because he's going to read the article the very next morning.
Right.
But apparently this article is coming out a week late.
Yes. And in which time, I guess the judicial system in the Wizarding world operates rather quickly, because he's already appeared before the Wizengamot in the 1 week since he's been caught trespassing.
Yes.
And sentenced to 6 months trivia in Azkaban.
Man, not so great. And then they're all like, wait, Sturgis Podmore? He's the bloke who looks like his head's been thatched, isn't he? He's one of the Order. Hermione's like, Ron, use code words.
With the wings.
Yeah.
Snuffles.
With the wings. Come on now.
Our big friend.
Our big friend, I know. And then Harry's like, 6 months in Azkaban for trying to get through a door? What? Let's see. It says, don't be silly. It wasn't for trying to get through a door. What on earth was he doing at the Ministry of Magic at 1 o'clock in the morning? Breathed Hermione. It's like, you guys know that they're doing guard duty somewhere every single night. Like, you know that. You lived there. Arthur was going to stay up late doing his report in the middle of the night. Right? Like, you know there is middle of the night guard duty. And for some reason, now that one of the Order members was caught in the middle of the night, you're not like, and you even know he was on guard duty that night.
Right.
Like, figure out that what they're guarding is at the Ministry. It is not hard.
The pieces of the puzzle are there. And the reason they can't figure that out is because otherwise, like, Sirius and all the other stuff happening later wouldn't be as like, whoa.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is, you're absolutely right. Like, they have every piece of the puzzle, just not putting them together.
Yeah.
And then Harry remembers that Sturgis was supposed to be part of the guard that was supposed to see them off. And that's like where Moody was like all annoyed because he didn't turn up. And he was supposed to be on some sort of job for them. So.
This also is Moody being like, it's like, it says they're going to use the fact that Moody was annoyed that he didn't show up is like, and Moody was all annoyed because he didn't turn up. So that doesn't seem like he was supposed to be on job for them, does it? It's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But then at the same rate, it's like, but except that he was on a job for them guarding the stone. So it's like, so Moody genuinely should have been concerned.
Right.
It's like, oh man, someone doing a job for the Order didn't show up the next morning.
Right. Yeah. It's like, yeah, that feels like the kind of thing where it's like, Podmore's not here. Hey, who was on guard duty last night? It's like Podmore. It's like,
right. No one's like, hey, security breach.
Right.
Like,
yes.
Again, the Order is so bad at their jobs. Like, anyway. And then Ron points out it could be a frame up, and he's actually pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah. He thinks the Ministry is the one behind it, not Voldemort.
Yeah, they've lured him to the Ministry, and he wasn't trying to get through a door at all. Maybe they've just made something up to get him. And it's like, not far off, Ron.
Not far off. I don't know why you'd think it would be the Ministry, and I guess because I think Ministry is against Dumbledore and that he's related to Dumbledore. But it's like, one of the Order members went missing. You know the Order's fighting Voldemort. You don't think it's Voldemort?
Right. Yep, exactly. But Hermione immediately is sort of like looking rather impressed and says, do you know, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that were true.
I see. This is the misdirect for the reader.
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to be like, even Hermione thinks Ron's right. He's probably right.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, they move past that and they decide, or Hermione thinks they should go do homework, and Harry is like, nope, gonna go do Quidditch. But how could he not? I mean, the sky was a clear, exhilarating blue.
I know. Oh my goodness. And then Ron says the most relatable thing ever. I mean, we can do it tonight.
I know.
And it's like, and we've got tomorrow. She gets too worked up about work. That's her trouble.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like, I can't tell you the number of times that I've been like, we can do it tomorrow. It'll be fine.
It's gonna be good. And actually, I do like that Harry does do this instead of the homework. Like, I know, like Hermione, of course, thinks he's making a mistake, and he does have a lot of homework to do. However, this is a great example of what Hermione herself tells Harry before he goes into the mirror chamber, which is that you're a great wizard. And he's like, not as good as you. And she's like, oh, me, books and cleverness. That would be doing your homework. There are more important things like friendship and bravery. That's going to play Quidditch.
Right.
This is the more important things.
This is the more important thing. And really, Harry needs this right now.
Exactly.
You know? Like, he has had a tough freaking week.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, Harry's like, yeah, I do. Still, this is important too. We've got to practice. We want to stay on the Quidditch team. And then Ron's like, yeah, that's right. And we have got plenty of time to do it all. And I'm like, you're trying to convince who? Yourself?
Yeah. Yourself. Definitely yourself. I like that he also says, going back to year one, it says, she gets too worked up about the work. That's her trouble. And it's like, yeah, needs to sort out her priorities, you know?
Also true. Yeah. So they finally get out there. Harry finally gets to see Ron playing keeper, but this is also kind of interesting because Harry thought Ron was pretty good. He blocked 3/4 of the goals Harry attempted to put past him, which also means that Harry may be a pretty decent chaser.
Yeah, I'm like you think Ron's pretty good when you, a not chaser, got 25% of your shots past him.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Like any like soccer or football goalie, I feel like probably would not get very good praise if they only blocked 3/4 of the shots.
I know. Especially if the person shooting had nothing to do with shooting the ball.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is not like Harry's like a main area of expertise by any means, but whatever, they're just warming up.
Right.
Yeah.
Then I feel like we get so they go back up to the castle. They have like a little bit of food or whatever, and then they come back out for the rest of the team. And it says that all of their teammates but Angelina were already in the changing room when they entered. And then you get, all right, Ron, said George, winking at him. And it's like, that's like one of those where I'm like, oh, we know the truth behind that wink.
We do.
Because like, this is George saying like, you doing all right there, Ron? Like, because for him, he's like, first team practice, first time we're all together.
Right.
It's like, this is happening. You are on the team. Wink. We know. And so that goes back to our whole thing about the Doxy eggs. And I actually think we're going to get even more proof that Fred and George were behind Ron making the team, just like one little paragraph down.
Yeah.
So Fred will chime in and he'll say, ready to show us up, Ickle Prefect, said Fred, emerging tousle-haired from the neck of his Quidditch robes. So he says he has a slightly malicious grin on his face, which makes it seem, like the elder brother doing the older brother thing, whatever. But then Ron says, shut up, said Ron, stony face, pulling on his own team robes for the first time. They fitted him well, considering they had been Oliver Wood's, who is rather broader in the shoulder. But do we know two people in particular who might be familiar with Ron's robe measurements coming into this year?
Fred and George.
What is Harry's requirement?
Yeah, they get the dress robes.
They get the dress robes. Why do the robes fit so well, even though Oliver Wood was bigger on the shoulders?
Because they fitted him well.
Yeah, fitted him well.
Yeah, because the twins have adjusted the robes.
Yes, they have.
Because they know his exact measurements.
Precisely.
Exactly.
It's all there.
It's all right there.
Yeah.
It's so good, man.
That line in particular, I was like, well, wait a second. Why? It's like, I know that Ron is like considered to be like taller, but he's lanky.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would they fit him so well?
Indeed. Angelina, it turns out, was not in the locker room because she was out realizing that the Slytherins are out in the stands ready to just literally have nothing better to do on a Saturday than like yell at the Gryffindors practice.
Yeah, apparently. And so she comes in and she's like, let's get to it. Oh, and there are a couple people out there watching, but I want you to just ignore them. All right.
It feels like there should be literal rules against watching the other teams practice.
I mean, in the real world with real sports, there are rules against that.
Right.
You can't do that.
Yes, you cannot do that. That's just like, akin to cheating.
Yeah, I think they called it Spygate when it happened.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Like what is happening here? Come on, Hogwarts. Dumbledore doesn't seem like he cares about this stuff enough,
Yeah, I know. He's just sort of like, just let them do what they're going to do. They'll figure it out. There's life lessons to be learned along the way. It's
exactly.
fine.
I'm just going to let them make the mistakes.
Right.
They can't learn about corruption if I don't let corruption exist.
Precisely. Yeah, that's backwards logic.
Oh dear. And then let's say I love Malfoy immediately starts making fun of Ron's broom. What's that Weasley's writing? Why would anyone put a flying charm with that moldy old log? Which is to say that this just came out and is almost certainly better than the Comet 260 you were writing back in year 1, Malfoy. Boo, what?
I know. Yeah. I literally was like, what do we have going on here? Do we have any canonical evidence that suggests that a clean sweep 11 is better than a Comet 260?
I mean, that it's newer.
It is newer. Yeah. It is newer. So it's like you have to, you just have to assume that it's like this is just Malfoy just being a jerk.
And I mean, it absolutely is. It says like a moldy old log. It's literally brand new.
Literally brand new.
Yeah. Yeah. So nothing doing there. Anyway, and then my goodness, the Slytherins are in rare form today, and I mean it because we get this really remarkable line from Pansy Parkinson who says, "Hey Johnson, what's with that hairstyle anyway? Why would anyone want to look like they got worms coming out of their head?" Which, if you don't know, Angelina Johnson is black, so she's just got like the braids going here.
Yes.
So this is not even like blood purity racism. This is like good old fashioned regular real world racism happening on the pages here, which is like somehow a new low for the Slytherins.
It really is.
I was like, I could not believe she just said that.
It's like this is so wildly inappropriate, and it's like it's like who says that?
I know. I was like, wow. You really don't see a lot of that in these books.
Right.
But here it is, plain and simple.
So that's infuriating.
I was like, wow, Pansy, you are terrible.
Officially on a hit list. Yeah. Sorry about that. Well, actually, I'm not sorry about that. You deserve it.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, then pretty much everything to do, like as mean as the Slytherins are being, it is like what happens before them is pure fodder for their cannons because it like
they're Chudley cannons, you know.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the ball gets passed around this way, that way, this way, that way, passes to Ron, who drops it. And then the same thing happens again, and he drops it again. And then finally, Ron is going to catch the quaffle, and then out of relief, he passes it so enthusiastically that it soared straight through Katie's outstretched hands and hit her hard in the face, and basically ends up giving her a bloody nose.
I'm kind of like, Ron drops it twice, but then when Katie doesn't catch it, it's still Ron's fault.
Yeah, right.
Why wasn't that Katie's fault for not catching the ball?
Well, gee, I actually drew an illustration here on my page of Ron being way too close, throwing it to Katie, and clearly there was nothing she could do about catching it before it hit her in the face.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I mean, you know, you could see it right there.
I see it right in your illustration. It makes it very clear.
Exactly. But yeah, so then Fred and George, of course, have their other half, the healing half to the nosebleed nougat that they intend to deliver to Katie, but unfortunately give her the wrong side.
Well, they don't even give her the wrong side. They give her the wrong candy altogether. It's a blood blister pod.
Right. Yeah. So then she's just bleeding even worse.
Yeah. So, I mean, now it's not just Ron making a right pig's ear of things, is it?
No, not so much. It kind of seems like Katie can't catch the ball. Ron is throwing the ball too hard or dropping it. Fred and George don't know their own candy from blood blister pods.
Yeah.
You know, Harry's just out there trying to like catch the snitch.
I know. There's been the recurring theme of like everything Harry loves is like slowly taken away from him. This chapter is going to like hit him 3 ways. First is going to be right here. They start practice, like it's not going good for him, but then at least he gets the snitch out, and it's like he accelerated, rolling and swerving in and out of the chasers, the warm autumn air whipping in his face, the distant yells of the Slytherin, so much meaningless roaring in his ears, but too soon, the whistle brought him to a halt again. So it's like he's like out there, he's doing the thing. It's like a nice weather day. He's having a great time. Done.
I know.
Stop.
I mean, this like reminds me of like, you know, in our mountain biking days where we'd be like out in the woods and you're like getting ready to carve and you're just sort of like going through like all the ins and outs of the trees and everything. And then you get like a flat tire and it's just like, I just didn't want that right now. Just, you know, like I just wanted to like be free and, you know, like run through the forest and have raccoons and hummingbirds fly beside me and sing in a joyous spirit of cacophony and sound.
Yeah.
I was just trying to use words. I definitely lost the thread. But,
I know.
You know, I was doing my best.
I don't remember the flying raccoons myself, but
well, you know,
I'll tell you what, if I had a bunch of raccoons running on either side of me while I was mountain biking, I'd be like, oh my God, I'd be freaking out.
I'd be like, wow, they're so adorable. What are they doing out during the day?
I know. Why are they chasing me?
Anyway, so Katie is trying really hard to, stop the flow of her nosebleed. I love this line. Harry glanced around at Fred, who was looking anxious and checking his pocket. He saw Fred pull something purple, examine it for a second, and look around at Katie, evidently horror struck.
Oh, dear.
That's that moment of like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Then the Slytherins are doing a very pathetic chant compared to what they ultimately come up with Weasley is our king. Gryffindor are losers. Gryffindor are losers.
Yeah. Very creative.
Yeah.
Very
It's going to get stuck
creative.
in Harry's head. So it must have like a real cadence to it.
Yours is better. I was just like, Gryffindor are losers. Gryffindor are losers.
Oh, man. Well, one way or another. Anyway, yeah. So then Angelina, Fred, and George all flying as fast as they could towards Katie. Katie was now chalk white, covered in blood, needs to go to the hospital wing.
Katie
and Fred's
does
like,
not have a good couple years, does she?
She really doesn't.
She's going to get quite cursed next year, too.
She is. Poor Katie. Katie is like here for one sole purpose, which is to not be captain of the Quidditch team and also be injured.
Yeah, right.
That's two
Then
purposes.
you got like Alicia Spinnet over there. She's just like, I'm just here to be on the Quidditch team.
I'm just vibing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
like this
good.
could have been Alicia, and then at least it would have been like Alicia gets hurt and then Katie gets hurt. But
Right.
instead, it's like, no, it's just Katie.
It's just Katie.
She's just a punching bag.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
She's just gonna keep getting it. And then Angelina says, "Well, there's no point continuing with no beaters and a chaser gone." To which I was like, "Is there not? Can you? Why? You can keep practicing for
Right.
sure.
Put the bludgers away. Just do
Just put
shooting
the bludgers
practice.
away, right? Yeah, I mean,
Penalty
you still
kicks.
right? Exactly. Like you still got two chasers and Harry. Let him chase the snitch for a while, and the rest of you just practice on Ron.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
He needs practice. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, they make it back, and Hermione's like, "How was practice?" And Harry's like, "It was." And then Ron finishes, "Completely lousy." And then Hermione, oh god, this is like one of those things where it's like she concludes in such like a very like poignant way.
Yes.
She goes, "Well, it was only your first one," she said consolingly. "It's bound to take time to." And then Ron's like, "Who said it was me that made it lousy?" And Hermione's like, "No one. I just thought you thought I was bound to be rubbish." "No, of course I didn't. Look, you said it was lousy. I'm going to get started on some homework," said Ron angrily. And then Hermione looks at Harry and is like, "Was he lousy?" And Harry's going to be like, "No," said Harry loyally.
Yeah. But yes.
but also yes.
But this is also a good like Ron Hermione moment here where it says like completely lousy and it says she looked up at Ron and her frostiness seemed to melt at once. And it's just like,
Yeah.
She's just like, oh, I need to be a different kind of friend right now.
Right. I was like, I didn't mean to hurt you. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
Yeah. Right. Not a tough love moment, I guess. My bad. I read the situation wrong.
Yeah, well, I suppose it could have played better, but it was only the first training session, like you said. And it's like, you can tell Ron's just feeling real insecure because Hermione has not actually put her like foot in her mouth here at all.
Right.
You know, she didn't say like she didn't say it was him. She's just like, it was just your first practice. Like she doesn't necessarily mean like you, Ron. It's just like you're the team's first practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. True. Yeah. It's definitely like one of those things where when you have a specific relationship with like the circumstances, you're at the center of your own universe, and therefore you're going to hear it in the worst possible way directed towards yourself.
Right. Yes. But so we get to the next day where it's going to be completely full of homework. Let's see. It says most of their fellow Gryffindors spent the day out in the grounds, enjoying what might well be some of the last sunshine of the year. So more sunlight descriptions here, and indeed, it will be some of the last like bright times of the year,
Right.
because things are only going to get darker.
They really are, and rather quickly, which is going to come up very here shortly in Percy's letter to Ron, where he's going to start alluding to a very big thing that is supposed to be in the Prophet tomorrow.
Oh yeah, which we all know is going to be the Hogwarts High Inquisitor.
Yep, that is exactly what's going on. So it's kind of late in the middle of the night, and Hermes, Percy's owl, shows up on the windowsill, and all of a sudden they're sort of like, "Wait a second, what's up with that?" It's like, "What's Percy writing to me for?" And as he opens the letter, it says, "That's definitely Percy's handwriting. To Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts." I kind of wish it said like squashy armchair next to the fire.
Well, Percy would never. you know?
Right. Yeah, that'd be like too whimsical.
I love Ron's like he's like, "What do you reckon? What do I do with this?"
Open
it.
said Hermione eagerly. And so Ron kind of like scrolls through it himself, and when he finished, he looked disgusted. He thrust the letter at Harry and Hermione, who leaned towards each other, to read it together. Sorry, I had to.
I mean, it's right there.
Right, it's just right there.
Just lean in together,
Dear Ron, I have only just heard from no less a person than the Minister of Magic himself, who has it from your new teacher, Professor Umbridge, that you have become a Hogwarts prefect.
Just hearing now, eh?
Yeah, just now. How about that? It's like it's almost like you don't pay attention to anything that's going on inside the family.
Right.
I was most pleasantly surprised to hear. I was most pleasantly surprised when I heard this news, and must firstly offer my congratulations.
Always a tone of surprise.
Right, exactly. I must admit, I have always been afraid that you would take what we might call the Fred and George route. And this is where I was like, yeah, someone just needs to punch him in the face.
Right.
I'm like, it's like, I love Fred and George so much that to hear their names slandered, I'm like, no.
Right.
No.
It's just because what it's really saying is that like, no matter what front Percy's been putting up, he has been like disappointed in Fred and George the whole time. And also worried that Ron was going to follow in their footsteps. And it's like, what a rude take on two of your siblings. Oh, if not three.
If not three.
I know. But then the back half of the sentence is no better, rather than following in my footsteps. So it's like, it's saying that like, I've never respected Fred and George, and I do now assume that you are intentionally following my footsteps, which Ron is also not doing.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Let's see here. And then he's going to say, like, I want to offer you more than congratulations, Ron. I want to give you some advice. You know, now that we're in the same corner and everything, prefix and all, hey. Yeah, and it says, from something the minister let slip when telling me you are now a prefect, I gather that you are still seeing a lot of Harry Potter. I must tell you, Ron, that nothing could put you in danger of losing your badge more than continued fraternization with that boy.
The way he's going to refer to Harry for the rest of the letter is as if he has never met him once in his life.
Right.
Like he just, as if Harry is not a person that Percy knows, and is just like this idea of a rebellious spirit,
which is crazy because like Percy is like one of the first people to greet Harry when he sits down at the Gryffindor common room, or not common room, table after he's been sorted. Like they immediately have like this, like the conversation about like Snape and all the stuff kind of going on there. Percy like bets on Gryffindor like winning the Quidditch cup, you know, like with Penelope in year 3.
Right.
Like, they go to the Quidditch World Cup together. It's like these people are people who have like spent significant and meaningful time together.
Exactly. They have like, he knows him. Like they are like, not just like as you're a sort of my friend's friend that I'm aware of. It's like he has spent summers there. Like you really do know Harry.
Right.
And then I hate this. I mean, I hate so many of them. It says, no doubt you will say that Potter has always been Dumbledore's favorite. It's like, that is absolutely not Ron's defense. Right.
Yep.
But I feel bound to tell you that Dumbledore may not be in charge at Hogwarts much longer, which is like, wow, that's telling right there.
Right. And the people who count have a very different and probably more accurate. The inclusion of the word probably there is also kind of like, what?
I just crossed out more and typed in less.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. View of Potter's behavior. I shall say no more here, but if you look at the Daily Prophet tomorrow, you will get a good idea of the way the wind is blowing.
The interesting thing is that like Fudge is so concerned that Dumbledore is trying to overthrow the Ministry when he's not.
Right.
And in the meantime, Fudge is doing everything he can to overthrow Hogwarts.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Fudge is again seeing exactly what he thinks, like his interpretation of the situation is his own insecurity being reflected back at him.
Yes.
He's afraid of being taken over, so he's taking over.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah. It's just, it's very annoying.
Seriously, Ron, you do not want to be tarred with the same brush as Potter. Not Harry, Potter.
Right. Yes. And let's see here. As you must be aware, given that our own father escorted him to court, Potter had a disciplinary hearing this summer in front of the whole Wizengamot, and he did not come out of it looking too good. And it's like innocent and cleared of all charges, but whatever.
Looks pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah.
It says he got off on a mere technicality, and it's like, no.
The technicality being what? That there were Dementors present?
Dementors present, and a witness was brought to stand, and also like the Wizengamot themselves tried to like trick Harry into missing his hearing and also not having Dumbledore for support.
Right.
It's like everything about it was wrong on the Ministry's part. I almost just swore.
Oh, I know. And then he says, it may be that you're afraid to sever ties with Potter. I know that he can be unbalanced and for all I know, violent. And it's like, for all you know, what do you mean for all you know? You know him. You don't have to guess.
Right. There's been no indication of him being violent. At all.
At all.
Right. That's not a thing. I literally just have question marks written all around that.
Do you remember when he killed the basilisk and saved your sister?
Right. Oh, man. Yeah. Then I urge you to speak to Dolores Umbridge, a really delightful woman.
I literally drew vomit.
Yeah. I just said no.
No.
No, period.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Who I know will only be too happy to advise you, which that part is probably true. She would love to advise Ron, but he would never take that advice because he is not an idiot.
No, he is not. It says, your loyalty, Ron, should not be to him, but to the school and the ministry. And it's like, excuse me, what kind of like message is that? Your loyalty?
Right,
you know?
right, yeah.
You're in high school, dude.
I hate all this.
Yeah. I'm very sorry to hear that so far Professor Umbridge is encountering very little cooperation from the staff as she tries to make those necessary changes within Hogwarts. And it's like she's not in charge.
Right.
Like, what do you mean she's not getting cooperation? They have no reason to listen to her.
This is also like such a Percy drinking the Kool-Aid type thing, because you have to imagine that like within the confines of the castle, like Percy saw himself as an authority figure, as a prefect. Above a prefect would be head boy, head girl. Above them would be the staff, and above them would be deputy headmistress, and above them would be headmaster.
Right.
And that is going to be like the hierarchy. So you can only imagine that within the confines of the castle, Percy would have seen the words and instruction of the professors as effectively gospel, as they are higher ranking officials than him, the prefect / head boy.
Right.
And here he is saying, I'm very sorry to hear that so far Professor Umbridge is encountering little cooperation from staff. And it's like, Percy, you realize that like the little cooperation she's receiving is like McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, like all of the professors, Sprout, they all don't like her. Why is that not helping you understand the situation any better?
Right. It's like it, yeah, because you're right. He has tunnel vision. He's drinking the Kool-Aid hard. Let's see. I love where he says, a student who shows himself willing to help Professor Umbridge now may be very well placed for head boyship in a couple of years. And I think it's funny that Ron just skips that year. So.
Right. Yeah.
Not a concern. You know?
And I literally wrote, who cares?
Yeah.
Like as if that's like Ron's hope or trajectory.
I know.
At all.
Like Ron just does not even care about being a prefect. It seems like.
Right. Which I guess, to be fair, like when he does look in the mirror, is he Quidditch captain or is he head boy?
He's both.
He's both.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess there is that.
Yeah.
To be fair, we'd be remiss if we didn't bring that up. But still, at this point in time, I don't think that's like Ron's key trajectory anymore.
Right. Yeah. Well, like at that point, it's sort of like what he's not necessarily, I think, is saying that he wants those things. It is that Charlie was Quidditch captain, Bill was head boy, Percy is a prefect.
Right.
It's like it's not that he is the same things they are. It's that he is the best of all of them.
Ah, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So I think, that's what Dumbledore says. So,
right.
Yeah.
So then going on to the next page, though, or the next paragraph says, I'm sorry I was unable to see you more over the summer. It pains me to criticize our parents.
I doubt it.
To which I was just like, then don't criticize your parents. Yeah.
I know.
And it says, but I'm afraid I can no longer live under the roof while they remain mixed up with the dangerous crowd around Dumbledore. To which I wrote, how dare you?
And then it says, if you are writing to Mother at any point, you might tell her that a certain Sturgis Podmore, who's a great friend of Dumbledore. And I'm like, you know what? You can write to her yourself.
Yeah.
Why don't you just do it? You wrote to Ron.
Right. Talk to your mom.
Do it. Why don't you do it?
Right. Yeah. I count myself very lucky to have escaped the stigma of association with such people.
People. Oh my gosh. And I do hope, Ron, that you will not allow family ties to blind you to the misguided nature of our parents' beliefs and actions. And it's like, Percy, you are the one who is blinded, sir.
Yes, indeed. I shall, of course, be ready to accept a full apology.
Oh, it's
when
rich.
That day comes.
Oh, that's rich, Percy.
That's rich, especially because when it comes down to it, it is you who will issue the apology.
It is.
Yep.
It is, and that day will come.
It will. It will indeed. So anyway, we kind of get to the end of the letter here, to which I then included, it says, your brother, Percy, but I added Pinhead above it.
I just crossed his name out.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah. No, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Harry looked up at Ron. Well, he said, trying to sound as though he found the whole thing a joke. If you want to, what is it? Sever ties with me. I swear I won't get violent.
A good Harry, offering a bit of levity to the situation.
There we go.
And Ron is just like, oh my gosh, he is the world's biggest shit. Throws the pieces into the fire, doesn't consider it for a second. Very loyal. Well done, Ron.
Way to go, Ron. Good best friend moment right there. Yep, absolutely. Yes, and I even like this here. It says Hermione was looking at Ron with an odd expression on her face, and I think that it's very similar to like the other scene I keep bringing up, like as it pertains to like Ron and Hermione situation, which is about the house elves in Deathly Hallows, like where Ron is like advocating for their safety. I think the same thing is happening here with Hermione, where like Hermione is witnessing like Ron's loyalty in such like a organic, natural, like no part, like he's not being performative. He's not like, doing anything. Ron is genuinely infuriated at the implications being suggested by Percy. And I think it shows that like it shows to Hermione that Ron's moral compass is exactly where it should be pointed.
Right. Like this, it's such a little line here. Just Hermione was looking at Ron with an odd expression on her face. And it's like, what's happening there is this is like one of those moments where like Hermione's like really like falling in love with Ron.
Yes. She's seeing through all of it. So as I know, I've said so many times, like I know we make a huge deal about the Hermione thing, but like it's not like the seeds for Ron Hermione aren't there.
Right.
So anyway, and it's all just for fun anyway. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's see here. So, but really what's happening here though, as well, is that Hermione is kind of like coming down from her like position as it pertains to helping them with their studies. Right. And she's sort of like, okay, give them here. Like I'll correct them for you. And so, it's kind of like a barrier that like has been like it's been established for this first week of school that Hermione is like basically decided like, I'm not helping you guys with homework. And that puts them in like this, not like
difficult position. Yeah.
Right. Not an unfair position, like nobody is like Hermione's not required to help them.
No.
But it certainly is like one of those things where it's kind of like you get like this like breath of like, oh, okay. Homework at least can be figured out. They're not going to fail their classes.
Right. Yeah. Hooray. Hooray. That's good. And it's also like, we kind of brought it up when Ron keeps trying to like soft launch the Quidditch tryouts and stuff. Where like, Hermione hasn't even like put it together that like, oh, like she's remembered the speech Umbridge had. But she's like, oh, yeah, I guess Gryffindor is going to need a new keeper or whatever. Like, she hasn't remembered that.
Right.
Like, the things that are important to her are not necessarily what Ron is focusing on. But it's not because Ron isn't focusing on important things.
Right. Also true. Right. Also true. Yeah.
And it's like, I think she's having like a personal moment as well where she's just like, wow, Ron had a really bad day at Quidditch. Now he's had a really bad time with his family. And his entire family's been going through it. And like, I sort of knew that, but now I've witnessed it firsthand, like affecting not just his parents, but Ron himself.
Right.
And it's just sort of, I feel like Hermione's like really empathizing with everything in a way that like she hasn't quite been fully able to grasp. Cause like the relationship with her parents, still good. Like she doesn't care as much about Quidditch, but she can recognize that those are important things that her best friends are dealing with.
Yeah. I think that's it's extremely succinct and well said. I think as it pertains to like Hermione, we oftentimes say like, if she is all like, cleverness and books, as you mentioned, compared to like Harry's friendship and bravery, it's like that's sort of like the distance that I think Hermione is traveling in her arc.
Right.
Is like, she appreciates those things. She values those things. This is her like really like, doing a good job.
It's Ron doing those things. It's the more important things.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yep. So anyway, then this is sort of like that moment where like Harry is also like he's just seen written, by hand from someone who he knows and has spent time with, expressing kind of like the exact kinds of doubt about his person and character that he kind of expected coming into school, but like having seen it like written by somebody like who is otherwise been in such close proximity to him, it's kind of hitting in like a really real way.
It is one of the worst betrayals because it's like, even Harry, I think he's feeling the ramifications of Percy's betrayal in the same way maybe the rest of the Weasleys have been feeling it. It's like he can now feel Percy's betrayal the same way, the rest of the Weasleys did. Like, he knew that Percy did this thing, but it's like, then you see like Molly see Harry's like dead body and it's like, he's as good as a son or whatever. And it's like, there has been this gap where it's like the Weasleys treat him like family and he can like think of Ron as his best friend and like think of them like as a family, but now he has been betrayed by Percy in the exact same way the Weasley family has. Like, in a way, he has been treated like a family member by Percy.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. That's yes. Totally. And so with all of this that's kind of happening, I think that Harry's kind of having this like massive surge of sympathy for Sirius, because Sirius is also in a very similar situation where everybody in the wizarding world thinks of Sirius as this like dangerous murderer and a great Voldemort supporter, and they're all wrong. And Sirius has basically had to like live with the fact that the whole world thinks of him as this like terrible person when he's not, you know, and so that's really difficult. So he's kind of like staring into the flames, daydreaming about Sirius, when sure enough, he sees Sirius's face.
Just pops up.
Yeah. And at first he's like, no, I must have imagined it. I was just thinking about it. And even that kind of goes back to the beginning of the chapter where he sees the Thestral flying over the forest, where it's like, the Thestrals are like this thing that kind of like are living in the back of his mind. It's like, why is he seeing this like reptilian horse? Like, why does this keep coming up and nobody else seems to be seeing it? And once again, it's like he thinks he's seeing things, but once again, he's not.
Right. Yeah.
So I think those two things are probably not terribly aggressively tied together, but at least a little bit tied together.
Yes.
And then, so with having seen Sirius's face, Harry like literally goes down to the threadbare rug and is like gazing into the flames. And Ron is sort of like, Harry, what you doing, pal?
Yeah.
And so then it says, he spoke quite calmly, so therefore screamed. After all, he had seen Sirius's head in this very fire the previous year and talked to it too. Nevertheless, he could not be sure he had really seen it this time. It had vanished so quickly. Sirius's head, Hermione repeated. You mean like when he wanted to talk to you during the Triwizard Tournament? But he wouldn't do that now. It would be too serious.
I feel like that's such like a actual use of the pun.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
It would be too serious.
Oh my gosh, there you are. Yes, I was starting to think you'd go to bed before everyone else had disappeared, he said. I've been checking every hour.
I love how well he knows them. He's like, they'll definitely be the last three up.
Absolutely. Yep. You've been popping into the fire every hour, Harry said, half laughing. Just for a few seconds to check if the coast was clear yet. But what if you'd been seen, said Hermione anxiously. Well, I think a girl, first year by the look of her, might have caught a glimpse of me earlier, but don't worry, said Sirius hastily. I was gone the moment she looked at me. I'll bet she thought I was an oddly shaped log or something.
Yeah, that is a funny thing. That's the sort of thing that would often like come back later, but it does not.
It doesn't. Yeah,
it's just like, a girl did see him and that's it.
Right, exactly. Yep. But Sirius, this is taking an awful risk, Hermione began. You sound like Molly. And I do feel like Hermione is going to take up too much of this precious time, basically chastising him for doing a dangerous thing instead of just having productive conversation.
Right.
You know, it's sort of like, all right, you know what? He's here now. Let's talk.
And he's like, I had to talk to Harry about his letter. And she's like, you didn't say you wrote to Sirius?
Right.
And he's like, I forgot. I ran into Cho Chang. We talked about the weather.
He was talking about the weather.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Don't look at me like that, Hermione. There was no way anyone would have gotten any secret information out if it was that serious. And he's like, no, it was very good. He's so proud.
Right. Yeah. So Sirius smiling. Anyway, we better be quick just in case we're disturbed. Your scar. And then, of course, Ron and Hermione are like, what about your scar? And it's like, oh my gosh, everybody stop talking.
Right.
Like, we have a source of information. Let's use it.
Yeah, but they don't. So I have to explain about that real quick. And Dumbledore said it happened whenever Voldemort was feeling powerful. So maybe he was just, I don't know, really angry or something the night I had the detention. It's like, well, I love how Harry like sort of answers it. He doesn't even like ask Sirius what he thinks. He's just sort of like getting confirmation. Like, here's my theory. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. And then Sirius is sort of like, well, now that he's back, it's bound to hurt more often. It's sort of like, yeah, that makes sense.
Right. We already sort of knew that. And then it's like, but what we don't know is still why. There wasn't like a thing that happened that night.
Not that we know of. Yeah, exactly. Which is surprising, especially with the Sturgis thing. It feels like that would have been the obvious like moment, but
yeah.
Either way.
Alas.
Earwax. So then Harry's sort of like, so you don't think it has anything to do with Umbridge touching me when I had detention with her? And he's like, oh, I doubt it. Oh, I know her by reputation, and I'm sure she's no Death Eater. And this is oddly true. I always come back to this because like Umbridge does seem like she eventually like has Mad Eye's eye mounted to her wall, and she's like all about the Muggle-born Registration Commission or whatever it is. And like, she's clearly evil, and she's wearing Slytherin's locket, but then she can also cast the Patronuses, and it's like she just believes in the organization of the ministry more than anything else.
I
so
know. It's as he says, yes, but the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters, said Sirius with a Rismon. It's like, that's a really good distinction to make.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think it's highly applicable. It's like it's a very brilliant line.
Yeah.
Altogether.
And then you get the information that she drafted legislation against werewolves, which makes it so Lupin can't get a job, which does sort of answer a lingering question, why doesn't Lupin have a job?
Right.
And it's just oh, you did something to Lupin, I hate you more.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, the line, you should hear Remus talk about her. It's this is when you have a friend who will speak negatively about a person and they never do, and you're sort of you must have done something wrong if you made this person upset.
Right.
It's okay, because Remus is not one for hot goss. And here he is being no, she's the worst.
Yeah. Although I don't love Sirius's reasoning while he explains apparently she loathes part humans. She campaigned to have mer people round up and tagged last year too. Imagine wasting your time and energy persecuting mer people when they're little toe rags like a creature on the loose. And I'm dude, that's its own kind of prejudice. You're not sounding much better.
Yeah, exactly. It's or Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy.
Right. You're complaining about Creature.
It's and Creature's not on the loose. He's in the house with you. Are you on the loose, Sirius? Are you on the loose? Why do you feel cooped up?
I know. Exactly.
Yeah. Your own logic isn't working here.
No. Really, it's just set up for later when Creature is going to trick Harry.
It is. I mean, right. And he will actually be able to lie to Harry about the safety of Sirius as well. So anyway, but then Hermione is going to say honestly, if you made a bit of an effort with Creature, I'm sure he'd respond. And it's as much as Creature has his own prejudice against Muggle-born individuals like Hermione, she's not wrong.
I know.
When Harry ultimately does show him some measure of respect in Deathly Hallows, Creature turns his whole game around.
Yes, he does respond. The hindsight is seriously 20/20 here, and you have proof that Hermione is right. So
yeah.
If only. Hilariously though, he says, he informs them, that Fudge is afraid that Dumbledore's raising an army. He doesn't want you trained in combat. And to me, it's is Sirius the one? Is he intentionally planting this idea in their head?
I don't know. I mean, because literally, it's he says, what does it think we're doing? Forming some kind of wizard army? That's exactly what he thinks you're doing, said Sirius. Or rather, that's exactly what he's afraid Dumbledore's doing. And it's so right there within two lines, we have army and Dumbledore.
Dumbledore's army, yeah.
Yeah, it's it's there.
Yeah, although I think isn't it Ginny who comes up with the name, though?
I think she does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so she's not here for this, but nonetheless.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of funny that DA also stands for Dark Arts, because it's DA, and then in year 7 is just the Dark Arts, meaning that class is just the DA.
Right.
Which is kind of funny. But
it's kind of funny is that you can think of Harry's as the first DA. It's the defense against.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Let's see here. And then Ron says, that's the stupidest thing I've heard, including all the stuff that Luna Lovegood comes out with.
Hilariously, you will help found this exact army with Luna.
Yes. Yeah. So, and yet, maybe stupid enough to work in just 4 chapters time, because that's when we're going to get Dumbledore's army.
That is. Also, can't help but noticing that Ron is thinking about Luna, just out of nowhere here.
Just out of nowhere. What's up with that? Red Moon.
I know, right? Red Moon rising. Exactly.
That's right. Let's see here. Fudge thinks Dumbledore will stop at nothing to seize power. He's getting more paranoid about Dumbledore by the day. It's a matter of time before he has Dumbledore arrested on some trumped up charge.
Like a charge of lies and stuff.
Right. Yes, indeed. Let's see here. And then they ask about the Daily Prophet tomorrow, because Harry's saying only Ron's brother Percy reckons there will be, and Sirius chimes in, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone from the Order all weekend. They're all busy. It's just been Creature and me here. Here, not on the loose.
Right. Not on the loose. Also, where's Molly at this time?
Or Lupin.
Or Lupin, yeah. He doesn't have a job. You know?
I guess he's out trying to consult with werewolves and stuff like that. But
Poorly.
It's not going well.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see here. And then we get the question about Hagrid. It's so you haven't heard any news about Hagrid? And Sirius sort of has the same response that everybody seems to have when it comes to Hagrid, which is just sort of well, he was supposed to be back by now. No one's sure what happened to him. But Dumbledore's not worried, and so don't get too don't you three get yourselves in a state. I'm sure Hagrid's fine. And it's like everybody does seem to have this like massive respect for Hagrid's durability as an individual, which is fitting because later Hagrid will be attacked by a whole bunch of wizards and you really can't take him down.
No, yeah.
So it's
he's
like,
very tough indeed.
He is very tough.
Yeah, yeah. But I love how he says, I had to respond to Harry's letter. And he's like, well, we don't really think your scar's worth worrying about, and we don't really know about Hagrid, so I definitely needed to break into the common room to tell you that.
That's exactly it. Hey, while I've got you, weren't your next Hogsmeade weekend? I was thinking we got away with dog disguise at the station, didn't we? I thought we could. And Harry's like, no. Well, Harry and Hermione at the same time like, no. And I actually really hate this part of the entire series. Because basically Harry's sort of like, something Malfoy said on the train made us think that he knew it was you and his father was on the platform. Sirius, Lucius Malfoy, so don't come up here, whatever you do. If Malfoy recognizes you again, and Sirius is like, all right, I've got the point. Just an idea. I thought you'd like to get together. And Harry's like, I would. I just don't want you to get chucked back in Azkaban, which is a completely level response from your godson to be like caring about your well-being. But then Sirius's response is, you're less like your father than I thought. And it's like, oh,
ow.
Don't say that.
I know.
You know what he's up against. You know the pressure being laden on Harry. It's like
being a little selfish. The risk would have been a bit of fun for James.
It's so bad. And then Sirius even like ends it by continuing the guilt trip. I'll write to tell you a time I can make it back from the fire. Then shall I, if you can stand to risk it. And it's sort of like, oh my gosh.
I know.
It's, and so basically that does bring us to the end of the chapter. It's funny because the end of last chapter is the scene where Harry kind of like leaves Hermione after like she asks him like if he wants to like help make the hats with her. So I drew a picture of Hermione looking all sad at the end of last chapter. Yeah. And then I got to the end of this chapter. I drew a picture of Harry looking all sad.
Harry being sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what Harry's had here in this chapter is Quidditch didn't go so well.
Right.
He had Percy out of nowhere. Already wasn't going well, but now it was personal with Harry.
Right. You've got Filch accusing him of ordering dung bombs on a tip-off from some unknown person. Right. And then Sirius guilt tripping the heck out of him.
Yes. So
really after providing him with basically no information.
Yeah. So really the only good thing that happened is that Cho had about 90% of a conversation with him.
That was at least some percentage about the weather.
Yes. Right.
So yeah, good chapter for Harry as it continues. We've made it through chapter 14 of the book. I feel like we close each chapter with just about the same sentiment so far. But hopefully we can, I don't even think.
No, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor is just going to be more of the same.
More of the same.
If not worse.
As we look forward, to chapter 15 is what I was going to say. But Jay, before we close out for today, do you have a review for us?
I do. Today's review comes from Jen Kenobi, who's also one of our quizmasters over on the SuperCarlinBrothers Brothers channel.
I recognize this name.
Yeah. They say, hey, brother, can't believe we're already in order. Been listening since the beginning. Here's my question. What would happen if Sirius hadn't gone after Peter? What if Sirius went to Remus and explained the switch? And they both went to Dumbledore and confessed about becoming Animagi, and Sirius switched with Peter. Would Sirius have raised Harry, or if not, would he and Remus have been uncles Moony and Padfoot, who dropped in occasionally?
It's a dicey question. I can see where you're coming from because it does seem like the more logical thing to do. And even with the person on the receiving end being Lupin, who I think would be open to extraordinary information, the big barrier is that Lupin, just like Dumbledore, believes Sirius to be guilty throughout the course of the year. And it's not until Lupin sees Peter Pettigrew on the map that he is like, wait a second.
Well, but he believes he's guilty after Sirius apparently murders Peter. Right?
You mean back when?
Yeah, like back when.
Right.
So this would be like he doesn't leave the Potter's house and hunt down Peter. He leaves the Potter's house and goes to Lupin.
Oh. I'm so sorry. I thought this was after he breaks out of Azkaban, goes to Lupin instead of chasing for Peter.
No.
Because he could have, like, in that case, Sirius could have just showed up to Lupin being like, hey, Lupin, I'm still alive. By the way, I broke out of Azkaban. By the way, Peter's still alive. By the way, I was framed.
Right.
And then Lupin and Sirius together could just be like, we were Animagus. So was Peter. Peter's still out there somewhere. Blah, blah, blah. Year 3 situation.
Not even somewhere. He's a rat. You know Ron Weasley? Harry's room.
Yeah. The person we're trying to protect and all that. Like, yeah, that's how close the traitor is to him.
Yeah.
Okay. So backtrack then. So this is after James and Lily have been murdered, and instead of Sirius going after Peter, he just goes to Lupin.
Right.
And then everybody can basically just round up Peter from there, because then it would be obvious who the traitor was.
Right.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Is it not the case, though, that Lupin and Sirius are both mildly suspicious of each other?
They are of each other. It is known that there is a mole in the Order of the Phoenix, and each of them thinks it's the other one. Neither of them suspects Peter.
So, but then when Sirius goes to face down Peter, it's because he knows that Peter must have betrayed him, because it was Sirius's idea to change Secret Keeper from himself to Peter.
Right. So even Lupin thinks Sirius was the Secret Keeper.
Right.
Right.
So then, I mean, I guess the situation is kind of the same, where it's like, if Lupin, it's a more rational thing to do. It's less in keeping with Sirius's character. Sirius is definitely going to go towards the confrontation rather than let's take a step back, take a breather, figure out what's going on, make a plan, and go forward.
Well, because, I mean, he is singular in his knowledge that Peter is the Secret Keeper.
Right.
Even Dumbledore doesn't know. So, like, if Sirius goes to Lupin, you'd have a situation where it's like Lupin thinks Sirius is the Secret Keeper and thinks he's the mole. And now he's showing up saying the Potters are dead, follow me.
Right. Like, and he's trying to, even if he says, like, I'm trying to direct the blame at Peter, that's a tough pill for Lupin to swallow.
I know, that's a lot you have to, like, take at face value without any, like, proof or whatever.
Right.
So it's like, I don't even think it would make sense to go to Lupin right away. Like, the thing that makes sense to him is, like, don't let Peter get away.
Because that's your ticket to freedom.
Right.
I mean, not only your ticket to freedom, but that's like where you want
revenge,
to get the revenge, the vengeance, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sirius feels he's literally the only one who can do anything about it.
Right. If not him, who can act?
Right.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. So it's a strange what if, because it would send massive ripple effects through the whole story if that situation goes differently. But I do love the world where Uncle Padfoot and Mooney are just dropping in at the Dursleys, being like, yo, you taking good care of our boy?
Taking good care of our boy.
Because it's exactly like what Moody does when he confronts the Dursleys. Is it at the end of Order of the Phoenix when they pick him up from the train with Tonks and everybody, and Moody kind of like reveals his eye and like scares the crap out of Vernon? Yeah, I could see situations like that happening. I could definitely see some like the Dursleys are not capable of treating Harry as poorly as they want to because they're being watched.
Right.
And their belief would be that the wizarding power was so powerful that they're always under a microscope.
Yeah. I assume that even if Sirius was like cleared ahead of time, and even though he was his godfather, Dumbledore would insist that the Dursleys raise Harry because of the bond of blood.
Right.
Because otherwise, any other wizarding family could have done it, and that it sounded like there were even volunteers for it.
Right.
And that obviously would have been better for Harry, but the protection level is like Dumbledore's main concern. So I think Dumbledore would have insisted that he'd be there anyway.
Right.
But if Sirius is free, there's no way he's staying away from Harry.
None whatsoever. I mean, because I really think when it boils down to it that like Sirius, like Sirius like basically grows up in this family. He's isolated himself from that family and their whole belief system. He is fully and completely attached his identity to his best friends, but very notably James. And that is like sort of like who he has become as a person.
Yeah.
So at the death of James and Lily, it's like he also loses Peter. He has suspected Lupin, and he like his world is crumbling around him. It's like Sirius's fixation and protection towards Harry is so raw and genuine because it's like it is the final frontier of purpose in Sirius's life.
Right.
Is to protect James's son.
Right.
And he's going to stop at nothing to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless he's guilt tripping him right here.
Unless he's guilt tripping him right here, which is one of the more disappointing moments of the whole series.
Oh, it sure is.
Anyway, but yeah, I think that brings us to the end of today's chapter.
I think it does. Thank you guys, as always, for listening so much. Don't forget that we are going to be live on tour in the Southwest at the beginning of next year. We're going to be going to Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Denver, Dallas, Houston, and Phoenix.
Yes. I think not in that order, but all those locations. So if you want to check it out and get tickets, I believe that Denver and Salt Lake City are already sold out.
Yes.
However, there are some meet and greet add-ons available at the other places, as well as tickets as well. So be sure to check that out at supercarlinbrothers.com/events, where we will have links to all the various ticketing locations.
Yep. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and make sure you join us next week for Chapter 15, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 15, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor.
Oh, boy.
Oh, goodness me. Umbridge is, she officially has power. She officially has some kind of power.
However, I would argue that by the end of this chapter, we are reaching a fulcrum.
I literally wrote, there's a little paragraph at the end. I was like, this is the turning point.
Yes. Yeah. It's like, and there's a lot of like symbolism that's going on as we get there. So I think it's going to be like a really good one to unpack. And it's actually sort of remarkable because here we are at chapter 15. I forget exactly how many chapters are in Order of the Phoenix. I think 37 or 38. But I was kind of thinking like, okay, we're about like halfway through Order of the Phoenix, and we have like the longer books left ahead of us, shorter books behind us.
Right.
So like the thought occurred to me, I was like, I wonder how close we are to the dead center of the story.
Oh, okay.
Because while Goblet is book 4 and 4 is the middle of 1 through 7.
Right.
It's like because of the shorter books on the front end,
right?
We would actually reach the middle point a little bit further along. And sadly, and I can't believe how close we were that this particular thought occurred to me now. It's actually Detention with Dolores, chapter 13.
That's the dead center of the story.
The dead center of the story, and there's like a specific page that's like that where it's gonna like actually narrow in on. So it's just kind of interesting that like we're just 2 chapters past the middle.
Man, well, that's pretty interesting because the story starts with Harry getting the first scar, and then the dead middle is where he gets the next one.
The second one. Yeah. Even that, you're right. That's pretty wild. Yeah. And it's also interesting because like the great big battle, and as like everything has sort of been like reaching ahead inside of Order of the Phoenix, like it's been largely depressing the whole time.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's like, it's interesting the impact, the emotional impact, I think, even because like as the reader, kind of going through this, because not only now are we on chapter 15, but we did 8 of these chapters twice because we also did them on our Midwest tour, which means we have done 23 episodes of Order of the Phoenix technically so far. Like you and I have like performed.
Yeah.
And it's like a part of me is almost like, I feel like I've been in like a kind of like glum. Like it's like, it's weird, but it's like the emotional reach of the story is such that like when things are down for Harry, I think I also sort of like feel the downness. As well.
The story has that capability. In fact, I have a couple of little announcements for everyone here. One, obviously, Ben just mentioned tour. We're going on tour again this March. If you didn't already know, tickets are on sale now. We're going to Denver, Salt Lake, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Houston, and Dallas. So hopefully we will see you out there.
Absolutely.
I know I've already met a bunch of you though, because everyone, this is the week for Spotify Wrapped.
Yes.
So many people on Instagram have been tagging me in their Spotify Wrap posts showing that Through the Griffin Door was either their top podcast or in their top 5 or popcorn culture or whatever. And that's all just very heartwarming. So thank you so much for listening, for sharing it. If you, I am reposting all of them. So if you tag me in your Spotify Wrapped Through the Griffin Door post, I will reshare it on my story.
Guaranteed way.
Guaranteed.
Yeah,
So I love seeing that. It's just like, it's so cool. It's so cool. Thank you very much. As for the emotional reach of the story, Ben, last night was something of a milestone for me in that we started reading, like, as a family, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. So like all 5 of us were on like me and Beth's bed, and like I've read the book to Luke before, just solo,
right?
But this was like all 5 of us. Nick and Nate were there for the first time, and we just read the first chapter together, and it was just like, here we go. And I will tell you, as far as emotions go, I was a complete wreck the entire time.
I'm sure.
I was like, I could barely read like chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived. Like, I had to like take several deep breaths, and Beth was laughing at me. I was like openly crying. I was like, oh my God, we're like starting. And then like even the first sentence, like, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were proud to say they were perfectly normal.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, whatever. I was like, I couldn't do that. Like, when like the transition from like Vernon's point of view, like over to like now we're with the wizards, I was like, oh my God, the wizards are here. And then it was like, The Boy Who Lived. And I was like, it took me like 5 minutes to read the last paragraph because I had to keep stopping.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I was a total wreck. Beth was laughing at me the whole time, but
it's so cool though, because like we often cite that, like when we were kids, like our dad read the story to us. So I know we told the story as we like kind of started this entire endeavor that we're on with Through the Griffin Door, but it was like, it's one of those things that like when you're a kid and you're experiencing it, like you might just think like, oh, this is just the passing fancy of the day. Not like this will go on to become like my job, my livelihood. Like, it's like,
who knew?
Right. Yeah. It's like, it's such a stupid comparison, but it reminds me of like the beginning of like Space Jam, the movie, where like Michael Jordan as like a young kid is like, he can't sleep. So he's outside like shooting hoops.
Right.
And, like his dad comes out and he's like, can't sleep, and they have this like wisdom talk, like whatever. And he's like, the dad will literally say to him like, it's all good. Shoot till you miss.
Right.
And of course it's Michael Jordan. So he just keeps shooting, and he just keeps making it. And it's this like, crazy moment. Then it hard cuts to his career, as
in the NBA.
As like a whole thing. So obviously we're not Michael Jordan. But
but guess what? I could tie this back right to Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan famously played for the Chicago Bulls, but eventually retired and came back and played for the Bulls again, but then retired one more time and played for the Washington Wizards, who we are going to go see literally tonight. And you'd think, being people who talk about wizards for a living, that we'd be rooting for the Wizards, but we're not.
Yeah, go Celtics.
Go Celtics. I know, we're actually going to see the Celtics play the Wizards because the Wizards are the closest team to us.
That's it.
They are typically not very good, but they're better at like Quidditch and stuff, not good at Muggle sports, right?
It just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
Put them on broomsticks, the entire game would be different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's, I just thought that was funny. It was like, we talk about like, when I think of like NBA teams that just have like no chance, I'm like, the Wizards are so pathetic. And then I'm like, it's funny because we talk about Wizards literally every day.
Every day. Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. So all of our life backstory aside, apologies for the tangents there. We are, I don't know if excited is the right word or not for the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. I would say I'm excited because it's actually a pretty chunky chapter in terms of length and also importance. There's a lot of like really good stuff going on here.
Yes. I like when I got to the chapter, I was like, oh no, more Umbridge. But by the end, I was like, yes.
I know.
So it does turn around.
It's a bit of a pump you up chapter, but you do get like, the chapter art here. We got like a full, head to toe illustration of Umbridge, who just looks the worst with her stupid little clipboard and everything. So I took the liberty of drawing what appears to be like somebody cutting a trapdoor. Like the ground.
Very good. Yeah, I'll try like Acme Looney Tunes style.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can see like a nice big circle cut out from around her, a little saw blade sticking out there. So, she's just about to fall into the abyss of foreverness.
Yes.
I also added some flies around her head because 1, she stinks, and 2, also she's always compared to a toad.
I just drew a mustache on her, which I realize, given my own facial hair, probably might seem like a compliment, but it's not to her.
I love it. I love it.
I just wanted to deface her in some way. My whole notes on the chapter art were, I hate her. 10 out of 10 for invoking feeling, 0 out of 10 for umbrage.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty perfect.
Yeah.
Pretty perfect. Yeah. Good page to get for those people who sign up for the annual membership on Patreon.
Yes.
Would you like to do the first line for us?
Of course, Ben, of course. They had expected to have to comb Hermione's Daily Prophet carefully next morning to find the article Percy had mentioned in his letter. And then the dragons arrived. We were going to read the newspaper, but then
there were bigger problems.
There were bigger problems.
And when I say bigger, I mean dragons.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were there.
No, so this is, of course, coming on the heels of basically the contents of chapter 14, which is, of course, Percy and Padfoot, where we're getting communication with both Sirius and Percy. You get that communication with Percy that makes you just want to like punch him square in his stupid face because Percy is just being so like condescending, and it's like he's like forgotten all of his own personal relationship with Harry and knowledge that Harry is not a terrible, dangerous, or violent person, all of which are things that he like basically
accuses Harry of being.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
So we're picking up, with what Percy is alluding to in the letter, which is that you should check the Daily Prophet tomorrow morning because there's going to be a big story and you're going to see it front page. Look for yours truly, which is, of course, himself.
He gets a quote in there.
He gets a little quote in there. Yeah. So he's kind of doing his like puffed up self-important thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so obviously this is going to be Hermione getting the Daily Prophet that very morning, and it doesn't take him any time at all because the dragons don't actually arrive. And what they see on the front page is a large photograph of Dolores Umbridge smiling widely and blinking slowly at them beneath the headline, "Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor." Literally what I wrote. I
wrote boot. That's so funny. We wrote the same thing.
That is so good.
Oh man. Hermione reads this out and Harry's all like, "High Inquisitor," dropping his bit of toast. So Gryffindor.
Yeah, if it's not a potato, it's toast.
It's not a potato, it's toast. They love bland food at the Gryffindor table.
That's okay.
Which is nothing wrong with eating toast. I had some for breakfast, but
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's just every time, guys.
I mean, change it up every once in a while.
Change it up.
Actually, I'm pretty sure bacon will show up at some point.
Bacon will show up.
Yeah, so we're all good. Yeah,
we're good.
safe,
We're good. If I recall, though, that's not out of the realm of like the Weasley, lineup of foods. Where, and I want to say before they left for year 2, Molly had made upwards of 60 bacon sandwiches.
Oh yes, because like everybody had eaten several.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah, but so High Inquisitor obviously is going to be this installation at the castle, which is going to challenge the headmaster status. So clearly the Ministry was like, we don't have any way to like just dismantle Dumbledore. We don't possess that power, but we do have the power to just add in someone under some brand spanking new title who apparently is granted brand new authority, and there's not really any like official like communal contribution to this. It's just something Fudge can do.
It is absolutely, yeah. It's a very scary sentence. The very first sentence of the article says, "In a surprise move last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." And just the way that's phrased is like it is such a what it means is that there are no checks and balances at the Ministry of Magic.
Right.
It can just make itself more powerful because it wants to be, and that is like unchecked power, and that is dangerous.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, and it's kind of like, I think especially for the Ministry, or not for the Ministry, for the Daily Prophet, as far as their reporting is concerned, it is interesting that it's like referring to it like with this particular set of text, like in a surprise move last night, which is like almost as if like the journalist themselves who was like writing this is sort of like, we kind of can't help but like raise an eyebrow. Like Fudge might be leaning on the Ministry, and certainly like there's a little bit of a skew that's going to happen anyway. And there obviously has been a massive skew in the past, but I feel like that phrasing in particular suggests that at the very least, maybe the editor is being weighed on, but the journalist is like, I'm including the words in a surprise move.
Right. Yeah.
I'm fighting back on that.
It feels like the writer of the article, and it's mostly quotes, so they don't get to say very much, had like a try to be journalistic, but then you feel like the editor was like, we're going to have to slant this more.
Yeah.
The writer's like, need we? Neatly.
Right. Yeah. It's like how many times did this have to go through the revision process? How many markups were involved? How many red pens were destroyed?
It's like, it seems like you have a paragraph at the end here where high-ranking notable people defend Dumbledore, so we're going to need you to discredit them immediately.
Immediately, right away. It's like, but I don't want to discredit them. It's like, well, you're going to.
But you're going to. But like, I didn't write it that way.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Yeah. That's me reading between the lines of this particular article. Is that there's a good person out there. Someone is fighting the good fight.
Someone's trying to be a good journalist.
That's right. Okay, so what do we got next?
So then we get into more of the article itself. We get the quote from Percy. The minister has been growing uneasy about going on at Hogwarts for some time, said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley, who also wrote boo next to.
Yeah.
He's now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. And it's like, who are these parents? I don't know.
The few, the proud, the extreme.
The few, the proud, the extreme. Exactly.
Yeah,
Basically just Lucius Malfoy, as far as we can tell.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, so then we also get the inclusion here. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to affect improvements at the Wizarding School. And that's another line where it's like, this feels like improvements is a word that was changed by the editor, which was otherwise supposed to be
laws to affect the Wizarding School.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. It's like you can see which word got added.
Yeah.
As recently as August 30th, which is going to be the day before the start of term.
The day before school, they did this.
Right. Educational Decree 22 was passed to ensure that in the event that the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person.
Right. So one, can't believe they passed this literally the day before school starts. But then also it means Dumbledore had the maximum amount of time available to fill the position himself.
Right.
Like, what was he going to do?
Well, that is like the very big question. It's like, we keep talking about how it's like, Dumbledore, you literally have an entire army of Aurors like at your disposal at this very moment. Like, select someone, let Tonks teach, like whatever.
Right.
And for whatever reason, he's not choosing those people and pretty much does have the full window of time to do so. So it does make you wonder whether or not, like, in addition to this ability to like basically set this, it's almost as if there's like an unwritten rule that the ministry must also approve whoever Dumbledore
like
selects.
Provide a suitable candidate or something.
Right. And it's like, well, we're going to argue that Tonks, who is kind of like on the younger side of the spectrum, is not going to be suitable because she doesn't have enough life experience or whatever. So they're like almost as if they could like stonewall their way through it.
Right. Through their way. Yeah. By just like wording it in such a way. The other option is, of course, just that Dumbledore intended for something like this to happen.
Yes, I mean that would certainly be the other thing. So if you want to look at it from like a Dumbledore's big plan perspective, you certainly want, like, at least what we want to believe is that it's a very like year two type situation with Lockhart, where it's like, basically fame is usually what we chalk Lockhart up to. It's like Harry comes into the wizarding world. He's like immediately this like meteoric success. He's great on the Quidditch pitch. He fights Voldemort. He wins the House Cup. Like, he's already super famous. Like, he's got a lot of stuff kind of at his back.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like someone who has basically stepped from living in a cupboard for the first 11 years of his life to showing up at school where he's instantly famous. It's kind of like, what impact will that have on a young psyche?
Right.
So it's like, let's show him Lockhart, show him the dangers of fame, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be like a very similar situation where it's sort of like Dumbledore needs to demonstrate to Harry that the ministry is the opposition right now, because what they're doing is basically turning a blind eye to everything.
Right.
And so
like the ministry has the ministry's best interest at heart more than it has the public's best interest.
The safety of its constituents. Yeah.
Right. I mean, like Fudge personally has Fudge's best interest at heart, whereas Scrimgeour will come in and he will be slightly better, but he will still more have like the ministry's best interest at heart rather than like the general public.
Yeah, and it's interesting with Scrimgeour because I feel like he's like attempting to like calm the public, but that's like also a strange one too, where it's like you don't want like, chaos in the streets, but you also need to be honest, but he's like not being honest. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like so, and that's where Harry basically like punches the hard line with him. He's like, you still got Stan Shunpike locked up, like
you're still employing Umbridge. Like, I don't approve of your methods. Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's like that's where Scrimgeour. It's like make the changes. Like,
I know, just do it.
Right. It's like Harry's not asking like completely unreasonable things. Stan isn't dangerous. Let him out if that is like who your top person who you think can quell the crowds. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah. We're not there yet, but
we're not there. We'll get there. Yeah, that's a very interesting conversation. Percy goes on to say, Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the minister put in Umbridge, and of course she's been an immediate, he says success. I crossed it out and wrote failure.
Yeah. I just wrote no. She most certainly has not been a success.
Yeah.
She's been a colossal jerk face and also abuser. So.
Yes. Literally abusing the students.
Right.
And then, I suppose this is another one where if you want to twist the words into truth, you can. It says, an immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts. And I was like, I suppose technically that's true, but it is in a negative way, not in the way you imagine that sentence to mean.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like totally changing the teaching of defense against the dark arts.
You have revolutionized it into just read at your desk. No one has done it that way before.
Right. I know. Yeah. And which is going to be interesting too, because you're going to get like all these like reviews happening where Umbridge is like going in and auditing other professors in this chapter. And it's like, as you do so, it's like, how would you audit your own class where you walk in, demand silence, hand out books, and ask them to read and teach nothing? It's like, what would your audit of your own class be?
Well, the interesting thing is that when she gets to McGonagall, like there's a lot of parallels between like the way in which McGonagall's student, like, it's like McGonagall walked in and it's like silence fell.
Right.
It's like sort of the same thing with Umbridge, but it's like I think what that whole scene is like demonstrating is like the fine line between like respect and fear.
The exact words I would have chose.
Yes.
Yeah. You're precisely correct. It's like the students recognize and know that like and we'll see it in this chapter too. McGonagall will take off points from her own house. Like, she is like fair.
Right.
And it's like, but like reliable in the ways in which she operates and according to, like some sense.
Yeah.
Whereas in the meantime, I think that everybody in Umbridge's class is like, well, we've seen what's happened to Harry and he keeps getting weeks of detention. So like, we're just not going to say anything.
Not going to say anything.
Not me, better him than me, I guess.
Except Harry. He's not learning that lesson.
No, he most certainly is not. Yeah.
He's like, he's taking the punishment for everyone else.
That's right.
Yeah.
But then he'll
selfless like that.
Right. He'll do it later too.
He'll do it later too in a much bigger way.
Anyway, so let's see here. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree at 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. And look like that, just another Jordan reference that we did not expect.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan's number is 23.
He's all over this chapter.
He is.
Yeah.
So now all of us will always remember the trivia, which is that which educational decree installs a High Inquisitor. Think of Michael Jordan, High Inquisitor, Dolores Umbridge, 23. There we go. Book ended. Yeah, this is the way I remember things.
That's how you remember things.
I can't say that it's a clean method, but it occasionally works for me.
Right. Yeah, you can imagine Umbridge is like the greatest failure, whereas Jordan is like the greatest player.
Yeah, precisely. Right. Yeah, I can group them in a similar column, even though I don't want to.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, but it's all for the memes.
People are all like, "What about LeBron?" Like,
he's pretty good too.
Also, really good.
Yeah. Then we get this is an exciting new phase, to which I wrote, "Is it?" of the minister's plan to get grips with what some are calling falling standards at Hogwarts.
What some are calling Who are some? Who are some?
Define the some.
You can't just say that. That's bad journalism.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless this is where the journalist is like, it is literally 3 people. That is some.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But maybe that's before the again.
Well, this is still the quote from Percy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right? You're right. You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see here. Then we shoot down to the quote from Lucius Malfoy, which is going to say, "I feel much easier in my mind now that I know that Dumbledore is being subjected to fair and objective evaluation," said Mr. Lucius Malfoy, 41, speaking from his Wiltshire mansion last night.
Okay. What is with the prophet's way of like telling people their interviewee's exact address?
I don't know.
It feels so unsafe and unethical.
Isn't that like the definition of doxing? Like,
is it?
It's like literally like here's pertinent information about somebody.
I know.
Publicly available.
Not to try and like defend Lucius or anything, but it should not include his home address.
Right.
And anyway, I want to say this is insane hypocrisy from Lucius as well, because it says, "I feel much easier in my mind now that I know Dumbledore is being subjected to fair and objective evaluation," as if Lucius himself was not a member of the board of governors that does this exact thing for Hogwarts already.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
It's like Lucius does not have like a job, like a career, but he does like operate, as like a figurehead in various capacities. And one of those capacities is literally what was being done to control the school prior to Umbridge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like there is a system in place for this. He got ousted from it, so he's not on there anymore. But it's like you of all people know that a system already exists for this exact thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
So
then we go through and, I guess he refers to some of like Dumbledore's eccentric decisions, which are then outlined for us, which include the hiring of werewolf Remus Lupin, half-giant Rubeus Hagrid, and delusional ex-Auror Mad-Eye Moody.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is only as eccentric as you are prejudiced.
Truly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like most of those students would regard Lupin as the best defense against dark arts teacher that they had. They learned a ton from him. Hagrid has literally worked for the school for 50 years.
Right.
More than 50 years.
Right.
It's like, and on that note, it's like Dumbledore lobbied for him to be hired, but Armando Dippet is the one who would have had to have hired him.
Right.
Back in 1942.
Right.
When the chamber was first opened.
Right.
So
also, the fact that he's a half giant is completely irrelevant.
it is completely irrelevant. There is no like other than the expulsion in the first place, which, still allowed him to get hired, and falsely accused of everything that happened. He also has no history of violence at all.
No, not at all.
Like, whatever. And then the delusional ex-Auror Mad-Eye Moody is also interesting because they know they were the one who administered the Dementor's kiss on Barty Crouch Jr.
Right.
Like they know that there was an imposter installed.
I know. And it's like, as far as like including the word delusional, just about Moody in general, it's like they're like, if you're going to say that, include some evidence that he's delusional, because the only thing he did that like we know to be him that appeared to be delusional was attack the dustbins, which again, you now know was not delusional.
It was
a legit attack. So it's like, you have no basis to say that. And also he didn't actually end up teaching, and like, it was a Death Eater. So yeah.
Yes. So then anyway, like now we've got, basically further dismantling of like Dumbledore's reputation, which is that Dumbledore, once the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, is no longer up to the task of managing the prestigious school of Hogwarts. And basically like this appointment of the High Inquisitor effectively leads members of the Wizengamot, elders of the Wizengamot, Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden, resigning in protest to the introduction of the post. So basically they're like, this is ridiculous and we're not going to like stand for it. So we will step down.
Right.
This is a couple of things. Two, really great trivia, because like who were the two elders that stepped down?
Right.
So Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden.
Right. Do you wonder if Tiberius Ogden has to do with Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey?
Literally. So I wrote down two different things. Yeah. So there's Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, and then there's also Bob Ogden.
Bob Ogden. You're right.
So the Ogden family, I can only imagine, is a fairly prominent and well-known family within the wizarding world.
Right.
Because there are usually, when you get proper nouns, they're either directly tied to the things that they're associated with, or they are only used in singularity. This is an uncommon instance where the Ogden family is actually like you get like a fair bit of representation from them. And Bob Ogden is, of course, the man from the Ministry who goes and questions the Gaunts, and it's the memory that Dumbledore and Harry go into when Harry gets a glimpse into what Tom Riddle's paternal side of the family looked like. No, maternal side of the family. I'm sorry.
I get both. You see both, right?
I guess he does seem both.
Yeah,
my bad. And then Griselda Marchbanks is also kind of interesting as well, because this is somebody later in the book that Malfoy is going to say his family is close with, and Neville is going to be like, I don't think they can be close because my gran is friends with Griselda Marchbanks, and she comes over all the time, and she's never mentioned the Malfoys.
Oh, interesting.
And she is one of the people who is administering OWLs at the end of the year. And she will offer Harry a bonus point because she has heard from her friend Tiberius that he can produce a corporeal Patronus.
Because that's interesting, because she should have heard about it as well, because they were both on the Wizengamot and both would have tried Harry together.
You would believe that would be correct. However, it is the quote later on in the story.
Okay.
So, yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is very fun trivia.
I know,
that they are friends. It is a disappointment that they're I mean, it's on the one hand, it's a nice sign of unity with Dumbledore that they like step down and like we won't be a part of this anymore. On the other hand, it is almost like it feels like a greater form of protest would be to stay in your position and try and work from the inside to make changes.
It is a complicated web, certainly, and I think that probably what the best I would argue here is that they felt like they weren't going to be able to overcome whatever odds they were up against, and hoping that the public may recognize their resignations as a like indication that the other public opinion is incorrect.
Right. I suppose if she goes on to administer the Defense Against the Dark Arts OWLs, that could also be like in line with making Umbridge look bad.
Well, it's an interesting thing, because basically what you end up having is the person who is, you're exactly right. So Griselda Marchbanks is going to be the one who's doing the Defense Against the Dark Arts OWL, which means that she resigns as an elder from the Wizengamot and still goes and plays this active role, which would basically be her assessing Umbridge's ability and teaching,
right?
Like by way of like almost like flipping the script a little bit,
right?
Yeah.
Now, interestingly though, she gives Harry the option to get extra points. I guess she's assuming that everyone is going to like more or less fail the OWL, but because if all of the students do well, then that makes Umbridge look good.
It does make Umbridge look good, but that many of the students will do well, especially if they're from like primarily like Gryffindor, especially, then Hufflepuff, and then Ravenclaw.
Right.
And then you would expect the Slytherins to actually do quite poorly.
You would expect it.
No Slytherins come to the DA.
Right, yeah. So you wouldn't think they were getting very good training in that regard. But then Harry is also like, he thinks Umbridge wants everyone to get bad grades. Right. He's like, it's going to be a real shock when all of us come through and get O's on our OWLs.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right.
Yeah. Like it's almost sort of like, despite your best efforts, we still succeeded.
Right.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
It's a very like twisted piece of logic, I think.
It is, because it's so easy for her to twist it and say, see, I did a good job.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. That's kind of like darned if you do, darned if you don't type of situation.
Yeah. But like in her heart, she knows that she's failed because she doesn't want them to be good at this kind of magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is a blow nonetheless. But that pretty much brings us, well, I say that doesn't quite bring us. So there is that nice little bit at the end saying like, where Madame Marchbanks says, this is a further disgusting attempt to discredit Albus Dumbledore. And it's like, what a good note to add on, except then there's some parentheses that says, for a full account of Madame Marchbanks' alleged links to subversive goblin groups, turn to page 17. So it's sort of like, well, there are two well-respected people who stepped down from their post. However, how well-respected are they?
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think you see this in real press all the time where it's just so complicated to know because you're not there to see so many people do things. So basically, if it ends up, if doubt is cast, oftentimes it's almost like you have to like overcome the doubt. Like, what do you say? It's like it's always easiest to believe the first lie.
Yeah, the first lie. Yeah.
So it's like if you are otherwise unfamiliar with these particular people and you get that particular piece of information, you might be like, well, I'm kind of doubting those people.
Yeah.
Makes it hard to overcome. So anyway, this means though, like, so they're kind of debriefing from everything and they're realizing that like Umbridge is going to go through and inspect all of the various teachers, which makes Hermione very, very upset. Harry's also upset, but Ron is actually smiling and they're both like, why are you grinning about this? And he's like, oh, well, I can't wait to see McGonagall inspected, said Ron happily. Umbridge won't know what hit her.
Indeed.
And it's like, it is fun. The Umbridge McGonagall battle is one that I love.
Yeah.
It is very cool to see them kind of go toe to toe because it's like Umbridge can't walk all over her.
No. Yeah.
She's got too much confidence, too much of her own authority, and too much skill.
Yeah, too much skill. It's like I am good at my job. I am in the actual moral high ground, and and you know it. Right. But so that, and we do get to see it later on in this chapter, and then it comes up more and more in the book itself.
Right.
But in the meantime, Harry heads to potions where he gets a large spiky black D scrawled in the upper corner of his moonstone paper, which I only point out because next year Harry is going to be trying to decipher who the prince is for the entire book. Their untidy scrawl or whatever, their minuscule writing, and this just describes Snape's writing in like large spiky letters.
Right.
As opposed to very small margin text.
Right. Which we also know from Snape's, the glimpse into Snape taking his OWL, that he does write with like very small font, basically. So you're right. This is almost one where like you can only imagine that Snape maybe kicked back a few of those Ogden's Fire whiskeys and was just happening. He's like, this is the best Tuesday night ever. I get to give Potter a D.
Yeah.
You know, so he's like, I'm busting out the big font for this one.
The big one. Big D.
Big D. That's a good one. But this is also just sort of, I think, applying a little bit of like forward knowledge about like what OWLs are going to be like, because Snape is effectively saying that like, I graded these papers on the basis of how it would be graded if it was your OWL. This should give you a realistic idea of what to expect in your examination, blah, blah, blah. And he's basically saying the general standard of this homework was abysmal. And so what's really like the big thing here is we're trying to outline like what the various OWL scores can ultimately be. So you leave class, Hermione sort of having this like, well, I would have loved to have gotten an O, because she got like an A for acceptable,
or an E. No, you're right, because she doesn't know about E.
Right.
So even Hermione doesn't. She basically gets a C on this paper in some regards.
Yes. Yeah. Effectively by our grading standards.
By our own grading standards. Also, just before we move on, it's like the next essay they have to write is on the various varieties of venom antidotes, which I feel like is a bit anachronistic because. Or like, I don't know. It's a weird subject for them to be covering because next year it is going to be the lesson with Slughorn about antidotes that Harry pulls his whole like Bezoar thing on. And it's like, he has no idea how to do antidotes at all. And I was like, apparently they did cover it here. So that's a little like, well, shouldn't you know some?
I know. And all I can wonder, because I had the exact same thought here about the like venom antidotes or whatever. I wonder if there's like a difference, because it seems like when they get into like the mechanics of how antidotes work under Slughorns, it almost seems like you're supposed to use like inverse ingredients for each of the various things. And it's supposed to like, like based on the kind of thing you're attempting to treat, you could work backwards to like counterbalance out the effects of the original poison or whatever.
Right.
So I wonder like if venoms are like maybe like a little bit more broad spectrum.
Sure.
Where it's like they're effectively making like an anti-inflammatory potion.
Right, sure, maybe.
Ibuprofen.
Right, yeah, they're making like a general use thing in year 5.
Right.
Whereas year 6 is like we're treating very specific poisons.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, you get bit by a snake, you could take any of these anti-venoms and then they'll largely work.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So that's my best argument there to try to make it work, because usually that's what we try to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see here. So it is interesting to me that Hermione, with so much of her extensive knowledge, is not more familiar with the grading scale.
That's what I know. That's literally what I wrote. I was like, Hermione doesn't know about the grading system. That's less believable than they can do magic.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, it's like academia is clearly the most important thing to her. So, and what defines academia is your grades.
Right. And how have they been getting graded before now?
Right. Are they not using like the same letter scores?
I know. Like, why not just use it the whole time? It seems like, because I guess it's just like numbers out of numbers,
Right.
Just like I got a 10 out of 10, whatever.
Well, don't we know that like on one of her tests, she gets like 138 out of 100?
Yeah.
So
like a lot of bonus points.
A lot of bonus points for a really aggressive curve.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She's like the outlier there. Anyway, but yeah, so we actually get a rather prominent George scene. So we often talk about the fact that Fred is kind of like your sort of kind of like twin prime,
right?
Maybe, if you will. I never like saying that because I feel like the real twins of the world are sort of like, it's not really how it works.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Having twins myself.
Right. You have twin kids. However, it does seem like Fred normally speaks first, but in this particular case, you're going to have George chime in several times, kind of making like little bits of knowledge and stuff like that.
Yep.
So top grade's O for outstanding, she was saying. And then there's A. No, E, George corrected her. To which I was like, how about that? He knows things.
Yeah. George corrected Hermione on something about grades.
Right. Yes.
I also want to point out the line, nothing wrong with a good healthy pee. I feel like, first of all, that's still a failing grade. And 2, I feel like he's mostly talking about peeing.
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
And what defines a good healthy pee? I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know that one. They all laughed except for Hermione, who plowed on. So after E, it's A for acceptable. And that's the last pass grade, isn't it? Yep, said Fred, dunking an entire roll into a soup, transferring it to his mouth and swallowing it whole.
So satisfying.
a piece of detail that's sort of like interesting that they included that.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's like, I wonder what Fred was doing with his role in that moment.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Then you get P for poor. Ron raised both arms in mock celebration, and D for dreadful. And then there's T. George reminded him.
Yeah.
T asked Hermione, looking appalled.
Appalled.
Even lower than a D? What on earth does that stand for? Troll, said George promptly. Harry laughed again, though he wasn't sure whether or not George was joking. Do we ever find out?
I don't think he's joking.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, otherwise, what? They all stand for something.
They do. Yes. Then we get a little exchange here, basically asking whether or not the twins have had an inspected lesson yet. And Hermione is basically like, no, but have you guys? And she said, just before lunch, charms. And Harry's like, what was it like? And this is like where you kind of get like Flitwick's persona, which seems like just like a general people pleaser type guy. Not that bad. You know how Flitwick's like. He just treated her like a guest. Didn't seem to bother him at all. She didn't say much. Asked a couple of questions. I can't see old Flitwick getting marked down, said George. He usually gets everyone through their exams all right. So it's kind of like, all right, there you go. That's Flitwick for you.
Flitwick, yep. Just sort of did his thing and did well, as you'd expect.
Yep. Sort of in neutral territory there.
I do like the line up here, though, where it says, where Harry's thinking about getting a T, and he said he imagined trying to conceal from Hermione that he received a T in all his OWLs and immediately resolved to work harder from now on. I'm like, oh, he doesn't want to disappoint her.
Yeah, how about that?
Look at Harry. Look at there, Harry.
It's like the thing that makes him want to do better, Hermione.
Right, yeah. Don't do well in school because, like, it would, help you get a better job or for the sake of learning the material. Just don't disappoint your female friend there.
Yeah, who's super adorable.
Yeah. What do you know? That's my main motivation. Don't disappoint Hermione.
Right. Yeah. Good catch. Catch. Yep. Let's see here.
And then they've got Trelawney that afternoon, a T if ever anyone saw one, and Umbridge herself, which I also wrote boo next to.
Yeah, nice. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
So then we get we get the class with Trelawney, which I feel like is almost like a setup because it's supposed to give you like a little bit of contrast to how each of these examinations might go.
Right.
And you sort of get like a baseline for the kinds of questions that Umbridge is going to ask, because in a similar note, when Umbridge arrives, she says, "Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney. You received my note, I trust, giving the time and date of your inspection." And this is the one that I really love McGonagall's reaction to when she is ultimately asked.
Yes, yeah.
We'll get there when we get there.
Trelawney just sort of like nods curtly, looks very disgruntled, like, how dare anyone try and inspect a class about fortune telling? What could you possibly hope to get out of this?
Right. Which is also kind of what it's like to take the class.
Yes.
What would you possibly hope to get out of it?
Yes. Let's see. So that was the few inches, but the way she sits in the class. So like McGonagall, she's going to sit in the corner. Like for Trelawney, she's basically going to sit like right behind her.
Yes, yeah. Like, it's I mean, what does it even say? It's like it says Umbridge grasped the back of the nearest armchair and pulled it in front of the class so that it was a few inches behind Professor Trelawney's seat. She sat down, took her clipboard from her flower bag, and looked up expectantly, waiting for the class to begin. It's like a few inches. She's literally sitting like directly behind her.
Yeah. Yeah, and it says looked up expectantly. By expectantly, it says looked up expectantly for her to fail is basically what that means.
Right.
Yeah. And then Trelawney, you can tell, is thrown. Like all of her Umbridge's tactics are working on her to try and like make her uncomfortable because she's using a brave attempt at her usual mystic tones, which then makes you feel like she's like basically putting that on at all times.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I feel like whenever Trelawney breaks character, it's always sort of like she does have like a regular voice hiding somewhere in there.
Right.
And like the deep, raspy, like,
right.
It's just sort of like part of her gimmick.
Yeah. She starts out okay, though. It's, no different than any other class they have where it's like divide into pairs and interpret each other's, dreams or whatever. That sounds like, perfectly reasonable fortune telling class,
right.
Whatever. I think it is hilarious how seriously Ron is going to take this particular assignment, despite never taking anything in this class seriously.
I know. Yeah.
It's going to be like, why don't we just make up a dream? And it's like, okay. And then they're like, Snape drowned in a potion or something like that.
Right,
right. And then Ron is like desperately being very detail oriented about this fake dream.
Right. So maybe this is Ron like quietly trying to rebel against Umbridge. Like, normally I would laugh this class off, but today, let's actually try to take it seriously.
Yeah.
So I wrote the exact same thing down. I was like, it's funny how Ron is actually taking like attempting the assignment. But there's a couple of things I thought were interesting as well, because whenever we talk about the wizarding world, there's always this like ongoing issue that they're not being taught like other like things that we learn in the Muggle world, like science and math and, grammar and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I actually was like, okay, this is kind of interesting because Harry will get the dream. He says, let's say I dreamed I was drowning Snape in my cauldron. Yeah, that'll do. And then Ron chortled. Okay, so we've got to add your age to the date you had the dream, the number of letters in the subject. Would that be drowning or cauldron or Snape? So
and Harry's like, it's made up. Who cares?
Who cares? I know, exactly. But I think it's interesting because like the subject of a sentence would be like that would be the kind of assignment you might get in a grammar class.
Right.
Like what is the subject? What is the, the noun here? Or whatever.
Right.
Like, so it's kind of like, okay. It's a little bit like Weasel.
A little bit there.
Yeah. We'll get another one of these later. I had to bring that one up to prepare for the other. Yeah.
Well, they also had to do a lot of math here too.
Right. Also true.
Yeah,
also true.
Arithmancy going on. And then we get to the bottom and you get some of the questions that Umbridge is asking Trelawney, specifically how long she's been working there. And she says nearly 16 years, which sounds like it gets that detail can just get sort of like lost in the Umbridge is questioning Trelawney and it's not going well,
right?
Sort of thing, because she's also going to ask it to like Grubbly, Plank, and McGonagall. So it just feels like a standard question. This one in particular is fairly plot relevant because if you math it out, you will figure out that Trelawney got the job just before Harry was born.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is extremely plot relevant as per the prophecy they're going to try and hunt down in the Ministry later.
Right. So all those exact details, I believe Dumbledore even tells Harry that it comes like at the end of this book, right?
Yeah.
Is when we learned that it was Trelawney who made the prediction.
Yes. Yeah.
And yeah, so then we get a little bit of a background on Trelawney as well, which is that she's the great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney. And then she says, Umbridge will respond, but I think, correct me if I'm mistaken, that you were the first in your family since Cassandra to be possessed of second sight. And Trelawney will say, these things often skip 3 generations. And it's funny because it's true.
Oh, is it?
Well, I mean, it's not true necessarily with like having the inner eye or whatever, but
right.
Trelawney does have an inner eye.
Yes.
She does make real predictions.
Yes.
Not usually.
Yeah.
But
but like she has like prophecy predictions, like proper deep voice, lost sight,
right?
Whatever, like like about Wormtail and about the Chosen One,
right,
or whatever. But in the meantime, all of her fake ones are also pretty much true.
Yeah, they tend to be fairly accurate, so it ends up working out kind of well. So it's funny because like even we tend to think of Trelawney as like an old fraud, but it's like, well, there is a little bit more to it than we would give her credit for.
I mean, we made a whole video about it. Like Trelawney's actually always right. Like, if you look at it, every prediction she gives does come true.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes. Just maybe not exactly how you interpret it. Yeah.
Right. It's like, it's funny because she thinks she's saying she doesn't even understand her own predictions because like she is faking it, but they actually do come true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. But then of course Umbridge is going to put her on the spot. She's going to be like, if you could just predict something for me then. And I actually liked Trelawney's response. She's like, I don't understand you. And Umbridge is like, I'd like you to make a prediction. And her response is basically that the inner eye does not see upon command. And it's like, that's probably reasonably fair.
The thing is, this is such an interesting conversation because it's like both of them feel like they're actually being reasonable.
Sure.
And it's like Trelawney's like, that's just not how it works. And Umbridge is like, you're a divination teacher. You teach people how to make predictions. Could you do it?
Right. Yes. That's a good point. But this would be the kind of thing, like, aside from like having like a catalog of Harry Potter theories in the back of my brain, if I was like at a party and somebody was like, okay, make one up for me. Tell me a theory. It's like, I can't just like, I could tell them plenty of theories, but if they wanted me to like do a new one, it's not like I could just sort of be like, oh yeah, okay, let me think about it. Okay, here's one.
Yeah,
like,
right. I know. And I also like the way like Trelawney responds to her. It feels like she's not like, is like, she says like, I don't understand you. Like the question has genuinely caught her off guard. You know?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
like till now, she's just been sort of like uncomfortable or whatever. Just like, and could you make a prediction? And it feels to me her response is such that like it's sort of a given that everyone knows that true seers would you know have like a kind of moment or whatever. She's just like, everyone knows that's not how it works. What on earth are you talking about?
Right. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, which is not outside of Umbridge's usual, you know, reign of like, she's trying to trap her. She wants to get rid of somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so anyway, then obviously Trelawney kind of goes into her usual like trancy type theory or whatever. And she says, I am afraid that you are in grave danger.
Yeah, something dark, some grave peril.
Which it's like,
it's true.
It's kind of true. I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about being dragged off by centaurs and one giant. But that will happen later.
That will happen later. So in fact, as we said, Trelawney's correct.
Exactly. Yep. All right. Well, if that's the best you can do. Oh, man.
It's like, even the way she responds, she's just like, yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe that she's in any danger at all doing this job or anything like that. But of course, she will be, like we just said. And then it's like Harry and Ron are like, oh, you know, they both knew Professor Trelawney was an old fraud. And it's like, yeah, except that one time, you know.
Right, exactly.
Like, that's already happened.
Right, yes. But then obviously they're feeling a little bit like bad for her because you've got like Umbridge in there who they hate even more than Trelawney. But then Trelawney, like after Umbridge leaves, is getting all brisk with them and everything. And so she starts predicting based on all of Harry's dreams, including the ones that just involve him eating porridge, that apparently foretold a gruesome and early death, which once again is true.
I'm not sure what the porridge has to do with it, but indeed, Harry does have an early death.
He does. The gruesome part, it's like, I don't know about that. I mean, like Avada Kedavra doesn't seem like it's very, very deadly. It's not very like, just like, you know, it doesn't leave marks. So
right.
It's not like gruesome in that way. But still, early death does happen to him. We're going to Defense Against the Dark Arts with Umbridge herself, where once again, she's going to be like, wands away. I would like you all to turn to page 19 and commence chapter 2. I kind of did more of a Trelawney-ish voice there.
Oh, you did. Yeah.
Oh, man. I would like you all to turn to page 19 today and commence chapter 2. Was that better?
I mean, are we to assume their classes? I usually assume their classes are like roughly an hour long, you know?
Right.
So the entire first lesson, obviously they, you know, had a bit of a shouting match, but like it was an hour to read 19 pages.
I know. I was thinking about this too. And it is funny because sometimes textbooks are like pretty dense.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if I had a reading assignment, I was like, I have to read 20 pages out of a textbook. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
Right.
But I mean, it does seem like a kind of small amount,
right.
Especially based on any of the books I've ever seen in the Wizarding world.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, though, Hermione has got her hand in the air, but instead of trying to pretend that she had not noticed Hermione, Umbridge gets to her feet, walked over to the front row of desks with her face to face, and she bent over and whispered so that the rest of the class could not hear, "What is it this time, Miss Granger?" To which Hermione, and I love this, she's like, "I've already read chapter 2. Well, then proceed to chapter 3. I've read that too. I read the whole book." And this is like one of those moments where it's like, Umbridge, you do not know who you're messing with.
Oh, you do not know at all. I love this scene.
Yes. Well, then you should be able to tell me what Slinkhart says about counter jinxes in chapter 15. To which Hermione's gonna be like, he says that counter jinxes are improperly named. He says that counter jinx is just a name that people give their jinxes when they want to make them sound more acceptable. And it says, Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows, and Harry knew that she was impressed against her will.
Got him.
It's like, oh, crap.
Like, that is exactly what it says.
Yes, yep. It's like, oh, this is good. This is good. But I disagree, Hermione continued. And so basically what Hermione is effectively saying here is that counter jinxes exist out in the world. And what Slinkhart is saying is that counter jinxes are just jinxes, and they're just trying to make them sound more okay, because it's like, no, this is like a defense thing. And it's like, no, it's just a jinx. That's what Slinkhart's saying.
Right.
Which would be like saying that like raising your hand to block somebody from punching you would be an attack.
Right.
It's like, no, incorrect.
No. Right. Yeah.
So if you're trying to get like an idea of like what type of biased text she's using.
Yeah. Yes. Which is to say that like, I mean, even that makes sense. Is like, it's like, we're not, because Umbridge doesn't want them learning defensive magic at all.
Right.
So even the theory they're learning, even though they're not practicing magic, even what they're reading is saying that like your blocks are actually attacks. So we're not even going to learn that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then Hermione does what I feel like probably most teachers in the world would be very delighted to see in their students, which is the critical thinking, effectively saying, I disagree with the author's sentiment here. To which, I think in a typical classroom environment would be a great opportunity for a lively discussion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like discussion classes are like a real thing. And, if you're just going to read and not do the spells, you'd think then you would have lots of discussion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, if we're not going to actually practice magic at all, it's like we may as well talk about what we're reading and see what the general consensus is here. So anyway, they kind of have like a back and forth, and Umbridge's whole thing is basically like, well, it's a good thing that we're learning from Slinkhart and not you.
Yeah, right. And it is she and Hermione, of course, has not been whispering back to her at all. She's just been speaking in regular, loud, clear voice for the whole class to do. And then she takes points from her, and then everyone's like, "What? Why?" And Hermione has to be like, "Harry, don't, no, stop."
Yeah, right. She's like, I'm handling this fine on my own. You stay in your corner. I'll be good. But Harry obviously is not going to do that because Umbridge is going to counter that the previous teachers in the subject may have allowed you more license, but as none of them, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell, who at least appeared to have restricted himself to age-appropriate subjects, would have passed a ministry inspection. To which Harry responds, yeah, Quirrell was a great teacher. There was just that minor drawback of him having Lord Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. And it's like, snap.
Oh, you did it again. You did it again. I also like when she says, I am here. She says, I'm here to teach you. I just crossed that out. I am here using a ministry-approved method that does not include inviting students to give their opinions on matters about which they understand very little. It's just like, isn't teaching the process of helping your students understand things they understand very little? Right, that's the point.
If they already knew the thing, you wouldn't be teaching them.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, Harry's pronouncement was followed by one of the loudest silences Harry had ever heard. I love a good loud silence.
And especially because, as Dumbledore says, what happened between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret. So the whole school knows.
Right. Yeah. Yes. But that lands Harry another week of detentions.
And right away, the cut to the back of Harry's hand barely healed. By the following morning, it was bleeding again. But of course, he did not complain at all. He doesn't want to give Umbridge the satisfaction. Over and over, he has to write, I must not tell lies.
Yeah, and it says that the worst part of this second week's worth of detentions is just as George had predicted, that Angelina's reaction, who corners him at the Gryffindor table for breakfast on Tuesday and basically just makes another whole scene of things by shouting at Harry, which draws McGonagall over, who is upset with both of them for making a scene. McGonagall then learns that Harry has once again received even more detentions from Umbridge after their big conversation with all the ginger newts.
Yeah.
And McGonagall's like, are you telling me that after the warning I gave you last Monday, you lost your temper in Professor Umbridge's class again?
Yes.
Potter, you must get a grip on yourself.
I know, and it's like seriously, all Harry has to do, it's like, this is the moment, Harry. McGonagall's there. Your hand's actively bleeding. Show her the hand. That would make it okay.
It would.
Then McGonagall would be like, wait, excuse me?
And especially because we have that really great moment later in the book where somebody lays hands on a student in front of Dumbledore, and Dumbledore stands up to 12 feet tall.
Somebody being Umbridge.
Yeah. And he's like, you will not make contact with my students.
Right.
That is not acceptable. Right. That is not okay. And I will stand for it. Well, I will physically stand up against it.
Right. Yeah. And everyone in the room is like, oh my God, let her go. Yeah. And that's Dumbledore defending Mary at Edgecombe, who has just betrayed him.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And this on the other hand is Harry Potter, his favorite
one.
person in the whole world.
Oh my gosh. Let's see here though. Then, so McGonagall is going to take 5 points from Gryffindor for the shouting match and for her disappointment in Harry for getting yet more detention.
And he says, she's taking points off Gryffindor because I'm having my hands sliced open every night. And I'm like, well, you didn't tell her that part though, did you?
I know. And I also said that this is fallacy of argument because that's not why. She's not taking points off because you're having your hands sliced open every day. It's not untrue.
Right.
That's not the reason why. It's because you got detention again.
Yeah.
Not what the detention is. So it's sort of like it's like, Harry, you've misphrased this. Also, you haven't shown her.
Yes, right. That Ron's just like, oh no, she's bang out of order, tipping bacon onto Harry's plate. He's like, why don't you eat some food that tastes good for once? You need some bacon, sir.
Yeah, I think this is sort of adorable. This is literally Ron, like almost being motherly. Like, just eat some food, good buddy. Food.
You know what I think it is? You're hungry. It sounds like my kids every morning at breakfast. It's
like,
you know what? You know what I've noticed? You haven't had any food yet today,
right? And you're real mad.
It seems like you're kind of cranky. Like, that is not the problem, and you're like, why don't you eat this toast and then we'll talk about it again? And then it's like, oh, turns out it was the problem. What do you know?
We don't even have to talk about it again. You're just better now.
Yeah, you're just better. Yeah.
Yeah. How about that? But then I'm sorry. Hermione, rather. It's a funny thing to confuse because they're sort of similar.
They're cut from the same cloth.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But Hermione's going to chime in. I wish I hadn't taken points from you, but I think that she's right to warn you not to lose your temper with Umbridge. Hermione, which is probably a good take on Hermione's part, where it's like, I mean, it's difficult because you'll love to see Harry standing up for everybody like he does, because that's classic Harry stuff.
Classic Harry, yeah.
But at the same rate, it's like you should aim to win the war, not the battle, I suppose, is probably the type of situation that Harry has going on.
Right,
here. Which they start working towards by the end of this chapter.
They do.
Yeah. I guess we had that coming. Let's see here. But Harry did not speak to Hermione all through charms. But when they entered Transfiguration, he forgot his anger because Professor Umbridge and her clipboard were sitting in the corner, and the sight of her drove the memory of breakfast right out of his head.
Boom.
And this is where Ron's like, excellent. Let's see Umbridge get what she deserves.
Yes. Yes. So McGonagall walks in, marches into the room without giving the slightest indication that she knew Professor Umbridge was there. So as much as Umbridge has her own strategy, McGonagall has one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It says, that will do, she said, and silence fell immediately, which is exactly how Umbridge expects everyone to act when she enters the room.
That's exactly correct. But it probably is very frustrating for her to be like, she didn't have to ask him. It's just
no, they just sort of did it. It's like they respect her talent or something.
Ugh, infuriating.
Yes.
Then she does her to which Professor McGonagall completely ignores. And she just kind of continues to hand out all the assignments. She's returning homework, blah, blah, blah. Sort of actively, quietly disciplining Dean Thomas, if you do that mouse again, I shall put you in detention. To which is sort of what the heck did Dean do to the mouse?
What did Dean do to that mouse, man?
Yeah.
Yeah. Harry got an A on his assignment. Good for him.
Good for him. Yeah, that's acceptable. Then again, you get a to which McGonagall was like, yes. And then Umbridge is like, I was just wondering, Professor, whether you received my note telling you the date and time of your inspection. Obviously, I received it, or I would have asked what you are doing in my classroom.
Oh, booyah!
Right.
That.
And I love the fact that McGonagall doesn't even stop for a beat. And she's just sort of as I was saying today, we'll be practicing the altogether more difficult banishment of mice. Right. And it's I wonder how you expect me to gain an idea of my usual teaching methods if you continue to interrupt me. You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I am talking.
Oh, it is so good because she's also using Umbridge's own rules against herself.
Yes.
Where in Umbridge, anytime, she continuously cuts the student off because they don't have their hand raised.
Exactly.
And it's I do not because she doesn't permit. It's the exact same thing. She doesn't let people talk when she's not talking. But now McGonagall's you're interrupting me.
I'm doing my class. So you're supposed to be auditing me. Yeah. You sit there, you listen, you watch, you don't be involved.
Yeah.
And I do love the, let's see here. Professor Umbridge looked as though he'd just been slapped in the face. If only.
If only.
She did not speak, but straightened the parchment on her clipboard and began scribbling furiously, looking supremely unconcerned. Professor McGonagall addressed the class once more.
Supreme. You're just whatever.
Right. So then this is...
You go ahead and write something down.
Right. This is where I feel we're getting a little science lesson. As I was saying, the vanishing spell becomes more difficult with the complexity of the animal to be vanished. The snail, as an invertebrate, does not present much of a challenge. The mouse, as a mammal, offers a much greater one. So we're getting a little bit of animal kingdom type information going on there.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. More regular elementary and information they have to know.
That's exactly right. Yep. But Harry's like, how can she lecture me about not losing my temperature with Umbridge? Harry said to Ron under his voice, but he was grinning. His anger with Professor McGonagall had quite evaporated.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, get her.
That's right.
Oh, man. And then let's see. Professor Umbridge did not follow McGonagall around the class as she followed Trelawney because, she thought it would not be permitted, which I think she's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But she takes a lot of notes as she's sitting in the corner. And then as the class ends, they all rose with the grim expression on her face because she found, she rises with the grim expression because she can't find anything wrong.
Right. Yes, exactly. Like it was just basically a perfectly acceptable class.
Right. Exactly.
But then she goes and asks her typical line of questions, which is, how long have you been teaching at Hogwarts? Professor Umbridge asked. 39 years this December, said Professor McGonagall, snapping her bag shut, which just for math's sake, that would put us in 1956.
Yes, it would.
Which would, again, largely mean that she was probably hired by Dippet. The canonical conundrum people hate about this particular line is that in the movie Fantastic Beasts: Crimes of Grindelwald, you will see Dumbledore teaching a class in 1928. That's what year the movie takes place. No, it is that, right? Well, the movie takes place in 28, and you do see Dumbledore teaching then, but you also see him teaching Newt as a young boy,
right,
who is probably 28 in the series.
Yeah.
So that would be Dumbledore and McGonagall both teaching, because Leta Lestrange has a whole thing with McGonagall, which would mean that McGonagall was teaching at Hogwarts somewhere in the 19-teens.
Right. And it's during the flashback with Newt that you see McGonagall. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is then very weird because it means that McGonagall was also teaching during the 19-teens.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. So it's
or at least working at the school then.
Right. And I want to say that when you go through and what's even weirder about it is that there was Pottermore writing about the history of Minerva McGonagall that came out right alongside the Crimes of Grindelwald, which directly conflict with each other.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to pack it all into place in a way that makes good sense, but it almost requires time turner shenanigans to be at play.
Yeah.
Which McGonagall is the person who writes the Ministry and gets Hermione hers, which might mean that maybe she would have unusual access to an even more powerful time turner that could shift her placement, or even go back and be an early ally to Dumbledore before the fight began. It's hard to know.
Yeah. Without significant explanation, it is a real canonical problem that she exists in the Fantastic Beasts movie the way she does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on this line that she tells Dumbledore and the ebook about McGonagall's early life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that we really know though is that McGonagall was in love with a Muggle man as as she was growing up, and ultimately
Dougal McGregor.
Yeah. And it's sort of a heartbreaking story as to how that ultimately shakes out. So she pretty much lives most of her life as a single person. She eventually marries a former mentor at the Ministry of Magic, who then promptly dies afterwards.
Right.
So McGonagall spends pretty much lives a life of solitude. So that turning into a life of service is something that could make sense. It's just hard to know.
It's just hard to know. And it's it seems her entire career path where it's she was just at the Ministry and then she was at Hogwarts.
Right.
So how she was at Hogwarts when she's seen in the movie is really difficult to say.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, we have a whole video about it if you want to check that out.
We do indeed. And also if you're kind of well, maybe it could be our mom. It's not.
It's not.
Yeah. Because the McGonagall name obviously comes from her dad. And so it's not there would be a young McGonagall that would be before her.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I think he even calls her Minerva, and I think we know her mom's name, which is not Minerva.
Right.
Yeah.
So even that doesn't work.
And anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Harry could not help giving himself I love when Harry's leaving because it says Harry could not help giving her a faint smile and could have sworn he received one in return, which is very Dumbledore behavior, just sort of that fleeting wink out of the side of your eye. Wait, what was that?
Oh, yeah. And I do love this too, because it's McGonagall has her role and she is a strict governing teacher. But she's a good teacher, and I do think she's overall fair. It's the really big thing when it comes to McGonagall. But this is a situation where it's almost like McGonagall is sort of like having a very human, almost respectful moment with Harry where she's like, we both know something about what just happened.
Right.
And you know that I know that I was being inspected and that I was sort of like running the room on purpose. And so it's kind of like, we did it.
We did it.
Like we did it. That was a small act of revolt.
Exactly. So they have that. But then we get down to Care of Magical Creatures, where Umbridge has a different tact because her real goal here is to actually get information about Hagrid. And so whereas with Trelawney, she's trying to make her look bad, she's actually trying to make Grubbly Plank look good so that Hagrid will look worse in comparison.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too because Grubbly Plank is going to play like a very Switzerland kind of role here. Like she's not really like part of the typical Hogwarts staff, so she's not going to be aligned in the same way that like McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Dumbledore are as like sort of like the long-standing tenured professors of the school. Snape, I guess you could probably throw in there too.
Yeah.
Like this is a situation where it's like there's not a huge gain for Umbridge to attack Grubbly Plank directly, as you just said, because she's just a substitute teacher. So it's like going and being like, hey, this sub isn't as good as like the regular teacher doesn't really help anything.
Yeah. I mean, she will describe herself as a substitute teacher, but like the way the interview begins, it says, you do not usually take this class. Is that correct? And, she'll say quite correct or whatever. But like Dumbledore does announce her at the beginning of the year, like as the Care of Magical Creatures professor, not like substitute professor.
You're right. Yeah. But all we know is that by her own account, she says, I am a substitute teacher standing in for Professor Hagrid. And I do like that she refers to him as Professor Hagrid.
Love the respect.
Because so often Hagrid is not referred to by Rubeus. He is, or Professor. He is just Hagrid. And I think even later there's going to be an exchange where Harry will refer to Hagrid as Professor, and Hagrid's going to be like, since when do you call me Professor?
I know.
And Harry's going to be like, since when do you call me Potter?
Does Dumbledore ever correct Harry on that? Like, because he always corrects him from Snape to Professor Snape Harry. Does he ever make him say Professor Hagrid Harry?
I don't think he does. I don't remember any instance of that ever happening. Although we would have to, the bigger thing would be checking to see if there's ever an instance where Harry refers to Hagrid by name to Dumbledore.
I know, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Got to be something there.
Yeah, it seems like it. Although that might be one where Dumbledore knows that even Harry referring to Hagrid as Hagrid is a sign of respect as his friend, whereas Harry referring to Snape as Snape is a sign of disrespect because he's intentionally dropping the professor.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Dumbledore's reading between the lines there.
Right.
But then you get Umbridge and her entitled self saying, the headmaster seems strangely reluctant to give me any information on the matter. Can you tell me what is causing Professor Hagrid's very extended leave of absence? And it's like, she's only had this High Inquisitor role for like a morning.
Right.
And so it's like, prior to this, her asking Dumbledore where Hagrid is, it's like, this is not information you are due. You were just another teacher here. I am not required to tell you, which she believes she is.
Right.
Like, do that information.
Yes. And I think Grubbly Plank's response is even just kind of funny because it's like, it's like, she's not really playing politics here. She's just sort of like, afraid I can't. Don't know anything about it. Don't know anything more about it than you do. Got an owl from Dumbledore. What, like a couple weeks teaching work? Accepted. That's as much as I know. So it's like, as far as she's concerned, it's sort of like, she doesn't really know the subtext. She probably doesn't know anything about where Hagrid might be. She doesn't know anything that's going on. She's just sort of like, nope. I don't know.
Yep.
Should I start teaching?
Yeah. Should we go to the fact that she says, it's hard to know if this is like accurate, if she's just speaking conversationally, but she says couple of weeks would at least suggest that Dumbledore thought it would only take 2 weeks for Hagrid to return.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yep. You're right.
So there's that, I guess. That's a little telling.
Right.
Because it's going to take longer than that. But either way, I like that when she goes around and asks the other students questions, like they're all able to like answer the questions. So they're not letting Hagrid down. And then, Umbridge describes Grubbly Plank as an objective outsider, I suppose you might say, to which I'm like, I mean, not really. Again, she's like, is a professor.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, I think she's attempting to almost be like, you're just someone who looks in on things, right? But how do you find Hogwarts? Do you feel you receive enough support from school management? Oh, yes, Dumbledore's excellent, said Professor Grubbly Plank heartily. No, I'm very happy with the way things are run. Very happy indeed. Yeah. And So it's like, as someone who doesn't really have a horse in this race, it's such a great response. It's sort of like, this is just somebody candidly speaking to like Dumbledore's abilities as like a leader of a school. It's just sort of like, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, right. And then it says like Umbridge made a tiny note on her clipboard. So you can tell she was like hoping to write a big chunky thing there. And it was just sort of like, does Grubbly Plank say anything's wrong with the school? And it's like, nope, everything's great. And she's like, next.
Right. Yeah, well, that's not worth writing that down. Yep. And so then we get, sort of like a question about like, what are we going to be covering this year? Take them through the creatures. Most often come up in OWL, not much left to do, which even that's kind of interesting because it means that like, a lot of the stuff that Hagrid has maybe been teaching in advance of when he was supposed to is all stuff that should have been important going into, OWL year.
Right. It means Hagrid's done a good job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, basically what she's saying is not even what she has done herself. It's sort of like just applying credit to Hagrid, to which Umbridge completely re-internalizes as, well, you seem to know what you're doing at any rate. And it's sort of like, no, Hagrid has taught this course for like the past, couple years. And basically what she said was that they're pretty well prepared going into OWL.
Right. Exactly. It says that sort of unicorns and nifflers, like Grubbly Plank starts them on unicorns, but Hagrid finishes them.
Right.
And then Hagrid does all the nifflers.
Right.
So it's like yeah, there you go.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So Porlocks and Eagles, Krups and Gnarls. Yeah. Nothing super crazy going on there.
Yep.
Let's see here.
But then she starts asking Goyle stuff, and Malfoy chimes in and says he was attacked by a hippogriff, and all of a sudden she's got a lot to write down. She's like, what? Which obviously the ministry already knows that there was an entire trial. Fudge himself came out to watch it get executed.
I know.
This is not new information.
Right. This is exactly what I wrote too. I was like, this is well-known information if you work with the ministry. Like, that this happened. This is that, like, even if you write this down and you go deliver it to somebody, Fudge is going to be like, yeah, I know. Like, we lost the hippogriff. Like, it's like,
it was kind of embarrassing actually.
Right. Exactly. It's like, this is not a win for you.
But of course, Harry has to speak up and says, only because he was too stupid to listen to what Hagrid told him to do. And Harry gets more detention.
Another night's detention, I think. It's like, oh gosh. Yeah. So then that's the end of Care of Magical Creatures. We get a little page break, which picks us up again in detention, where it says it was nearly midnight when Harry left Umbridge's office that night.
Which means it's another 7 hours of lines.
Unbelievable. His hand was now bleeding so severely that it was staining the scarf that he had wrapped around it. So it's just sort of like, goodness.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, he's not going to be able to hide this from people anymore.
No, I know.
People are like, hey, what's up with your hand? And why does it say words?
Yeah. Pretty weird.
Right.
Pretty weird. But this is where the chapter takes a turn right here. It says, but Ron and Hermione had sat up waiting for him. And it's just like, what good friends.
I know.
I love it. I love they stayed up.
Right. And it's not just that they stayed up. It's like they're there to be supportive. So Hermione has put together a solution of pickled Murtlap tentacles that should heal his hand. And it says that Harry placed his aching hand in the bowl and experienced a wonderful feeling of relief. Yeah.
So nice. So nice.
But that's like the first time I feel like this whole book that like someone has been able to like step in and provide him just sort of like, here.
Right.
Let me help ease the burden.
Right.
Right.
And it's like this right here is, it's like what happened at the beginning of this chapter is Umbridge was given power, and in doing so, she immediately starts trying to like drive people against each other, against Dumbledore, like that. And what Harry, Ron, and Hermione do for the rest of the chapter is exactly what Dumbledore said to do at the beginning of the year, which is to come together.
Right.
And it's like, it starts here with them staying up specifically just to wait for him.
Right.
So the three of them come together first. And now it's not just like Harry versus Umbridge, it'll be the three of them, and it's going to grow fast.
It's going to grow fast. And that's like the like almost like alchemical like version of this, where it's like if you can produce a result on a small scale, because that's like what alchemy is attempting to do most of the time, is like do something on a small scale and replicate it on a large scale. So
right.
you're like literally getting like this like cool magical infusion of like a distilled essence of good, and it's going to explode into a great wave of good.
Right, right. It's exactly what's going to happen. Of course, they continue to urge Harry to tell McGonagall or Dumbledore about the detentions, and he says no. And, Ron's like, McGonagall would go nuts if she knew. And it's like, yeah, and how long do you reckon it'd take Umbridge to pass another decree saying anyone who complains about the High Inquisitor gets sacked immediately? Which... probably true.
He's really not far off from almost exactly what would happen.
Yeah. This is like, honestly, it kind of reminded, not to get political, it reminded me of Colbert getting fired on
sure.
Real TV. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So, she probably, I'm so sorry. I just read that. She's an awful woman. Awful, I was just saying to Ron when you came in, we've got to do something about her.
Here we go.
I suggested poison, said Ron grimly.
No, I mean something about what a dreadful teacher she is and how we're not going to learn any defense from her at all, which is an interesting approach to get to this problem. It's Hermione's not even concerned. It's not that she's here doing the things. It's that we're literally not learning how to fight Voldemort.
Right.
That's the core problem.
Well, and this is an interesting one too, because Hermione sort of there's that famous line about Hermione in year one where it's she's got to sort out her priorities because you get ourselves killed or worse, expelled. And so in this particular instance, it's almost leading as if once again, it's sort of it's so frustrating. She's so evil. We're not going to learn anything this year. And you might think once again that she's putting academia above the fight against Voldemort. But really what she's doing is putting the Voldemort problem as the top priority.
Right. Because her solution to how to fight Voldemort is school, but school is failing her.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And it's, they're going to get they're almost word for word. It's she says, I was thinking today, and I love it. She looks at Harry because she knows what she's thinking, that I was thinking maybe the time's come when we should just do it ourselves. And, which is her soft launching the DA, which is going to go a lot faster and more successful than Ron soft launching his Quidditch career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. And Harry's do what ourselves? And she's learn defense against the dark arts ourselves. And Ron's come off it. You want us to do extra work? We're behind enough as it is.
And then Hermione has such a turning point for her character. Says, but this is much more important than homework. And Harry and Ron are excuse me? I didn't think anything was more important than homework. She goes, don't be silly. Of course there is. And it's yes, Hermione.
Yes.
Boom.
This is good character growth. It's she is. I mean, she's still being Hermione. She's still being so true to who she is, but it's you can feel the jigsaw puzzle of her priorities literally shifting.
Right. Well, it's because for Hermione, school isn't learning for the sake of learning. It is learning for the sake of practical use.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And, yeah.
So, and Ron's just going to be well, we can't do much by ourselves. I mean, all right, we can go look up jinxes in the library and try and practice them, I suppose. And Hermione's sort of no, you're right. That is we've gone past the stage where we can just learn things out of books. We need a teacher, a proper one. And Harry's sort of well, if you're talking about Lupin, and Hermione's well, he's too busy with the order anyway. And Harry's well, who?
Yeah. Oh, I love this. He's just deep sigh. Isn't it obvious? I'm talking about you, Harry.
There was a moment's silence. A light and a night breeze rattled the window panes behind Ron, and the fire guttered.
The literal winds of change, Ben.
Yes, the literal. Yeah, it's how about that? How about
that?
Yeah, about me. What? Said Harry. I'm talking about you teaching us defense against the dark arts. Harry stared at her. Then he turned to Ron, ready to exchange the exasperated looks they sometimes shared when Hermione elaborated on far-fetched schemes like SBEW. To Harry's consternation, however, Ron did not look exasperated. He was frowning slightly, apparently thinking. Then he said, that's an idea.
Oh yes, Ron.
Even Ron, yes! I know, yeah.
I love it. This is the Captain America Thor moment. This is the I knew it.
Yes, exactly.
This is a 10 out of 10 golden trio moment where no one is laughing, where Harry or Hermione and Ron are just yeah. Ron's support in this moment is so big, and don't overlook it. It is such a big moment where you would expect because Harry thinks he's gonna laugh. He's when you listen and Ron's just
no, I see
I get. He's that is a really good idea, Harry.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's even interesting too, because it's a rare instance. Ron literally was just we're so busy already. But this is one where I think it even shows you Ron's priorities, where it's sort of Ron is we do need to know this stuff. Like, and it's so unlike Ron to be like subscribing to like learning versus just like recreation.
Right.
You know, like it doesn't, I mean, it feels like that's how he's written, at least, is that like, that's where he would sort of sit.
Well, and you would think that, and you know, Ron is often written to like feel like he's like, you know, overlooked, or that like, you know, maybe jealous of Harry at times,
right,
or whatever. But this is like a real moment where like, they're not just like joking around. This isn't trivial stuff. It's fighting Voldemort. And like Ron is like because the rest of this is going to be them like having to let Harry prove to himself that the stuff he's done isn't just like luck or accident. It's like genuine skill and good instincts and stuff. And Ron already knows that. And that is why he says this. Like, in his heart of hearts, he knows Harry is a very good leader, is a very good instinctual fighter of the dark arts.
Right.
And stuff like that. And like, they know, or maybe they don't know. They don't. Like, to them, it's obvious, and to Harry, it's not.
Right.
And I love how much they know it about Harry.
Exactly. And it's a major piece of imposter syndrome that Harry is constantly up against, but I actually think we're going to get like a really great payoff here in the next, well, we'll get a payoff way later in the series, but it'll be set up here on the next page. But I love this line from Hermione, who says, "Harry, you're the best in our year at Defense Against the Dark Arts." And Harry's like, "Me? No, you've beaten me in every test." And Hermione's like, "Actually, I haven't.
No.
You beat me in our third year, the only year we both sat the test and had a teacher who actually knew the subject. But I'm not talking about test results, Harry. Look what you've done." And so they start like, you know, kind of going through all of like Harry's grand accomplishments. And he's like, you know, with first year, you saved the stone from you know who. And Harry's going to respond, "But that was luck. That wasn't skill." And I think this is really interesting because like Harry right now is feeling as though every bit of success he had is not something he can accredit to himself.
Right.
And when he is having his final duel with Voldemort, they are walking in circles around each other. And Harry is going to be listing off like a series of like things that have happened. And Voldemort is going to say, "Accidents." And Harry's going to be like, "Accident that I willingly walked into the forest and died for everyone. Accident." You know, and he's going to be like, Harry's like, "They weren't accidents. That was me fighting you.
Right.
And I'm winning."
Right.
You know, and it's like, it takes Harry until the final moment to give himself that credit.
Right.
You know, but like this is where he is right now. Like it's almost as if like Harry is falling into the negative thought process that Voldemort would even project onto him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt about that. So then, yeah, Ron continues this off. "You killed the basilisk and destroyed the riddle. Third," and Harry's like, but if Fawkes hadn't turned up," and it's like, no, Harry, but it's like, but Fawkes turned up because of your like faith in Dumbledore.
Right.
Right. It was like, and it's like, that was luck. And it's like, it wasn't luck, Harry. It's like, it wasn't luck in the first one because like you put yourself in that position to begin with.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
like
yes. And you were selfless enough to be able to see the stone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And you're right. Yeah. It's not like it wasn't luck that Fawkes showed up. It was like, it wasn't like a phoenix was flying overhead and looked down and was like, maybe I should intervene. You know, it's like Fawkes showed up because of your actions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's say you fought off about 100 Dementors and it's like, that was a fluke. If the Time Turner hadn't, it's like, it doesn't, no, it's like, that's not how the Time Turner works, Harry. The Time Turner works in such a way that like whatever happened always happened. Okay. You always could do it. And you did fight off 100 Dementors at once.
Right. Maybe it helped you to know that you had already done it, which is what you say in the book.
Right.
Because you had already seen it happen, but it doesn't matter because it was you both times.
Right.
You know,
so really, and it's like, it's well done because it's like, you so often think of like Harry, like of magic and fighting, of being like the wands and the spells and stuff. But the way Harry wins these first three fights is with Quirrell, it's like having the courage to be down there.
Right.
It is with Riddle, it's the faith and trust he places in Dumbledore. And the Time Turner, it is about happiness and stuff.
Yes,
you know?
Exactly.
And it's
yes.
like he is using the kind of magic that Dumbledore talks about against Voldemort and the evil forces at bay.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I mean, casting the Patronus is really cool and it's like a big flashy spell, but it's like it's also unique in all the spells we know, and that you have to focus on a specific emotion to make it happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you're dead on the money. It's like, yeah, it's the alternative. It's a much more internal brand of magic, and it's a wholeness of soul and self.
Right. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yep. And Harry's, of course, like, oh, it sounds great when you say it like that, but all that stuff was luck. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't plan everything. I just did whatever I could think of, and I always had help. And it's like, Harry, you're proving the point. That is defense against the dark arts. It's not the classroom stuff. It's that stuff.
Right.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
And in kind of like his like emotional reaction to all this, because I think like, and I think probably in this moment, like, Harry is just sort of like, you guys are misunderstanding me. You don't know what's going on, but it's really Harry not understanding himself that well.
I know.
He knocks over the bowl of Murtlap essence, and the bowl smashes to the floor. And I feel like this is sort of like a little bit of like a symbolic thing that we have going on, because you literally have a healing solution inside of like a vessel that is like healing Harry's own wounds brought on by the direct opposition. Mm-hmm. And it's like this little amount of healing ultimately is like for Harry. And again, it's sort of like that healing can exist inside of him, but then he can take that healing and project it onto everybody else by empowering them to feel more capable in their own fights against the dark arts, which ultimately wins.
Yeah.
So it's like the small amount of like internal healing that is then projected into like outward healing.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the bowl of Murtlap, because it's serving a couple purposes. Yes, one to heal Harry's hand, one is what you just said, and then later he's going to stay down to clear it up, and he's going to repair the bowl. And it says, the pieces flew back together good as new, but there was no returning the Murtlap essence to the bowl. And if you want to decode that, what that sentence is really saying is there's no putting this idea back in the box.
Yeah.
Like Harry, like Hermione said the idea, like we should form a club to do this. And it's like, Harry's like sort of dismissing it, but there's no way to unsay it. It is out there now. It is in his brain. The seed is planted. You can't put the Murtlap back in the bowl. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Right.
It's out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's sort of a funny one too, because I wouldn't call this a payoff or anything, but like literally at the beginning of this book, when Dudley Demented is happening, or Peck of Owls, I think, Mrs. Fig is going to be trying to get them like, back over. And she's like, oh my gosh, Mundungus Fletcher, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, no use in crying over spilled potion.
Right.
And it's kind of funny because it's like, this is that.
You spilled potion.
Yeah, we're there.
Yeah, we're there.
But obviously before that, the one thing I also want to bring up before we kind of start to close out today's chapter is there is one thing that Hermione does do, which is a huge step forward for her and sort of the fight against Voldemort altogether. And I think it again speaks to an impact that would only happen if Hermione is Harry's friend, which is that she finally reaches the stage where she is confident enough to say Voldemort's name out loud.
Yes.
And it is that thing more than anything that actually calms Harry down, because it's like that's where it's almost like the collective gasp that we've had to read over and over for 5 books now. It's like we finally get the moment where somebody saying it means like, okay, boom, that is impactful. That is meaningful. That's why we waited till right now to do it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Everything has been leading to this point, which is like the turning point, I suppose, in the war against Voldemort.
Right.
Really. It's not the forming of the Order of the Phoenix. It's the forming of the DA.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is right here. And then I also love Harry's entire like paragraph above that, where, and like I know we make fun of Cedric all the time or whatever, but he says like, they've never taught us that in classes, what it's like to deal with things like that. You two sit here acting like I'm a clever little boy to be standing here alive. Like Diggory was stupid, like he messed up. You just don't get it. That could easily have been me. It would have been if Voldemort hadn't needed me. And it's like that's true. It's like that's the point they're trying to make to Harry. It's like, you're right. We don't know that. You know that.
Right.
Like you understand that on a core level because you have firsthand experience with it. You're right. We don't understand that.
Right.
And
I think that's like probably where a lot of imposter syndrome for Harry comes from, is that he's like, Cedric was a more talented, a more skilled, a more learned wizard than me. And he died just because like he provided no use. And it's like, it's not like I survived that situation because I could like repel dangerous curses.
Right, because I knew more spells.
Right. It's like, it's an unblockable curse. He got shot at it. Like, that's it. You know, like, sure, I backfired it once when I was a baby. I don't know how, had nothing to do with that. Again, it wasn't skill.
Right.
It's like, and you can see how that seed would be in Harry's mind, where he's like, you put me toe to toe with Cedric, I would lose. Like,
right.
And it's got to be, it does have to be very hard. And it's a lot of perspective for a 15-year-old to be able to grasp, because he's being thrust into adulthood just simply too early.
Right.
But anyway, you're right. I think you're right. Like the Murtlap is not going back in the bowl. The toothpaste is not going back into the tube. All of a sudden the seed has been planted, and we're going to get to see that grow in the chapters to come. But Harry now, he does make his way back up to the dormitory, where he has a restless night of sleep, punctuated once more by dreams of long corridors and locked doors, and awoke the next day with the scar prickling again, which is just sort of like, you know what? That battle is out there. It's coming for you.
It's coming.
And even though this feels like a dark ending to what has otherwise been kind of like a fun, more uplifting chapter, I think it's sort of like you get the uplift and then reinforced by the fact that the threat is still out there. So it's like, that's why you have to take Ron and Hermione's suggestion and enthusiasm seriously, because that threat's not going anywhere.
Right. Exactly. But that does bring us to the end of the chapter. So, which, as we've said, is sort of the turning point in the in the war there, and I like that Umbridge gets power, the Golden Trio immediately responds.
Yes,
just like boom, tit for tat here.
There you go. Also, I want to show you my page here because I drew the hallway.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You like it? Yeah.
Nice, I do like it.
I feel like on my last pages where they give me like a lot of space here, I'm trying to like do little illustrations for people who get them. So anyway, there you go, fun little thing. But yeah, that will bring us to the end of chapter 15. Looking forward to chapter 16. Jay, before we close out, do you have a review for us?
I do. Our review today is from Parzival, like in Ready Player One.
Hey, nice.
Yeah. Let's see. It says, best podcast of all time. Viva Through the Griffin Door. Hey, brother, I've been watching your videos since the 7th grade, and I'm on university now. This is literally my dream podcast. Every week, hearing another episode is my favorite time of the day. I have 2 questions. The first is, what's stopping you from going to Diagon Alley and getting a new wand? It's such a big fear in books 1, 2, 3 that you get expelled means no more magic. Further, what's stopping from someone from just teaching themselves using books? Everything is in Diagon Alley, so you should just be could you just be a wizard by yourself? And if not Diagon Alley, a different country? Go to America or Bulgaria or France? My other question is in Prisoner of Azkaban. Lupin doesn't let Harry face the Boggart thinking it's going to be Voldemort. What would Voldemort look like? Would it be him from Goblet of Fire? Him as a student? Him as the shriveled baby in King's Cross? Thanks.
Man, all really, really good questions. To answer the wand question, my immediate instinct is that this is where Ollivander's kind of like unique brand of remembering every single detail about every person's wand almost makes me think that there's like a registrar that like would be delivered to Ollivander magically or else some other way that would like affirm someone's ability to purchase a new wand.
Well, because when Hagrid walks in, he's like, oh, they snapped it or whatever. And he's like, yeah, they did.
Like, exactly. Yes.
Still got the pieces, but you don't use them. So it's like Ollivander is just sort of like, I don't think he would sell Hagrid a wand.
Precisely.
Right.
I think you're exactly correct. I think there's a pretty big like responsibility, I think, in Ollivander's mind attached to what he sells to the public. And he is so infatuated with wands and has been since like the year, I forget what it is, but it's like 432 or something like that. Like,
yeah, like really early on.
His family has been running the wands shop in Diagon Alley for like hundreds of years, centuries. Right. So I do think that Ollivander takes his role inside of the wizarding world extremely seriously.
Yeah.
And is not just out there to like sell another one. Now that being said, there's sort of like the line from Hagrid where he's sort of like, well, you want Ollivander's, there's no place better, which would sort of lead you to believe that like you could go somewhere else.
Right. There are other places.
Right. It's hard to know, like, would Grigorovich sell Hagrid a wand in lieu of his being snapped?
I feel like absolutely he would.
It does sort of seem that way.
I don't think there would be any, I don't think there would be anything stopping you from just buying a wand from someone else out of the country or making one yourself if you knew how. I suppose, like you see, oh my gosh, I can never remember her name. The Ilvermorny founder, Isolde Sire. She makes her own wand just in the middle of the woods with no prior knowledge at all, out of a horned serpent. Horned. So yeah, I don't think there'd be any problem there. And as for learning out of books, you're right. You could totally just do that. I mean, you could kind of have the problem that like the Harry, Ron, and Hermione had in this very chapter where they're like, I think we're beyond the point of learning out of books. We need a teacher. So it's like, it might just be a slower slog going at it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like an interesting thing too. You know, it's like I'd be curious. And I'm sure more than no one has done this, but like you can just go to a bookstore and buy collegiate texts.
You can just buy them. Yeah, you can just buy textbooks.
I mean, and I understand that like to get many jobs, you need the piece of paper that says that you completed the education by a verified school or whatever. That's like, yes, indeed, this person knows this knowledge. That's basically the school vouching for you. That's why we go to college. But also for the instructors and the ability to ask questions and have additional guidance in addition to just the pages, you know, the words on the page.
Right.
So it would depend on who you are, but certainly I believe you probably could go and get some amount of education that way. And then was there another?
Like if, what would Voldemort look like to Harry if the Boggart transformed into him prior to him meeting him in Goblet of Fire?
I'm inclined to think what came out of the diary.
Yeah. Oh, you think so? Yeah.
I mean, it's just the best physical representation that Harry would have in his working knowledge of what Voldemort looks like.
I guess he has the back of Quirrell's head, you know?
That's true. That's true. So, I mean, it could be kind of like the way that like the moon is almost just like an orb floating in the middle of the room. I guess it could just literally be like sort of like a face without a body. That could like emerge.
It could just sort of be like Voldemort's face dressed as Quirrell.
Yeah.
You know, just like with like under the turban, or I guess not the turban.
Yeah. What I think it can't be is what shows up out of the cauldron in the Graveyard in 4.
Oh, I agree with you on that, because I don't even think that's what Voldemort looked like prior to him falling the first time.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that's like the fully transformed Nagini venom infused variation of the man himself. So I don't think it'd be that. I don't think it would be the baby that we see in King's Cross Station, because for the same reason, I don't think that Harry's brain could concoct it, and it wouldn't represent Voldemort in the way that Harry even fears him, because I think even when he sees him in King's Cross Station, Harry doesn't fear that.
Right.
He's past the fear.
Right. He's like grossed out by it.
He's grossed out by it because it's gross.
Because it's gross. He's just normal, you know. It'd be weird if you weren't, you know.
Right. It's a completely marred piece of soul. And then when he's a baby, I just don't think there's enough recollection. And he may have been under a hood.
I don't think he would remember what it looked like as a baby, because as many memories as he has of that and relives it with the Dementors, he never has like a clear picture of Voldemort's face.
Right. Yeah. So it's a great question, because it is sort of like an odd moving target when it comes to Voldemort, that he rather consistently looks different.
Yeah.
Like even from like the handsome young Tom Riddle that we see at school versus like the waxy, almost red-eyed variation that shows up in Dumbledore's office to ask for the Defense Against the Dark Arts job when he's planting the diadem. Like, it's like he's kind of lost a lot of like his handsomeness by then.
Absolutely. I mean when Riddle shows up, I don't think he's afraid of Riddle. You know, he doesn't seem like afraid. He's more afraid of like dying from the basilisk.
Sure.
But he stands up to Riddle, no problem.
He does. Well, and it's also important to note that Harry wouldn't see Voldemort, because that's not what Harry fears. He fears fear.
Exactly. Do you know what I think? If it was Voldemort, I bet it would be whatever shape he saw him in drinking the unicorn blood. Because that is when he was like, we have to get the stone or else Voldemort's going to come back.
Right.
Like, that's what he's afraid of then. And that is probably the creepiest he ever looks.
Probably so. Yeah, that would do it. That's a dark cloaked figure hiding in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, drinking a pure creature's blood.
Right. Okay. I'm going with that. That's what he would look like.
I like it. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your wonderful review. Guys, continue to please leave those and ask a question if you'd like to, and we will try to answer it here at the end of one of our episodes.
We will. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and make sure you join us next week for Chapter 16 in the Hog's Head here on Through the Griffin Door.